Hello, everyone. It's Monday. Welcome. You made it to Monday. You made it through Monday, and you've made it to the Monday night edition of the Illumineers Champion League, or ICL, if you're cool. So I am one of your hosts for the pre-show event, Katie of the Lore Keepers Inn. And with me, I can't look. I can't look over there. He's too sharp. I might cut my eyes on how sharp this man is dressed, but it is the one and only JDZ Quest. JDZ, how are you doing?
I am doing fantastic, Katie. It's good to see you again. We had a fantastic, full, action-packed weekend of Lorcana. I spent a lot of time with you, more time probably with my own family, but it
It's
was
true.
great.
Me,
I
Claire, and you are just like,
yeah,
we're not going to see our families, just each other.
it was still a really really good time, and we are back at it again the very next day with more high intensity Lorcana action. But we are not alone, as you stated. Claire is here, and we also have Willow. So please take some time to introduce yourself, Willow and Claire, and just how was your guys' weekend?
I'll let you start.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was a mistake. We'll start with you, Willow, if we can.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you guys. Yeah. So I'm Willoughby's. I have a channel actually, the Lore Chronicles with Mr. Burns, who we'll be seeing play later today for anybody who may not be familiar with my face. But I wish I had an action-packed Lorcana weekend. Lots of stuff coming up though down in Florida where I'm located. This weekend we have the SSG charity event coming, so hopefully I'll be able to make it to that. But otherwise, I haven't played too much Lorcana in a tournament space lately.
Oh, well, you're in luck though. We're in the ICL, and that's going to be what we're doing tonight. As Claire is here, are you exhausted, Claire, from this action-packed weekend that we had? Are you recovered? How was your rest?
Well, I had a good rest. As soon as it was over, I unplugged and I just chit chat with my roommate a bit, and I just somber into big dreams.
Mm. Nice. Okay. But we are in the pre-show, and I know Katie's got some plans for us. What we're gonna do? We're gonna talk about the Freedom Gaming. We're gonna talk about the Forbidden Mountain. I think it's gonna be a great match. But
I have some news actually. I've received communication, and it's actually the Friendship Mountain. They don't know it yet, but they are some of the loveliest folks. So they're like, it's forbidden, but come on in. So I just, it's confusing, but I think it might be the Friendship Mountain, but we'll call them the Forbidden Mountain for today. It's hard to tell 100%. But we also, what's that sound? What's our other team? That's my best
the
eagle sound.
Freedom Gaming.
Yeah. So we got two teams. Now, Freedom Gaming, I'm not 100% sure where they're based out of.
Caw.
Thank goodness. We have a really good soundboard. We pay a lot of money for it, so thank gosh it works. But I know that the Forbidden Mountain is based out of the mountainous region of I think Philadelphia, somewhere in that area.
Oh, okay.
That's why they have them accents like water. Just make them say water. Be like,
Oh
what do you have any water? Anyway. But then Freedom Gaming, I can't make any jokes about them because I don't know where they're from. But that's
They're actually based in Florida. They play in South Florida.
Oh, I can make tons of jokes then. All right. So the Florida men of Freedom Gaming. So there we go.
To my knowledge.
We'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and let the man in the booth know we're ready to go ahead and talk about these players and what the stacked lineup is.
Sick. We're gonna go down to the Wawa and get some water and head up to I'm sorry, that was terrible. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I do apologize.
Now, this might be the part where, okay, so if I look at the screen, cannot read that, but I can read it somewhere else. And that's the best part of it. So we've got the first player here. They said we had to say their last name, and that is what I'm pulling up right now because I'm not going to do it wrong. It's Joey Autoveggio. That's how he said to say it. So Autoveggio or Automatic of Freedom Gaming. So Clara, this is like class. Are you able? Do you want to discuss this player's illustrious lore? He's showing the play button. I'm trying not to look because it's also too shiny.
Yeah, impressive track record. We have a second place at the SSG Octo Case, a top 4 at Miami TCG Con, and top 8 DAD. That is that marvelous last piece of lore that we have there. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see how he will do in this competition.
I know. I hope he doesn't lose a ranking and be like, oh, now he's actually the top 9 dad. Something happened during this tournament that really knocked him out, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Top 8 dad.
Yeah, top 8.
I wonder how that bracket was. How did it look? How'd you get to top 8? I wonder what the parents were. Maybe he intentionally drew in. to the DAG finals, or maybe they did like a prize split. It's so many questions to ask about how that worked out as a to become a dad.
You do
Very neat.
have to, it's a tournament, and you have to see, they say like, oh, it's at this one place, and then they time how early you get to the airport, and it's kind of ranked. How early you get to the airport is actually the placement. So he did well, but he made the top 8. So, you know, there's some dads that got there a full day before, I'm hearing.
Yep. Okay. I like that. You got to put a bunk bed together in a certain amount of time. You got to cut the grass a certain way. A lot of things going on. Oh, and this is Sisu, John Vivero Sisu from Freedom Gaming, 128 DLC Toronto, top 8 SCG Baltimore 2K, and top 4 Savari Zone 3K. Let's go. I like some Sisu. He does join us from time to time in the broadcasting booth, doing their thing. A lot of great insight. So we're going to see them in the dojo, getting their game on out here, representing the Freedom Gaming organization. I like to see them play. I don't think we've seen Sisu get a rep in from the last round, if I can't remember correctly. But I'm excited to see what this Illumineer can do. As you are top 128 in Toronto, that's pretty sizable achievement.
Yeah. And I mean, him in himself is a red herring, because I see him and his name is Sisu. So I'm like, oh yeah, so whatever he's playing Sapphire Ruby. I assume it, but that's not the case. They can't all play Sapphire Ruby. That wouldn't make any sense, but their team is definitely a red herring. I'm thrown off all the time when I look at them.
What about you, Willow? Do you know anything about Sisu? Have you engaged with this Illumineer before?
Yeah, absolutely. I have actually not had the pleasure of playing Sisu yet, but I do know that Freedom Gaming frequents the Florida, tournament scene. So sometimes I'll see all of the Freedom Gaming guys at once, but I haven't had a pleasure of playing them all. I've only played a couple of them so far, but I'm excited to see what he's able to show us with the top 128. It's no easy feat for sure.
Yeah, he's a fountain of knowledge. I co-cast with him, and I was amazed the amount of things he knew. He's like, well, theoretically, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay. So if you're against him, you're playing against a man who knows this game and is also possibly a dragon. I don't know where the nickname Sisu came from. Perhaps it's a post-game interview.
Absolutely. And I do like the coordination. I must say that the entire, so far so good on the Freedom Gaming team. They all have their kit on, they all have their jerseys on, they have nice professional poses, and we're gonna keep that going. We're gonna maintain it.
Yes, this photo I did have to AI him legs, because he did not. It was cut off a little bit, so. Shout out to Brian for letting me AI some legs onto his body. But yeah, who wants to cover this player and say their name and take a shot at saying in a cool way?
If I may, I'm happy to give this one a shot because I have some lore on this Freedom Gaming player. So we're looking at Brian, also known as Sploosh Magoo. For those in the community who may be familiar, obviously on Freedom Gaming, some of the lore we have for you is top 64 in DLC Atlanta. So that's a day 2 at the first DLC. It's pretty cool. We've got a top 8 at an SSG 5K, top 4 at an SCG Tampa 1K, like I said, Florida area, and doesn't like Blazers. So that might be a shot here at some of our casters wearing. I'm seeing 2 Blazers tonight so far.
It's a peer pressure situation. I mean, it's every time you go on the show, something happens where you get a little closer to wearing one, whether you like it or not.
Hey, you know what? Don't like Blazers. That's okay, because if you look above that upper lip, you see that there is a nice juicy caterpillar crawling right across Sploosh Magoo's face there, and I'm all in on that. We got another mustache.
He charmed you.
Beautiful smile there. A nice hang loose. I like the attitude. I like the tenacity. Don't like the sweater. Let's go ahead and class it up a bit, okay? Blazers are important, okay? I'm not saying you have to wear pants. You don't even have legs. You have to have Photoshop legs. So we're not worried about the no legs, but got the hoodie on. I'm definitely swiping right still, no matter what, but we can clean that up just a bit.
As far as some of the Sploosh lore goes, I did hear from someone we're going to be talking about who's also playing for TFM tonight, potentially. But I do know Mr. Burns says that Sploosh is famous for one thing, allegedly, and that is beating him in the finals of a set championship, which ended Mr. Burns's undefeated run. So I do know there might be a rivalry there. It remains to be seen whether or not they're playing each other. If we do know that or not, I'm not sure. But there is some TFM Freedom Gaming rivalry potentially, which makes this storyline a little bit more interesting.
It is hard, though, to find someone who doesn't have a beef with Dick Burns. It's been hard in this league. It's been an ongoing thing where he's like, actually, it's a few players he doesn't. He's like, this one and this one, I'm good with. So
hey, it does create a good storyline.
It does.
Every time.
Yeah, he is good for a good storyline.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that.
An
And
angel. An
And
angel
we are
just appeared.
switching gears here. And if I may, I would like to take this one because we have the powerhouse of the cell, okay? An absolute apex predator has just jumped into the facility. We have none other than Melissa the Lizard Kitty representing the Forbidden Mountain. And I did have the pleasure to sit down with this Illumineer, and there is an interview coming. As soon as I get some time to complete the editing process and get that up onto the YouTube program there, and you guys can see that. But I'm telling you, it's a fantastic player. She has an incredible win rate up there in that area. I think the Boston area is where she kind of swims in those waters. And I love the tenacity. And personally, and what we did kind of discuss in that interview, I'll kind of give you guys some spoilers, is that women in Lorcana don't necessarily get the roses that they deserve. I know this is a super male dominated type space, as I'm sitting here with 3 women of Lorcana right now. I really like to see more women up there at the top tables crushing this game because I know they have the skills to do that. Katie, I'm not taking any shots at you because you can absolutely get loose and get busy.
No, I was just pointing because you said we got some women here, and I was like, "What?" Oh, I was just excited to be acknowledged. That was it. I was
for sure,
it.
for sure. I personally would like to see that. But top 128
Yeah.
at DLC, top 128 at Fort Worth, and a finalist at SSG 5K. We'll go around the horn and tell me what you guys think about the Lizard Kitty out here representing Forbidden Mountain.
I mean, she is a force to be reckoned with. She is a amethyst steal your heart and also steal the win. So it's very exciting. I love that she loves that deck so much, and I also love that you can't be mad at the Forbidden Mountain. They try to start beefs with a lot of people. They're out there scrapping. They're feeling froggy. They want to leap. But then you have Melissa, so you can truly never be mad at the Forbidden Mountain because she's there, and you're like, well, obviously they're not. Oh, another angel is coming across the screen, and it is somebody that likes Lizard Kitty so much they legally love them. It is the other half of the Lizard Kitty duo. Sorry, Ben, you're your own person. You're your own person. So Clara, why don't you give us a rundown of Mr. Lizard Kitty?
Damn.
Yes. So Ben from the Forbidden Mountain has an impressive lore. Top 128 at DLC Atlanta, top 64 at DLC Chicago, top 32 at DLC Las Vegas, 4th place at SSG 10K, and Paladin of Poglet. It just keeps going better.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't wait to see how it will do this night for Ben. What do you have to say?
I mean, Poglet. Can we get some Poglets in the chat?
It's in the chat.
What exactly is a paladin of Poglet? Can someone describe that to me in very common terms?
I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna be honest. Poglet.
Take a stab at it.
So
Ready to go to war for Poglet would be my guess.
I like
which
that,
I
Willow.
very much support.
Now,
I like that. I can support that.
Somebody said that so the original Poglet was not made by me. I think it's important that I get it out there. I did not make the original Poglet, came from the internet, but then I felt so guilty that I loved it so much that then I made this. So like it's complicated. The lore is complicated, but the support is overwhelming.
Right.
So I appreciate that he's ready to throw down his life for Poglet. And speaking of somebody that's willing to, put a lot on the line.
Wait, hold up. How's Dick Burns being fielded for 2 teams? Can we talk about that for a second?
Well, one's evil Dick Burns. This is good. Look at him.
Can we pump the brakes here for a second? 1 Dick Burns is too much. Okay, 2 is way too much. Can we halt for a second? How are we getting double Dick Burns? This is insane. This guy's a loose cannon. We need to watch out for this menace right here.
This is a good one. Are you sure? I think you're very confused. This is the good Dick Burns.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no devil horns. He's peace signing. He's like peace.
But this Dick Burns is still bad for the bad for the brand. So like, how good is good Dick Burns?
Okay. Somebody tell me about this guy. I can't even look at this picture. What's this guy talking about?
Well, I mean.
Oh yes, I'd love to talk about my friend Dick Burns here. So you know him, you love him, you just can't get enough of him apparently because he's playing on 2 teams. We've got top 8 of many SCG events, which is true. Worst player on TFM, allegedly. This is what he claims. The most sponsored player in the game. Now, this one, I might have to give him his flowers. He has so many playmats and stores that want him to use their playmats and wear their shirts. He might actually just be the most sponsored player in the game.
Okay. I'm watching this. You just gotta watch him. He's a loose cannon. Okay, he's an
Yeah.
absolute renegade.
You don't know what's going to happen. Next week, he's going to be like, hey, guys, I'm actually joining the
Okay.
women's volleyball team for the Olympics. And you'll be like, wow, I guess it could be anything's possible. Yeah, I do want you to know that, yeah, we do know that we have a Vanellope von Schweetz situation, which I'm glitching out. But we're going to glitch her back in.
She's
So
got
just-
that JDZ Quest encoder situation over there.
Can
I've
you
been
have
there.
can
I know
you
those
have
vibes
more
all too well.
Disney than
Yeah.
like Vanellope von Schweetz?
Okay.
Yeah. So she'll come back. So yeah,
But-
that's the lineup, right? Did we do it?
But
That's
this,
6 of them.
this is the squad, and I think it's going to be an incredible matchup. We got Dick Burns, we got Ben, and we got the Lizard Kitty, and it looks like we're going to have Sploosh Magoo, Sisu, and I forget the last
Brian.
gentleman, Brian.
Wait, no, Sploosh Magoo
Yeah.
is Brian, right?
Sploosh
So-
Magoo is
Yeah,
We're
Sploosh Magoo is
cooked.
Brian, and then we got
We're
Sisu. No, guys, we can't. We're not.
we're
No,
not cooked. We're
we're not
uncooked.
cooked.
We're
We're
deep-
uncooked. Yeah, we're thawing.
We're thawed out. Okay.
Oh, we got another person coming. Oh my gosh.
Let's
I've only
go.
heard this person's voice on the waves, but it is
Oh,
the one and
oh,
only,
man.
not loaf shaped, but Lofi. Lofi, hello.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me all right?
I think so.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, Lofi. How's it
Cool.
going?
Well, hey, glad to be here. First
Okay,
time.
so sorry, we're doing a pregame show, getting ready to start some ICL action on a Monday. Shout out to Mondays over here. No Garfields around, but we just interviewed the players. I'm sure you have a deep knowledge of these teams and these organizations. Real quick, let's do a pick 'em. Who do you think is going to win round by round? Or we don't. I don't think we
You
have.
don't know who's playing.
We don't
so-
know the round.
Yeah.
We don't know the rounds yet. But what team do you think is going to take this thing down?
I think we're going to see FG take it. I think there's a lot of things coming out of the East Coast and are they Florida gamers? Is that FG?
Yeah, they're down there in the freedom of the swamp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're out there fighting gators, cracking packs. You know how they do in Florida.
Well, yeah, at that point, then playing cards is nothing compared to wrestling gators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I assume that's how you get your freedom. Is first you must fight the gator, and then once you fight the gator, you're in. So I
They're
don't
the
know.
gatekeepers of the sport.
So our first round is actually going to be casted by none other than our wickedly talented JDZ and Luke. So as far as you guys are like, okay, well then who's playing? Who's playing who? And that's such a good question. That is Joey. So Joey or Automatic is his cool gamer name. I feel bad when I say cool gamer name, but that is his cool gamer name. It'll be Automatic versus Melissa Lizard Kitty. So get excited, get hyped. That kind of can help you kind of know, what's going on. The lineup, I know you joined, Luffy, so I'll give you the lineup. We have on the Forbidden Mountain, we got the Lizard Kitty, Melissa. We got Mr. Lizard Kitty, Ben. And then we have Dick Burns. But this is good Dick Burns, not evil Dick Burns. We went over it. It's over. It's a whole thing. And then on Freedom Gaming, we have Automatic, Joey, Autoveggio. We have Brian, who is also Sploosh Magoo. And then we have John Viveros, who is Sisu.
Okay.
Yes, now you're caught up. So do you still feel good about your prediction? Your prediction still stands?
My prediction stands. Yeah.
I forgot what it was. Can you remind me? Because I was kind of like getting nervous.
going with that. So we have an evil Dick Burns as well as a good Dick Burns. So we got like a multiverse situation going on.
Yeah, I think so. But I still don't. I still don't trust it. I don't. I met that evil Dick Burns, and let me tell you, that guy's a menace to society. Okay, and if this good one is not as good as the evil one is evil, I'm watching out for that guy, and hopefully he's watching this, and he's going to come in here, come correct, because I'll keep my eye out for him. There
We
you
need
go.
neutral. We need neutral Dick Burns.
Okay. Okay.
The
He's a very
all
polarizing
alignment
presence.
chart.
Yes.
Chaotic neutral Dick Burns that's casting Dick Burns. We have evil good Dick Burns, good Dick Burns, chaotic neutral. So all right, so we got Lofi, we got your prediction. So Willow, what are you betting on? What would you bet your bottom dollar on here tonight?
Oh man, I mean, going back to the Friendship Mountain, I am friends with all of these players, know them very well. But there is some Florida allegiance there. Some of my fellow Florida mans are going to be playing out there today. I think in the end it's going to be very close, but I'll have to show a little bit of my bias and go towards the Forbidden Mountain on this one.
I mean, you can't. I mean, honestly, I think any bet is very valid. Both of these teams are kind of stacked. So obviously, Claire, you're the next one. So you can't say both. So you do have to pick. It's unfortunate.
Oh, come
You can't be like, I
on.
just hope we all have fun. Nope, out.
Come on. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say 2-1 in favor of the Forbidden Mountain, and I will say it will be a really close one. And there will be a win taken by just a slight thread. That's my take.
Yeah, all right. Well, J to Z. I mean,
All right.
let's bring it home.
I think I'm gonna go out and make another prediction. I think I'm also gonna lean towards Forbidden Mountain. I think Lizard Kid is gonna come out. I think that's an easy bucket. I think Mr. Lizard Kid is gonna come out. He's gonna go coast to coast, close game, 2-1. I think he's gonna take it. And Dick Burns, depending on which one shows up, if it's evil Dick Burns, he's going down. If it's good Dick Burns, I think he's gonna win. I think Bro Hamilton not being in the lineup, not giving some Mulan action. I think they needed that to carry them through this. The Friendship Mountain team, and I think that the Forbidden Mountain is going to take this thing down. That's my prediction.
All right. Well, that's it. I guess we can go into the first round.
You didn't give one,
I know.
Katie.
I was hoping I could get away with it.
No.
Okay. All right. So I do think it's because Lizard Kid is going to start it, and then she's going to look at Ben and say, "You better win this." And so then Ben's going to be like, "Okay." So because I mean, if she told me to win, I'd win too. I'm thinking, but that means I think that Dick Burns is going to lose. And honestly, it's because I think he has to be angry, and I don't know if he's angry tonight. So if he's angry, I'm saying he's going to win, but if he's not, he might lose. So I'm going to say, not knowing that, it's going to be 2-1 in favor of the Freedom Mountain. But you heard that, Freedom Gaming. We're being nasty over here. You got to win now.
Oh, yeah.
You got to bring it because we were being So now there's a plot.
Well, yeah, now there's an underdog story. So now everybody at home gets to root for the underdog in Freedom Gaming, which is not really an underdog other than by our predictions, because they're a very strong team that's going to come out swinging and make us all eat our words.
We just stirred up the hornet's nest. Is all we did.
That's what the people want. So
It's
I guess we're ready to kind of. I mean, now I know that everyone's coming back tonight to cast except Claire. So Claire, before we say goodbye, do you have any where people can find and follow you before we go into the games?
Yeah, you can find me at anything Questing Queen TCG. I'll be I am in the ICL league for the Team 20 Lore Pro. So whenever you see that name pop in, I might be playing. So
Okay.
It remains to be seen, but yeah. So I'll be happy to see the matches tonight, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, and everybody else is coming back. So you don't get to say goodbye. I'm not ready for that. I'm leaving. I'm coming back. But JDZ is going to be taking it over with the one and only Lost in Wonderland. So let's go down the rabbit hole and start round 1.
Let's do it. Let's make some noise. And he may or may not be muted right now. Luke?
I'm not muted. I was almost muted, but I wasn't muted. I was almost muted. I looked. You saw me look to the left. I'm like, am I muted? I am muted. Unmute. Then start talking. Welcome to the ICL. Round 2. Freedom Gaming versus the Forbidden Mountain. How are you doing, JDZ? You had some LCC earlier.
I'm doing phenomenal, man. I just did the LCCCC. It was great. The match wasn't as good. Mr. Bivens' deck just completely failed to function. But we're back at it again with the ICL, man. And I'm looking forward to being here with you, Luke. I like kicking it with you in the booth. And you're looking great.
My pleasure. I saw it. Not as good as the pink one you had earlier today. You're looking quite businessman-y right now. Like...
I'm trying to match.
I feel like I'm going to fail an interview.
No.
You're like smooth and like perfectly fitted. I'm sitting here wearing like daddy's old jacket. Like, sir, I think I have a good work ethic. Would you please hire me?
Oh, no. We're just up in ante, Luke. You're looking great. You can be nude in there, and then you'll still probably clear a lot of people in this.
Well, I mean, I'd probably get more viewers. Who knows?
Hey, yo.
Well, it looks like Joey has won the die roll, at least based on the fact that he's got the little green, and he's starting off by inking Grandma with a pop. Pretty sure that means he's on Ruby Sapphire.
It could be, but we did see some Sapphire Steel playing some Grandma a little bit earlier. So Lizard Kitty probably switched on, believing what you're believing, going to treat this thing as if it's Ruby Sapphire, but she's on some Amethyst Steel. Do you think she's back on that Amethyst Steel?
Yes, I do. I just looked. I know for a fact she is.
You're not supposed to say. You got to have the intrigue. You got to build a. She could be on Amethyst Emerald or Amethyst Ruby,
True.
perhaps.
Spoilers. I spoiled it. I looked.
Okay.
But I won't spoil Joey. He's inked a bunch of Sapphire, drawn Sapphire. Maybe they'll have to wait to find out if the other ink is Steel or Ruby, or who knows? Who knows? Yeah. It could be.
It could be Emerald. Let's go. And Lizard Kitty is treating this thing as if it's Ruby Sapphire, spreading the board, getting wide with those one-cost characters, and just trying to quest heavy and get to the Dublinsky quick. What is your thought? You play a little Amethyst Steel yourself. What's the game plan to try to beat this Ruby Sapphire menace?
She's on it. If she's playing against Ruby or Steel, this is the way to go. If she's playing against Steel, then Joey's already stumbled not having a bell, right? So we're going to assume it's Brawl, that it's Ruby turn, and it is. We're going to just easily answer a Broom here before it draws more cards. And at that point, I kind of like what Melissa has, but she kind of needs something like a Fire the Cannons or something in the next turn or two to be able to answer the Sisu. Like, if she could go Fire the Cannons, play Smee, she'd have a very good amount of pressure and just able to really go for it from there.
I think this Amethyst Steel deck has been removing Fire the Cannons from the deck. I don't know if that's the correct thing to do. Personally, I like that card. I think it might be a little down tempo, but I think that card is still incredibly strong in a lot of different matchups. But I think that card has been falling out of favor in Amethyst Steel specifically.
It's very polarizing.
Absolutely. But noticing that Automatic here did miss ramp and is going to go for the hard way. Inking Hiram Flaversham would be nice here. Still has a hard time getting rid of that. And there is the Rat Inventor. So what do you think he needs to do here? I mean, how do you feel about this position? You got to establish Hiram.
That needed to be a Scrooge. I mean, it should have been a Scrooge. I mean, the Sisu can trade here or just eat a Diablo, which is fine. And then next turn, the Flaversham can go after the followers if it needs to. Flaversham's existence might kind of force Melissa into popping her followers to get that card out of the way. But she might be like, hey, take my followers down. That's 2 less cards in your hand. That's what I need the tempo-wise. And maybe she cracks back with removal on the mouse before it draws. It's kind of hard to say. But I'm kind of scared of the Shift Sisu in the future. But without a coil,
it's probably not that much of a threat, and Melissa does take your play. Alexa, go ahead and pop that Turner Ball, grab the card from the deck before Hiram Flaversham can check into it. And this Hiram is just so tough to handle against these Steel strategies. No real clean answer to it. You got the Genie set up, so if you are playing Along Came Zeus, you can clear that. But we will go ahead and break up that shift line and go ahead and clear that Hand of Daring Visitor on this turn, as Hiram is set up to go for another quest.
You might think, why did she sing that there? The shift isn't happening for a whole nother turn. What if she draws a storm? Well, she also realizes that if she just quests, there's a chance Maui comes down, and then she doesn't want to sing with the Genie. So she's going to do it the opposite way around. And this way, if Joey had a second Flaversham, she doesn't then get in a hard spot if she needed to sing twice. Whereas now, if Joey does have the other Flaversham and she does have another song, she can once again sing removal on it and make sure that she's able to quest with her Genie.
Absolutely. And that's a great point. And if this Hiram does become exerted, you do have characters available in the Genie, the Rose, and whatever. If you do a crab or something, you can base boost those to clear this Hiram on your next go around. So you will go ahead and have the Brawl for the Genie, which is an incredible use of Brawl. It's still a little down tempo, but you will be fine with that. You will have enough ink available to also establish this Sapphire Coil. So this position is looking quite great as you're going into another 6 ink turn. Your next turn is a 7 ink turn.
She can't overly extend on this turn because she doesn't have enough ink. I mean, she could go like Pete, 1-drop, right? Then next turn, bounce Pete, repeat to stop the B prep that could be happening next turn. But then already have a coil in play. Sisu's going to be coming down the turn after that, and she doesn't have enough lore to just win off of a single Pete. doing its business.
Right. So we weren't able to clear that Hiram Flaversham. It looked like he's poised to go for another 2. Card is absolutely broken. You've been here before. So what do you think about this no be prepared situation? I know some Ruby Sapphire players have been removing that deck from this strategy. I personally don't agree with it, but you are a DLC champion. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. What do you think about the lack of be prepared in this
It
Ruby
really
strategy?
depends on the meta at the time. As soon as it's the norm to not play B preps, it is no longer correct to not play B preps. You look at Bannable's list, maybe I'm crazy. I'm pretty sure he only ran 1 be prepared. I'm going to double check. It's like I got.
We can check it later. I mean, I don't have to check it right now, but that's.
But I'm pretty sure he had already kind of done that. Oh, you see a crab coming from Joey, just like adding the beats. It's like, you're only going to play 1 threat. I'm going to play 1 answer. You're only at 7. What are you going to do?
Right. And you are currently getting out resourced and outvalued hardcore. And you do have that Vitalosphere in place. So you can engage in no, you can't. You just use your final remaining ink. You're gonna have to pass it back on over again. So you have 2 more popsicles in hand. You can continue to feed in this Hiram as you continue to draw cards as you're sitting with a very, very healthy hand. And the Lizard Kitty is falling behind. You were on the draw. So you probably have some reach in your deck. So you just need to keep chugging along and see if you can probably try to start racing. But when it gets to this point in this game, this Ruby Sapphire strategy just comes alive, and it is just so impossible to deal with.
It's so difficult, and it's so demoralizing when it happens. Here, I'll post in a thing. That's the Sailor's tweet that he shared Hannibal's deck list on. He was only on 1 B prep, 1 Pirate's Life, 0 Shark. Which is interesting. You get to see multiple very high-level players kind of changing their opinions on Shark one week to another. Some thinking it's too weak to Zeus, others thinking you just need to bait beforehand.
And that is just part of it. I mean, you have to be able to craft your deck and make it as comfortable for yourself. All these players are incredible players, and I like to see their interesting deck theories come to fruition, especially Banny Ball. He had a fantastic weekend down there up there, I should say, in WCC out there in Fond du Lac. Shout out to him. He had a back-to-back top 8 experience, and they did a prize split that second day. So he very well could have won that tournament had they continued to play. So fantastic player, getting fantastic results. So it's definitely something to think about as he's in tune with that strategy. As we're going to go ahead and deploy a popsicle.
Yeah, we just saw Melissa take a heads-up play. She's like, I cannot let this mouse continue to draw cards. Take a turn off of questing, send both of her characters in to slow the mouse down, empties her hand, drops two drops, refills with Doc. Not a terrible place to be. It's still obviously like a little bit more lore, but if there's something mean and pesky like a B prep, she at least has 2 cards and goes up to 8. But this Shark, Joey's just like, whatever, the Shark's insane. Vitalosphere it up so it gets to eat something and then be able to return more ramp or other shenanigans. What do you think of this? It seems quite brutal.
I think that was a very, very strong play. And I did notice that Lizard Kitty did put that Pete Games referee down to the inkwell. So that might be something. Maybe she's reading the tea leaves and feeling like, hey, maybe my opponent doesn't have as many be prepared. I can just kind of go wide into this board. But that Maui Half Shark came off the hand, and with that Vitalosphere just took a devastating blow to get a tremendous amount of tempo there too, with that how far I'll go being sang by the big crab.
If you see a Shark come down, you basically have to assume they're playing at least 2, if not a full set of B preps. It's one of the best things you can back with Shark. Sure, occasionally going B prep, and then you don't have a B prep and they baited you into playing them so then they can whelm the board. Okay, I'll get it right back with this Shark. I'm playing 8 B prepareds if I have these Sharks. Like 1 Shark could hit 2 things, getting back 2 B preps. So you could actually get even more than 8 B prepareds in 1 game if able. And you throw a few Pirate's Life in there and they just can't make it over the finish line.
And even like we just said, so with those Sharks, that could also mean you in theory could play less be prepared because you have so much dig, so much search. You get that 1 be prepared, you get into your discard, you get it back with Shark. So now you have 2. So it's just a lot of things to think about. I'm not good enough at math to put it all together, but I'm sure there's some type of Fibonacci sequence of be prepared and Sharks and ratios and Vitalospheres that'll get you the correct thing. And that's for these players to get out there and determine what that is. But I personally like it at 4. I'm also a huge Half Shark stan, and that's just how I like to play. But everyone is going to be a little bit different.
Well, as someone who only owned one half shark, which is foil, and promptly sold it for $65 when it spiked a little, I'm happy with the no shark list because I don't want to have to turn around and rebuy things I've sold. But alas, this is the world of TCGs. You buy high, never sell, and you won't go wrong.
There you go. Just keep on to it. Just keep it going. I got my set. I did make some trades and got a full play set of sharks, and I never got rid of them. I'm never going to look back. As we are going to continue to expand here, you're saying be prepared isn't real. You're just going to get this board as bulky as possible. And you could trade into this position a little bit to get that happy as a clam off, but you're not going to do it. You're going to brick on one dock.
Let's hope for Melissa's sake that one of those cards is a snake or something of the sort. But I'm assuming if one was a snake and the other is inkable, she'd probably ink again. So the next turn she can snake buy back a dock, replay it. It's really what she wants to be doing. Having to get rid of one extra dock there. She only has one left in her deck. It's kind of scary because Joey also knows this, and this is the perfect time for Joey to wipe the board and then be like, all right, if you did, imagine if Melissa drew snake and Joey beat reps this board.
Yeah, that will be rough. So Melissa does make the painful choice of going crash mode into the happy as a clam to clear him from the position. But now you gotta figure out a way to get through this Maui half shark. I would have liked to just hang on to that board a little bit longer, and maybe you can get to a strength or a Zeus there to clear this thing, and you have more characters. But you just didn't want to continue to lose. You're already losing bad in the card advantage game, as this Maui half shark's gonna be able to sing and gain. That's crazy. I hate when shark can sing. That feels so bad.
Singing is so powerful, and then when you see something that has triggers like lore gain off of it, it's just like, oh, you're not gonna make me challenge? I guess I'll just sing. It's like when you see 5-drop Maui sing, that's just so dirty.
Yeah, I honestly, I would love to see that rule change. Like, if you are a reckless character, you should not be allowed to sing. Like, you should be so filled with rage and recklessness, like your vocal cords shouldn't work, and that's so unfair.
To be fair, though, those characters do have songs. They hum a little song as they're being reckless about the place.
Okay. I just think that shit. Hey, this card has reckless. It cannot be. And Sisu, that game's over. All right. And the big Sisu comes down.
The game is almost over. I would agree. It feels over. But the power of Doc is there. She has 5 ink. She could easily ink a card. Did she draw for turn?
I think she did, and we're gonna. Maybe not.
She should still have a card in hand. Okay, she did.
Okay.
All right. So if she had gone ink, play Doc, or play 1-drop, play Doc, draw 2 cards, play a snake, return Doc, pass the turn. She's added 3 characters to the board and still has a Doc for a refill. That's what she has to do. I don't know how many Docs she's
playing, but I don't think she's maxed out on Docs. Just kind of. I don't want to say too much.
She either has 1 or 0 left. She either has 1 or 0 left.
So that is just rough, though, because she did get bricked on a dock earlier in this round. She had to discard one to reveal the effect of the other. And this position is looking rather compromised, but you're telling me there's a chance. If you get this Smee to get a quest off with the White Rose to get all the way up to 15, you can do some Cobra shenanigans. You can Cobra, Goat, etc.
Yeah.
So it's never over.
It's that little bit of reach that makes this, in my mind, one of the leading aggressive decks in the format. It's either this or you have that dog in you and you play the Chernadog. And I know for a fact that Melissa also likes that deck. And she's playing this. Now, that could be that she's had some very good success, so it's leaning towards the brand. But I don't know.
I do know that because I did have a sit down with the Lizard Kitty, as I stated, and I know that one of her favorite Disney IPs or Disney films is The Lady and the Tramp. And when that card came out, I would be so stoked to play my IP, and she's resisting not to do that. So I guess you got to be a competitor first and a gamer second. So it is what it is.
That's Sisu. Not allowing Melissa to get up to 15 by using the coil combo with an ink to shrink it down to hit Sisu, or for Sisu to hit it. And we've just been seeing that all season. This is like, I don't know if in Yu-Gi-Oh! They had like periods of time where a deck dominated, but Magic had a few times, and like they actually had names. There was like Eldrazi Winter and cool things like that. So is this the Sisu Spring? Are we in Sisu Spring right now?
We are set 7 Sisu. We are set 7 Coil Sisu forever is what it seems like. Sisu Eternity. Sisu, endless Sisu summer, and it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I'm fine with it. If it were Rubiam, when Rubiam was a dominant deck, I was fine with that. I'm okay with it, but this just feels so unbearably miserable
the
because
board. Which
it's
one of
just,
these? Which side do you want to be on right now, JDZ?
I would love to be where Automatic is, as he's just in comfortable position. But I'm saying, like, from Lizard Kitty's perspective, you still think you can win. You feel like, hey, if I get the right card, it's like chasing the dragon, and that's what Sisu is. He is a drag, or she is a dragon, so that's like so ironic. But you're like, I think I can do it. I think I can make it, and then boom, every time you put a board out, they just wipe it. You're like, all right, if I could just top deck and you just get it wiped again, and like, oh man, it just feels so bad. And it's so annoying, but it is what it is. As you're going to go ahead and keep it rocking, and then they got Pirate's Life that they can play. It's just an obnoxious strategy, and I'm so over it. But it is what it is.
The amount of games I've gotten to 19 and then been Pirate's Life down to 15, as I'm like, no, where's my draw cards? But it happens. I mean, that's the thing. It's like if you're playing a really aggressive deck, this is what you're signing up for. This is just how every type of game is. I don't know how that thumb just got on the screen.
I think that on Lizard Kitty's side, she must have her impressions on her webcam. So if she puts a thumb up, it'll pop a thumb up. Like if you smile, it like smile. It took me actual months to figure that out. It like tracks your hand, and whenever like they think you watch my thumb up right here because it sees her thumb, it'll just do it sometimes, and it'll just. And sometimes like
Joey's camera's freaking me out right now. I just see this like I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, Joey's dropping down to about 2 frames per second. So it's gonna be like that too, a portion of the time. Maybe he'll get a disconnect here as we're gonna quest heavy all the way up to a Lorthal range, and Lizard Kitty just drawing the top card, seeing what you can see, and it looks like we're gonna go ahead and just play the goat, play the broom, and get out of here for
Melissa's only out here is Joey's camera to break and him not have a replacement and have to have like a concession. I think that's really the only way at this point in this game. Yep. And it goes up to 20. We're going to bust an ad out of the way so it doesn't happen partway through the next game. We're going to get the my brain's not working.
Oh no, okay. Get that ad going.
The one win on Joey's side.
For all the Illumineers out there, hopefully you guys are enjoying the program. This is the ICL, the Illumineers Champions League. It is a place where teams in Lorcana come around and they just want to test their might and test their merit and use this as a ground to be competitive and represent your organization. This is another good way to engage with the community and just express your team. I love that it's kind of turned into this regional war ground, I would suppose. We got teams from the Midwest, teams from the South, teams from the Mid-Atlantic, teams from the Northeast, teams from all over the country so far have participated in the ICL. So if you enjoy this, this season should be full. It should be coming to an end. But if you have a team and you guys want to join the ICL, make sure you reach out to the ICL Discord, get in there, talk to Luke, and maybe we can get you in here and participate. But in the meantime, in between time, just keep tuning in as ICL is going to be back at it again on Wednesday, and then we're going to take a break on Friday.
We are almost done with round 2. Going to start round 3. Friday is an off day. Let us prep up, make the teams all ready for the new schedule that's going to be happening. We're going to be back at it again with round 3 starting on Monday, next Monday. Nice. So a week from today.
I cannot wait. And how many rounds are we going to do before we get to the top? Four rounds.
So the next Wednesday's match is going to be the halfway point for the season. And then there's the top 8. I mean, I guess you could say halfway. It's halfway through the rounds, but we still have the top 8 single elimination.
Let's go. I think it's going to be nice. And I don't think we have a team. I don't think we have a team that's eliminated from the standings just yet. We might have to look at the bracket and see exactly how it shapes out. But it's going to be every match counts, and even if you lost a round or won a round 2-1, it's all going to come into effect in terms of your seeding. So it all matters.
I think right about now, in each division, the bottom 2 teams are probably at a point where they have to maybe sweep once. It's hard to say, because if the bottom teams just all win, then naturally that means the top teams are probably going to lose because someone has to lose. But it's also ratings based. So most likely what's going to happen is we're going to have a really close, tough fight towards the end of the set, fighting for that 4th and 5th position. But it's going to be really close and a nail biter.
Absolutely. I'm here for it, man. It's a lot of fun. This ICL has helped me out tremendously. I love watching these games. I love getting to meet these players, and most importantly, just hanging out with the community, because a lot of people in the community do enjoy the ICL. So it's been a great experience for me, just as a fan of the game and as a fan of these players. I'm so glad that you allowed me to be here with you on the ICL. It's been a great experience for me. So thank you.
Oh, it's been my pleasure. You have done nothing but made this show better. So,
thank you,
I mean,
thank you.
We're here from casters and viewers like you.
Thank you. I like that, Luke. That was good. We worked that in from a public broadcast as we're inking the Fox and bringing in the Diablo to start this thing off on your 1 ink turn, as we'll go ahead and put the Pirate's Life down to the inkwell and see if we can hit a popsicle this time. And you can't. Oh, my goodness. Lizard Kitty loves to see that.
Oh, yeah. Get rid of the Pirate's Life and no popsicle? Like, come on.
That's a great start. Let's see if she's going to drop 2 more 1-cost characters in here. No, you'll put the Nemesis Smee out here in ready to quest mode, as we'll kick it back on over to Automatic and see if you can hit ramp this time. You missed ramp last time.
Needs the Tipo. Doesn't have the Tipo.
Oof.
It's at least ramp.
We are going to sail, so you're going to need Grandma or Bus here. I think on your next turn, you got to go Grandma into a Maui, or a Lizard Kitty might run away with this as we get the hideaway down into the inkwell. No popsicle again.
We haven't seen Melissa play a library yet, but you know Joey's going to be pretty upset if she drops a library on this turn. But my guess is it's probably a Rose. And if I had said it just a few seconds sooner, I'd look so big-brained. Instead, I just look like someone who watches the game at the same time as you.
Oh, man. So we're questing up for 3, though. And if this Smee can go for a full 6-piece Chicken McNugget, man, you might be on your way, as Lizard Kitty is hoping that you don't get this Grandma here and she can continue this pressure movement or a double ramp into a Shark. But you are going to go for the Grandma. Grandma will be able to slow down this board a little bit, but not as much as you would like, as Maui on next turn is probably what Automatic is going to want here.
Yeah, Maui followed up by, say, a ramp and Sisu in the same turn, or Coil, Ink, Sisu to answer something, followed by a Shift or a B prep, depending on whether or not Melissa is going to... I mean, we saw the power of Pete and Bounce in the LCCC today as Bivens stumbled for literally a turn, and in the process of doing that was able to be ran over as Pete, Bounce, Pete seals the deal. Had he been able to find any other ink for that Lawrence, he might have been able to hold off the army for a little bit to be able to deploy his 4 Zeuses stuck in his hand. As Melissa's just like, I'm just gaining that lore. I'm going to try to race. Yeah, it's like, what are you going to do? Eat my Diablo? Maybe.
I would have loved seeing Lizard Kitty pull out a Strength of Raging Fire onto this Grandma here on this turn. Not having it, that would have been such a tempo blow for Automatic, but you didn't have it, and it looks like you're hesitant on singing this How Far I'll Go. You're probably thinking about going to chomp mode. You do have the Maui, so you can clear 2 characters here.
Power play. I think we're taking out Smee with the Maui, because if she was able to quest, bounce, replay, that would be so much lore. She should already be happy. Getting 4 lore out of a Smee is not bad. Not a shabby 2-drop to get 4 lore out of. She got 3 out of the Diablo, I think. And
sometimes in that spot, if she gets that strength off or whatever, and she can go for another piece there, that'll been really, really nice. And if you miss that Maui, so you are hitting all your markers, but Calhoun coming out and a dockening.
No car. Is this a full? Oh no, it's a naked no draw dock. I assume she has another dock in hand, maybe another inkable as well. 3 cards in hand. It says 6, but it's a 3. Yep. So this just shows an understanding that, you use your ink. It's okay. It's not a great creature or character, but it exerts for 1 lore, and that's what we want, right? That's the important thing here, is just trying to gain as much lore as we can. And with the Maui and Grandma, eating things up. It's kind of interesting.
You just need more bodies, and a half shark here wouldn't be worse. Wouldn't be the worst card as you are going to that 6 ink turn. Maybe sometimes I've seen this deck put in the Lady Tremaines, or maybe the Madame Medusa would be pretty strong to get this genie before he can do maximum damage. But you also have to worry about even exerting this grandma here, because the grandma getting smacked by Calhoun is actually quite good, because you're going to gain 2 more Lord, which she would only gain 1 if she exerts naturally. So this is looking pretty good for Lizard Kitty, as Automatic is sitting at a comfortable 0 on the Lord total.
A comfortable 0.
A whole 0. A comfortable 0. It's a cozy, quaint 0. As we're going to send out 3 for the little Sisu, hitting the dock. Can't even hit. Yeah, it pops the dock. And also represents another shift target, so another tremendous threat that Otto is representing, as we will go ahead and hit the brawl on the genie. So fantastic use of ink and a quality turn coming in from Automatic, and we'll be able to trade down onto the Rose, leaving Lizard Kitty.
You really like saying his name. I know you do. Yeah, you just really like that name.
I like that name.
It's
Joey.
solid.
It's a good name. That's a good name, because it's like his name is Joey Otto Viaggio. Automatic. I like that when people mix their own name with a little bit of razzle dazzle. I am always going to be a fan of that. As we are going to bring out the Cobra, kick out the Crab. I think we want to ink, play the Cobra, get a full docketing, and then trade in to the Grandma for a.
So we didn't discard to the Cobra, or did we discard? Did I miss that for half a second?
I don't think she discarded. I don't think she just inked and played the Cobra. Just maybe she did. She was at 14. She might have. No, I can't see it. I can't see. I don't see any cards in this.
She discarded a dock to the Cobra. That is spicy.
Where is the discard at? I don't see the discard.
A dock?
It's off to the side.
Left of her deck.
Gotcha. Okay. So there was a discard there. Very cool. Cool stuff.
That's
cool stuff.
Spicy turn. And see, that's the thing, is everyone's like, oh, dock's so bad when you draw a bunch. But Melissa is like, I know how to use it. I don't care. There's a reason Cobra's in here. It's to discard cards like extra docks, it's like when we played Simba in A Whole New World decks. The same reason.
Oh, but that could be an outside GG here if there was no removal of this board, no Be Prepared being deployed, so we can't get a bounce and a win off here with a quest to the bounce. Does she have it? If does she have it? We're going to go up to 6 ink. Hold up. Are we questing
Maybe
first?
Just has another Cobra. Oh, Pete. That's pretty saucy. Another dock. The 4th dock.
The dockening. We've been docked. And you're really hesitant on sending these characters on the quest. No, we aren't. We're going to do that extra quick. Forget I said anything. As we are going to send 2 in. You have to respect a shift and a coil. I think you have the ink to
has to play coil, then shift. Or coil, ink, shift lets us not lose. It would actually stabilize, possibly. There would be a world that if Joey shifted a Sisu here, that he would be able to win the game if he had a coil and a shift. Mm-hmm. You don't even need the coil, just the Sisu, and then a hope and dream that there's no more goat effects in Melissa's deck.
Maybe we can maybe we can work something in for not lose. Maybe we can say, like, have your story come to an end, or have the credits roll or something.
Oh,
is that's like in never mind.
That's we'll shop there. Going to game 3.
We'll work it in. Look, I'm certain there's something we can do with that. Like maybe his story's coming to an end. Oh, the credits are rolling. No thoughts? Bad? Good?
I think win or lose. I think I like more.
Just win or lose. That's not fun though, man. We gotta like.
Well, all right. How about we come up with a new fresh one each time?
That's too much. I don't think I'm that creative. We gotta have like one little piece of it. Like, oh man, this story's coming to an end. No, something like that. We'll shop
and that's
around,
how the cookie crumbles, JDZ.
That's how the cookie crumbles, but that's not like, it doesn't have like a Disney feel to it. I think it's got to be like something like.
And that's how the fable ends, my friend.
There it is. Okay, we're getting closer. Better, closer, warmer. I like that. As the Lizard Kitty is getting her shuffle on. Got to add the rest of those cards to the deck there, and then work those in as well. We got a game 3 though in round number 1.
Is Joey? He's on the play. Is he going to get this very special caw victory for Freedom Gaming? Caw! It's what they want. The fans want it. Everyone, the cause yearn for victory. Or is Melissa gonna, she gonna scale the mountain? She comes. How's that song go? She comes around the mountain. She comes or something. I swear there's a song about.
And I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills, and a landslide took me down.
Well, that's not what I was thinking of, but I was thinking of a children's sing. She'll be coming around the mountain. Yeah, all right. Katie knew what I was talking about. She's from Nebraska. She's heard the bad folk songs, I guess.
I climbed the mountain and I turned around. No, that's not the one you were going for? All right, we'll work on it. I'm sorry, Luke. It
was literally like a children's rhyme that we had to do in school.
She'll be coming around the mountain when she
comes.
Come on, man. Oh, okay. She'll be riding 6 white horses when she comes. What is that song? What are they on there?
She'll be playing Diablo. Yes, she will. She'll be going with the Smee. She'll have triple dock and she'll see. She'll be coming around the mountain as she comes. She'll be coming around the mountain as she comes. The eagle's coming through the sky, throwing snaky sisus around. She'll be coming around the mountain as she comes.
That's pretty good.
That's all the creativity. It just all drained out of me.
Nailed
instantly
it.
Right there.
Hey, I think it's a 10 out of 10. If you guys aren't following Luke here on Wonder Twitch for the ICL, you're missing out on a extreme opportunity for things like that to happen. Such a fan. I am such a fan. She'll be coming around the Forbidden Mountain. There you go.
Yep. She'll be forbidden around the mountain as she comes. Nope, doesn't flow well. But Joey's has the advantage here of being on the play as long as he has a few ways to get it. Like this last game, he didn't have Tipo. He didn't have a turn 1 popsicle to be able to Flaversham into a bunch of cards. Didn't have an early coil Sisu shenanigans, right? Melissa had an aggressive 1, 2, 3, 4 start. And most of it got a quest at least once. I mean, Sisu or Mr. Smee quested twice. Yeah. And no popsicle again by Joey. And Melissa has one of 1,000 ones.
This Ruby Sapphire deck is great, but if it misses those markers, if it's not popsicling, if it's not ramping on 2, if it's not hitting the Grandma or Hiram on 3, if it's not hitting Maui on 4, the deck sometimes does not pop off the way that it does. It needs to hit those things. We have a Tipo, and Tipo can't check down this Chernobog.
Oh yeah.
I still, man, where's your popsicles at? I guess she only played 4. That's fair.
So this is the skill check turn. Like, depends on what's in Melissa's hand. Does she just quest and say, all right, fine, throw your Tipo into my character, get the stupid thing off the board? Or is she going to say, you know what? I'm just going to turn it in now for an extra card. And she says, no, let's get this Tipo out of here. She wants to quest with her other followers as much as she can. The problem in my mind with this line, sadly, is turn 4, Grammatala or Flaversham prevents the other followers from questing. Now, granted, if she lets all the followers get eaten, then that means the Flaversham's not questing, and Tipo's gone, and it means that the Diablo then gets an extra quest. So this line of play steals cards from her hand, but nets her an extra 1, possibly more lore that she wouldn't have gotten otherwise.
And at the same time, though, we do have this sad Hiram Flaversham that's up on the board with nothing to eat. The man is malnourished and famished, just sitting there looking very silly. I'm not gonna lie. This guy coming out on 4 at a 1/6 with nothing to do seems very miserable, as Lizard is going to continue to quest heavy and elect not to pop again. Love to see it.
Joey have it. Does he have the Maui to say the game is mine? Because it's going to be incredibly difficult for Melissa to come back from this game if the Maui comes down. I mean, it doesn't even necessarily need it, but not only does the Maui then eat the Diablo, but now it's also putting the Pete in check. So, and she's at 3 lore.
And we are going to go ahead and check the Diablo here, taking it down, and we're going to ink, and we're not going to play a card.
I'm a little
That's
surprised by that play, honestly.
You must be giga bricked over there as you're just trying to make something happen. This Hiram living and questing with nothing to eat. The man is literally in survivor mode, just famished and malnourished. Crab here is the extreme punish. Do you have
it seems like she's trying to, or that Joey is trying to prevent a storm from finishing off the Flaversham, or making it that I'm going to eat the Diablo, and if you really want to storm my Flaversham, you're going to have to lose your followers. But a crab here would just be backbreaking. She doesn't have it.
So we get right into the genie, though, which is quite good. We are going up to, I believe you're going to a 6 ink turn, so you do have a few more turns to hang out. If you can get another Pete coming in on your following turn, or excuse me, on your 7 ink turn to potentially break up a Be Prepared, you can be on your way. So we have that genie, we have the Pete, we got the turn box still exerted, not popping. I probably would have
on this
got
turn,
punked out there and popped it there.
I think she's trying to say, if you're going to play items and draw cards, or you're going to sing How Far I'll Go, you're not going to take down my followers. If I pop my followers, you're going to do one of those things. And she's got a lot of cards in hand, and one of them could be a dock, to the point where she's like, I don't need this. I'm fine with dropping my hand down and trying to get the extra lore when I can.
And we will take a little bit of tempo loss and go for a How Far I'll Go here. And maybe you can grab a popsicle at this point in quest and just grab some more cards, ink, and then go for a Sisu. Do you have enough ink? You can't do a coil Sisu play now, but you can. I don't know if Sisu is good at all. You can set it up for a potential shift next turn if you want it. You can put a coil out. No, I don't know. What do you think he's looking for here?
An item. Maybe a brawl, like either an item to start his draw chain or a brawl for this genie. But she's only at 5. She goes up to 9 with the full quest. He could still challenge down the Sisu or the followers if he wants to. If he doesn't hit an item for card draw, the Flaversham might not be good enough. He might have another one in hand even, and he could also just be grabbing a Sisu and being like, I'm going to need this in a turn or two. He has a lot of options, and it really kind of depends on what he has. But at some point, he's going to need to play a B-Prep or a Sisu. And I would assume he's going for some of it. He's going for the Brawl.
And we will clear that genie before it can quest.
The viewers, the emotes, or the viewer, what am I thinking of?
The rewards,
the alerts.
The channel points, yeah.
The channel points do not work during the ICL.
But
eventually, there will be some ICL 1 specifically, but not yet. All right, sorry, go for that.
No. I was just saying, but maybe at some point, Luke can give you some squats because I know people are cashing in a lot of squats and things of that sort.
I can just say what he redeemed. I'm the king, baby.
Very nice. As we will go ahead and bring the Smee in. Smee and Pete together. So there is no Be Prepared coming in next turn. And this Hiram has been just absolutely on the board for so long without anything to eat. It is like a survival situation. He is famished and malnourished, and we will go ahead and have the Medusa.
Oh, the Smee, the poor Smee. Oh, that could be what he grabbed. And like Melissa right here, until that 4/4 was down, she had a good plan of just like, imagine Joey grabbed the B prep and she's just like, all right, Pete, bounce, Pete, bounce, Pete. Finish off with a Cobra, going for a goat's not bad. And if Joey snaps a B prep here, she's not in a great spot, but not a bad spot because he hasn't had card draw. He's down to 1 or 2 cards in hand. There's the popsicle, and the fairy tale ends. The fable is Finn.
Hiram Flaversham finally gets to consume some nutrients and able to do his duty for Queen and Country, as Automatic has to be very pleased to see that. And you still have enough ink to make another dynamic play. Still, even a Maui here could be soul crushing, as you'll be able to clear both of these Petes and leave with just a goat, as you do have the ink available. And there is the half shark.
That is a scary thing right there.
And now the shark is going to be able to stun lock this entire board. I believe that was the second game we saw Pirate's Life go down to the inkwell. No such luck this time for the Lizard Kitty, as she can start to sense the walls are closing in. A goat singing a Zeus here could be the tempo needed to recover back into this game if you can pull that off with another Pete and a board flood, but we would just put out a duplicate goat gaining allure. And then we're going to go ahead and take out the Hiram Flaversham and then trade into the Medusa or Quest here. We will Quest as the Pete is going to hang out there and exert it. Now the half shark can clean up the Pete or probably clean up the goat. Maybe that's why she quested to try to maybe preserve her goat, but she'll more than likely lose both of these characters this turn. Perhaps. Let's see how Automatic breaks this spot down. Lizard Kitty still has a chance, hanging out at 5 ink. Like a robot? Automatic?
He's automatic.
Hey.
I mean, I guess I could have said like a car or like a manual. I don't know. Like,
well, hey,
what's your favorite car brand? I mean,
we gotta use these ICL with these rare opportunities that we get to be in the booth together. We gotta shop this stuff around here at the ICL. Just keep shooting, man. They all can't be
take a shot.
Take them. Just keep shooting. Automatic like a robot. I can see that. That's not bad.
So
I mean, it's not a 10, but it's pretty decent.
If Joey if Joey is a pirate, like I think it's over.
Yeah, it's cool.
But
if Medusa sings, and Shark Quest or Shark Challenge gets it back, and then you hard cast,
he would have already done it though, right?
Yeah, for sure. You're taking that line, I think.
But if not, the goats might like. So we're at basically 12. The shark takes out a goat, and then the Pete trades with Medusa. We still have a goat. We could quest
and you could storm still.
So we're at
that
14-ish, 15-ish. I think so. We'd go to 12 from one. We'd go to 12 from one goat. Quest, bounce, replay. We gain 4. Go to 15 with a goat and snake in play.
Oh, never mind.
And then the card. What is it?
It's a
oh no!
Not like this.
No!
Not like this. And we will go ahead.
Joey, why are you playing with our emotions?
Oh man, and you could sing it again if you felt so inclined. And it looks like
Johnny Depp is in the building.
Oh, and that's a broken combination. I cannot stand it, but I still love the story that Pirate's Life was bulk, but now it's from bulk to top. That should be a YouTube video. Somebody make that happen. Cards that went from bulk to the best card in the game, as Pirate's Life just hit a huge lore swing, and Lizard Kitty just took a shot to the floating liver on that one. You hate to see it, as that is a stun.
It's so disheartening.
Stun, for sure. How do you recover?
I want her to be like, sing storm, take out your pesky shark, like,
or fire the
sing
cannons.
storm with both.
And we did mention that in the preamble of this match. We were saying like how Fire the Cannons is kind of a card that I think is still quite playable in this Amethyst Steel strategy. How good would a double cannon be right here? It can clear both of these cards.
I don't know. I'd rather sing Double Storm, but maybe she has a lot of cards like Cannon, Dock, Refill, Quest, Snake Back Goat. Not bad.
You're cooking.
But rarely do you want to see cannons against Ruby Sapphire.
Especially at this late in the game.
I say that, but when I was playing 16, 21 drop Steel Amethyst with Doc, I would keep a cannon and mull for a cannon against Ruby Sapphire because the Tipo is that devastating to your tempo. And is Sisu. You will have a target, and if you don't, you're probably winning hard enough that you can be down a card. And just discard it to Cobra.
And when it's bad, you can just discard it. Exactly. You have the Cobra, you have the Docks. You can figure out a way to deploy that cannon because when they are challenging, because they will have to challenge. The Maui has a challenge, and all your guys are chunky three strength characters, and you can just finish them off with the cannon. It's not the end of the world. It's still getting kind of a 2-for-1 situation, but it's not that bad, as we are going to go ahead and how far I'll go here. And you get another lore with this half shark. Ooh,
having characters that can quest and not being able to quest with them
feels bad, man. I think you're still not out of the woods. I know this Amethyst Steel strategy has been reducing the amount of Zeus, but I just love me some Zeus, and having that goat sitting there, not being able to harmonize a long game Zeus in this spot to clear that shark has to feel bad. I'm not sure if Melissa, the Lizard Kitty, is on that uninkable steel removal song along came Zeus, but it would have been nice to have one there, or even a string. Give me something, an action.
Just let me play the game.
Checking out the chat, we're saying, Katie, shout out to Katie, saying we could all use a pocket go-go. Needs a pocket go-go. We can all use a pocket go-go. As Sailor says, give me the pocket go-go. Just slide it on the table.
The pocket go-go. Give me the amethyst go-go. I'm pretty sure they do not need a go-go. Amethyst does not need a go-go.
No,
the crab deck, no.
Put the queen out there. They got a queen. That's kind of like a go-go. A queen would actually be kind of cash money here if you could have it survive. Never mind. They'll probably get hyper coiled right on up out of this match. But slam a queen.
Answered.
It would be quite devastating if you had it. So we are going to Lizard Kitty's camera just kind of jumped out of focus. That mat is really cool though. Shout out to that mat. I do enjoy what I'm seeing here with the Maleficent Dragon, Peter Pan, Donald Duck, etc. The Tramp and all the characters over there. Nice cast of characters. While on the automatic side, we got a Freedom Gaming apparel. As we're kind of just trying to close this game out from a very comfortable position. It looks like we're grabbing some ink to pay. Can't even exert. When that Pirate's Light hits a discard, you can't even risk it. It is just so obnoxious.
I agree. It's brutal. Who's ready to watch the Goofy movie documentary? Me.
I'm ready. When is it coming out? What platform? I need more information. I haven't heard about that.
I didn't actually know it was a thing. I just see it in chat. Another goat? There's a chance? Maybe?
You're telling me there's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance.
She needs to get this pesky thing off the board.
Where are your removal? I mean, you're playing steel, so you got to have... What's the point of playing steel if you're not going to play the steel removal cards? You got to have some in there, right? Yep.
I mean, there's got to be a few outs. There is some actions in her deck that deal damage to characters. We will say that much at least...
Oof.
The amount, that's not what you want to see. I thought that was a Pirate's Life for half a second, and I was just like, no way.
We did ink a shark to play another shark, and that is just a raw flex there, as you could have just kept those sharks up. And we're going to say, you know what? Let's go ahead and start questing. Let's go ahead and start questing going up to 14. Pirate's Life off the top will end this game if you can't clear this Maui half shark right now. As we're staring down this board and Lizard Kitties continue to expand. As we're going to go Pete here, and you're chilling, and no, there's no Pete. There is a crustacean on the board, base boosting probably one of these challenging characters, and you can trade into the Medusa, but the sharks are evasive, so you're kind of just stuck here in the mud again. But is that 6, 7? I mean, that's 7, and then do a little goat bounce. I mean, you're telling me there's a chance.
It feels like it, but it's a low one. She needs 2 turns. That's the problem. So she has to trade with this Medusa, and Joey's hand has to be coil, top deck coil.
Oh, but she is questing
or another
with the goats.
Shark with no
questing with the
just
goats
needs to be no actions.
I think questing with the goats is not. That's a game losing maneuver there. Unless you
lose the game on the spot, right?
Yeah,
maybe I'm crazy.
I think that's a game losing maneuver unless you have some type of card that I don't fully know exists, because that shark can get back the Pirate's Life and you will lose immediately. It is like
not
that sometimes.
Not immediately, because the shark does get banned. Well,
no, it won't.
So she can use the other shark.
Ready shark.
Play Pirate's Life and just go to 18.
Over.
Because she's at 14. He has to gain 6.
6, because it's 2 for the Pirate's Life and 1 for each shark, right?
Yeah, so that's 4.
Oh, that's right. I'm dumb. I can't do basic mathematics. You have to quest. Okay, so we're good. We're chilling. Okay, yeah, we are chilling.
If he chains 2 more small actions, he wins.
Okay, but it is what it is. I mean, you gotta send it. So I do like to play. I thought that was. Oh, that's right. The Medusa was the missing link. I thought...
she can just send the first one into a goat, get back Pirate's Life, hard cast it, and then send the other one into like a Visions, play it, be able to, and then Visions into another 1-cost action and win the game. A 1 or 2-cost action. But that's a gamble. You have to hit it off the top. But that also would leave Melissa at 13 and get rid of both goats. And then she has 4 in play, 1 card in hand, maybe 2 or none. And that puts her... I see the dice with a 1. It's next to 2 cards. I think she has no cards in hand, and I think she'd be drawing dead at that point.
So we will go ahead and take your play. We're going for the visions here, not electing to go for the Pirate's Life. Maybe you're thinking you can
do that
go
last.
do it backwards. And yeah, we'll go for the Vision of the Future. Gain 2, go up to 16.
This is probably better sequencing than what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Because it allows you to know whether or not you go for it necessarily. You could grab a different card. You could just grab a couple cantrips and maybe somehow do something else. But most likely the game is over this turn or the next.
For sure, losing that goat was rough. Unless you say there are no cards in hand. So we're a top deck. Unless we go top deck dock into a Cobra, is that an out?
That's 1 short.
Dang, I can't do.
She goes to 15, but we're assuming Pirate's Life is played, which drops back to 13, and then we quest for 4 to 17, and Doc Cobra would put us at 19. No. But if the Pirate's Life doesn't get played this turn,
it's got to get played.
Just a trade, then there's a world of outs, like a world of outs,
a whole plethora, if you will. Dang. So we're chilling here, and we don't know what action was grabbed from the hand. We didn't snap it to the board, so it might not be any. Even if you
the Pirate's Life, the Pirate's Life would give you 4, but to get the Pirate's Life back now, you have to challenge with the shark, which would be banished, so it would not be in play. So the Pirate's Life would only give you 3.
Yeah. So excuse me. So no, Pirate's Life. If he has the 2, the shark is gone. Yeah, this is tough. What did he get? What did he get back? I wonder.
He got back to what did he?
No,
grab
I'm talking
from
about what did he grab? What did he grab off the? What did he grab off the vision there? This is
a hardcast APL, definitely.
And we'll go ahead and get back the vision again. We're gambling. We're gambling indeed, Mr. Luke. I think we're going to go ahead and pay 2. We'll pay this thing, go up to 17. We're digging for another Pirate's Life. Can you afford it? I think you have the ink. Need to ink that discern. I don't think so.
How many Pirate's Life do we have in the deck?
I can't check, but I want to be pleasantly surprised. I'll let
3...
you spoiler alert this thing.
I spoiled it as soon as you're like, I don't want you to spoil. I'm like, So there's 2 more in the deck, and it looks like Otto's going for it. This might be what loses Joey the game if he doesn't have more removal.
Ink the Vitality.
Just have the Pirate's Life? Medusa the Smee. All right, that's why we were able to gamble for the Pirate's Life. We had a thing to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Joey's just playing with our emotions.
But that does give you a little bit more time to set up and maybe give you a chance. Like if you can get to a Calhoun, that's not going to do it. You really needed a Storm or a Strength or some type of steel remover, a Zeus. I'll take anything. Give me something that can clear this Maui who's been hanging out with like so much, but not this one, but the other one had more damage. This guy is just kind of posted up. And it looks like Joey still has a ton of cards in hand as well, as the Lizard Kid is just going to be forced to pass. And this game might be coming to a screeching halt. We quest up to 19 and then play another action. And the shark does what sharks do. Maybe you don't have it. Maybe you don't have it. You're telling me there's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. I don't know. You could quest and be prepared here too. That's a viable
What are you
thing.
doing? It's so tense.
You're telling me there's a chance. As
If
we
you quest
shuffle,
prep, you still
no chance
gain
for BM.
the lore?
No chance.
Question
No
mark?
chance
like
for
it
BM.
goes into the bag, then the character goes away. I'm pretty sure the B prep gains you a lore. I could be wrong.
It will. It does. So we will go ahead and quest 2. Go 19. Pass. Go. Oh, he had it all along. So he had to think about it there, maybe, and figure it out if that will gain the lore, and it in fact does. And we will go ahead and get the dub there as Quest. Be prepared. We found the line.
You can't hear the song playing right now, but closing time's playing right now, so it's
closing time.
It's like really good timing on that there.
All right,
JDZ,
we're gonna do this.
Muted.
Luke.
You are now muted, and you're gonna have to chit chat in Discord. So welcome to Discord.
I'm in Discord and we're unmuted. I believe we're all unmuted and everybody can hear everyone. And we have just concluded round number 1 on ICL on a Monday. And Automatic Joey from Freedom Gaming gets the dub in round number 1. You did lock in and engage with the Lizard Kitty and you came out unscathed. That's a rare feat in itself. But I love to hear from you guys when you come in with these decks. I know we have our limitations and restrictions, but can you just talk about why you are playing Ruby Sapphire Barf and what is it about this strategy that drives you to it?
So Ruby Sapphire has been near and dear to my heart since set 2. I've been playing it since then, good and bad in all the metas that we've seen. I've just always played the deck, and I really like the play patterns. I used to play Control and Magic. Just a big fan of casting spells, ramping, trying to get as much mana out as possible, just controlling the board, especially into matchups like this where it's like intricate, where you have to balance ramping and board control, because Lizard Kitty's deck is very quick, as you saw in game 2, where if you don't have the right answers, you get run over pretty quickly. But yeah, and I'm the resident red-blue player on our team, so few of us play it, but I'm always the de facto player for it.
Okay. We saw you come out of the gate kind of slow. We saw the Hiram come down with nothing to draw, nothing to eat, nothing to do. We saw you kind of miss ramp a little bit, and we missed Popsicle, and you still kind of fought through it, because you talk about how that felt sitting there with that Hiram with nothing to do for so long.
Well, it's funny, we were joking halfway through where I just always had 6 cards in my hand in game 1 and game 2. And I just constantly was drawing cards, and then this game I was down to like 2 for the majority of the entire match. And it felt terrible. But Hiram was able to take out, I think, 2 characters, which was clutch. I feel like he barely drew any cards whatsoever. But and then Medusa was able to stick on the board for a couple extra turns that I thought Lizard Kitty was going to take her out, and she was able to sing a few cards. And then lastly, the 2 Visions of the Future that I casted at the end of the game saw 0 actions, which I was just like... It's just the worst feeling in the world, and I feel like
not this way. And
I'm like,
you know,
I feel like I'm picking the wrong cards.
You think it's a bad feeling for you, and Melissa's over there just going, "Do I actually have a chance here? He's not killing me, or he's not winning the game." Yeah, it's just like, please, can I have it? Like, may I? Melissa, you started off pretty well on a few of those games. You had the one drop. You were leaving your followers in play to try to maximize as much lore as you can get, but you missed a couple of very key turns that if you had the storm or the strength of Raging Fire, which, so now I can tell chat that was your only removal, was the 4 strengths.
Oh,
like there was a turn you could have hit it on it.
Zeus so hard.
For it. And I also had 2 Elsas in there, so I was like, if I find an Elsa, like it can probably clap back, because the sharks were hitting goats, and I couldn't find. I found a bunch of 1s early, which was good, but then all the docks were in game 1 and 2, and we kept shuffling, and then they just didn't appear.
Your docks clustered really hard. I think you drew triple dock like twice. Like you had to discard a dock.
Oh, yeah, so game
like,
1,
at a time.
They like didn't even start in my hand either. They just like appeared a few cards apart. Like I didn't even just like get a mulligan that had them.
Absolutely. But that is tough. Lizard Kitty, we did have a chance to sit down. I'm still working on that interview. It should be coming out on YouTube sometime this week. And I got to say, it was nice to meet you and hear your ideas about purples or amethyst steel. We noticed you are only playing those 4 strengths. Can you just talk about that choice, and do you regret that? Maybe going back to Fire the Cannons, Storm Ray John, or maybe some Along Came Zeus for this meta, or is that something that you've tried and it just hasn't worked out for you?
Oh, it's tough, because the idea with the version of Amethyst Steel that I'm playing is like Joey was saying, we want to try and get under the decks and be able to like deploy threats and quests. So if you add in more removal, you either have to spend your turn casting the removal and not deploying a threat, or having a character on the board that can sing it, but then you're not gaining lore. So you kind of have to find that balance of like what works.
The delicate dance.
Yeah, the Zeuses get a little bit clunky in my opinion because of the 4 uninkable slot. You don't really want Genie to be singing strength or Zeus, really, if he sticks. He's not really great in this matchup either, but if he appears and you don't have a Cobra to discard or a Dock to kind of refill your hand and just discard, you kind of have to play it sometimes.
Okay.
Joey was always able to find his answers, whether it was Coil with the human Sisu or just Brawl It.
For sure. There was just so many times where you had those sharks and those Medusas just sitting there with just so much. Like you say, you couldn't get to the Elsa. You did have the outs, but you just couldn't get to them. So taking nothing away from you, we thought you played very well, but you just didn't have enough to overthrow the automatic Luke. I'm sure you're an Amethyst Steel enjoyer. What'd you think about the deck? What'd you think about Lizard Kitty's performance here in the round one of the ICL on a Monday?
She seemed to do everything that I would have do. I think the only time that I was like, maybe I wouldn't do this was the questing with the goats, but she didn't lose on the next turn. I think she was playing to what her only outs could have been. She saw it, she went for it, and I just didn't necessarily see that out until after she graced us with that play pattern. But unfortunately for her, her next turn, she just didn't hit a strength plus something to, like, if she had hit a strength on that last turn, take out the shark, all of a sudden, like, Joey doesn't have Lorthel anymore, and she might be able to sneak the last 4 or 5 lures she needed, but her deck, in my opinion, really failed her. It clumped up all the docks in one way that when she played, she had to play a naked dock, and then she had to play, I hope that's a terminology that's allowed, I guess. I don't know. She had to play a dock without using its ability, whatever shorthand you want to use for that. Just a 2-cost 1/3. It's not fantastic. Then the next turn she plays a Cobra, discards another dock, and then plays a dock. So she had 3 docks in her hand at one point. That is not how the card goes. But
I drew that third dock return, and I was just like, you gotta be kidding me.
At least you have the Cobra, but still, it's so frustrating.
That's how I felt. There was one thing I should have done in the third game. I should have taken out that Medusa the turn before, instead of questing for 2. Because it enabled Joey to basically sing Pirate's Life twice in the one turn, because he hardcast, challenged, brought it back, and Medusa's a 6, so she could just sing it. In my head, I was like, oh, he inked one. I don't know how many he's running. So I was caught up on that. I should have known, because you had multiple sharks, that you probably had multiple Pirate's Lives and just prevented that, because I think that was another 3 lore swing and kept it in the bin.
Heads up.
My issue was that because I put you on Zeus's, I had the shark after I double ramped, but I didn't decide to deploy it because I was scared that it was just going to instantly get removed, and then it just sat in my hand the rest of the game. And
that's fair.
Yeah.
I think that's a part of it. I think you guys both had a little gamesmanship, just trying to play to the best of your ability, given the limited information you had. I'm sure if you ran it back again, you'd probably play a little bit different. And that's the beauty of this game. But I had a credible time watching it. I'm sure you guys had a credible time playing it. And I just want to thank you both for your participation again. And Joey, Automatic, congratulations for leading your team off to a first round victory here on ICL on a Monday. But I think we're going to get ready for the next round. But I'm sure you guys have some shout outs. We'll start with you, Joey, if you want to just say some kind words of encouragement to your squad, and maybe give some shout outs to the ICL world here.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having us on here. It's a real pleasure to be part of the ICL for Freedom Gaming. I hope that we continue our clean sweep that we've kept in the ICL, being undefeated. Pleasure playing you, Kitty. It's the first time we've played. I know our teams have gone back and forth, but it's always a friendly rivalry between us two. And hope good luck to my 2 others, Sisu and Sploosh. Hope we take home the W. And check us out on our podcast on Freedom Gaming TCG on YouTube that we post weekly. So, yeah.
Let's go. And we're going to bounce past it over to the Forbidden Mountain's finest, Lizard Kitty. Any special words of encouragement to your squad or any shout outs that you want to give?
To ICL for having us on. It's always fun to be on here with you guys casting and friendly competition. I know us and Freedom go back and forth a lot, like Sploosh and I paired at SSG, the 5K in top 8. So we have all sorts of unofficial rivalries all the time. So it's always good to play with them. Shout out to TFM. And also really excited to be at Southside Gaming this weekend. I know Freedom's going to be there. Obviously, the Southside crew is going to be there. So if you're in the Florida area, definitely check them out as well. always a good time.
Nice,
yeah,
nice,
if
nice.
TFM wants to link their social stuff in chat as well as the Freedom Gaming Boys, put those. Go ahead and link those so everyone can see your stuff. Thank you so much for coming in and giving us a great show.
With the SSG, it is a 15 case charity event this Saturday. You can check us out on the Southside Gaming Twitch, and they're doing Peter Raimundo, the Stitch artist, will be there signing cards and giving out promos to most participants. And then SSG is putting the charity funds to their 30% to whoever they want. The winner of the tournament will choose 30% of the funds to go to a charity of their choice. And then Peter Raimundo has a charity of his choice as well.
Very cool.
Well, you heard it here. If you're in the area and you can make it, go check that out. Tell them the ICL says hi. We're big fans of Southside Gaming. We're all basically super jelly that we don't live close enough to go to these events constantly. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the FOMO.
Yeah, we are very blessed.
Absolutely,
Right, well,
absolutely.
Thank you. You two have a great night. I'm swapping over from Discord to the mainstream, so JDZ is going to have to unmute in VDO. And we're about to pop over to
I've lost
Katie
Luke,
and
but I think I'm still here.
First,
I can't hear.
Before we hop over to Katie and Lofi, JDZ, why don't you give some shout outs and tell everyone how much you love them?
Yo, I love everyone. You know this, Luke, and I love you the most. And we rarely get a chance to hop into the dojo together. And I had such a good time being here with you because it's always so easy because I know Luke is going to have some immense knowledge, and I always learn something when I'm able to share this time with you. So thank you again for letting me be a part of the ICL, and thank all of you for being here. ICL on a Monday. I'm JDZ Quest. I am on Twitch almost every single day, and I'm also on YouTube. So if you can be so kind, throw me a follow and maybe a subscription on YouTube or on Twitch, whatever you want to do. But first, make sure you follow Luke here on Twitch and the ICCCCCCCL. It's been great. So we got some other great broadcasters coming your guys' way, and it's going to be another date of fantastic, iconic Lorcana matches. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Keep it locked. Seat backs are up. Tray tables are stowed, and we're taking this thing off to the stratosphere. Until next time.
Boom.
Well, hello everyone. Now you can have your cell phones on. I don't even know if it really matters for the plane, but hello, I'm back, and with me is Loaf, and we are about to see if we can turn the tables a little bit. So we're already wrong. We're like, Lizard Kitty's gonna get it. But the good news, Loaf, I don't know if you know this, but round two we have Ben coming, and Ben's gonna be like, "What did you say to my wife?" And do you think the tables are gonna turn a little bit?
I do think the tables will turn a little bit, but I did pick FG here. I'm excited to get my fantasy results right. But yeah, it's similar to Daisy Duck. You see Daisy on 1, you're going to have to deal with Donald on 3, and I think that's what we're going to see here.
Exactly. Ben's going to give him a why-I-yada. That's what I'm assuming. That's what I'm assuming is coming. So the matchup, it's a little bit different. Is it, sometimes we get it where we're like, let's do it again. Someone's in the chat is saying mic problems. You gotta be more specific because you're gonna freak me out if you don't tell me whose mic is doing what problem. Whatever. I'll ignore that for now. But yeah, whose mic? You guys are being very ambiguous. We're playing 20 questions here. His mic. All right, it's you apparently. I'm so sorry. Okay. All right. So, Love, let's go ahead. We're going into round 2. Do you think the revenge arc? I know you already kind of said, I feel like he has to defend his honor, but looking at these deck lists, is there a deck list that you're kind of more excited to see play?
I am a little tired of Ruby Sapphire. I think Wonderland talked about Sisu Spring, and I'm ready for winter again. I'm ready for summer. I'm ready for the fall of Sisu, if you will.
It's been just 3 weeks. That's the thing, unfortunately. This meta has been 3 weeks. We feel like it's been 100 years, but unfortunately, it's just been 3 weekends of watching people go, possibly, I'm getting Booth. He's saying, hold on one second.
Holding. of Big Sisu, there's nothing that's going to get Prince John off the board if he stays ready.
Yeah, and I also kind of like, I mean, we saw that morph be like, I'm here. And sometimes, I mean, we know that there's not a ton of early game answers. There's, you know, Sisu Daring Visitor, but she needs a coil to be really good. We have brawls, but John kind of said, go ahead, brawl me. What are the chances you have 2? And the answer is they didn't. So the Ursula, and even if he did, he was really desperate to draw cards. So it's interesting because you have removal, but that spot removal in the beginning is pretty precious. But Maui says you're not going to get to sing again, which, you know, that's okay. I'd feel the same way after she did what she did last turn.
Yeah, Maui being a demigod, able to go under the sea and get to Ursula there. But this Emerald Steel deck really is resilient. So we'll have to see if Ben runs out of removal first or if Sisu runs out of characters first.
Yes. We're going to see here because this is precarious because John, once again, he stands and he goes, I am not meant to be here by myself. I need at least one other homie. I am not meant to do any labor. And he's looking at that Maui. He's like, he's scary. And yeah, this is where it gets very hard. It's kind of, you have to claw your way back from this position, but this is a great way to do it because it's Lucifer. This card is bad in most ways, but great in one way. And that is discard. You get to pick 2 cards or 1 action, I think. Did I get that right?
That is correct. 2 cards or a single action of the opponent's choice. Yeah, seeing the Ursula go into the discard or inkwell there. Ursula allowing you to pick a song out of the opponent's hand. Sisu opting to just say, you know what? I'm not going to worry about picking. You pick. Here's Lucifer, the cunning cat.
Yeah, and after that, super not impressive. He's a 2/2 that quests for 2, and that's really that. Questing for 2 is nice, but notably, John has 0 lore right now, and he's pretty afraid to do anything with lore because he does have a Maui who really loves running full speed into little guys.
Yeah, and I believe we see the Great Stone Dragon being played off there to the right. This will be another way for Ben to generate a different kind of advantage onto the board.
And we do see the coil, which the coil is really one of the most potent and toxic. It's toxic. It's a toxic card. It makes it where basically your brawls, your Sisu Daring Visitors, your Sisu Empowered Sibling, all of them become annoying, way more annoying than they've ever been before, especially in a deck that loves to ink. Now, you do need cards to ink. That's one thing that's tricky is trying to see how many cards he has in hand. I think it's 2. I think that's what's over there.
Yeah, it looks like the 2 cards below the Great Stone Dragon are the hand there.
Okay.
And yeah, that's a great point because Sapphire Coil, it is great. It is toxic, but it does take cards going into the inkwell to activate. And if Sisu is able to keep up this game plan that he's been having where he's having Ben discard cards and drawing cards off Prince John, there won't be anything to ink.
Yeah, and it is kind of a double-edged sword because every time you banish a character that is a character that could potentially, in this case, we see, I think that was Hiram that went to the inkwell.
Yeah, Hiram went to the hand, went to the discard, yeah.
But eventually he will be ink. So it's kind of tricky. I think the Great Stone Dragon, Tamaz, every time someone brings it up, he's like, yes, I knew it was good. Because it is a backup plan for ink. But once again, we see a sudden chill and it's a second coil. So right now we have a Maui that is annoying, but can't do anything too powerful by himself. He's probably going to run into a cat very soon.
Okay.
He's not. Wow. So yeah, we saw John say, "Hey, give me 1 turn. I'm gonna make his deck look silly," and that's what he did a little bit. So now Ben has to rebuild a bit.
Yeah. So we do see Sisu really chain together a few actions and characters there to get a wide board presence. And yeah, just to point out what you were talking about earlier, we do have a soft combo here on the board of Ben. Great Stone Dragon, able to put a character from the discard into the inkwell each turn. Sapphire Coil, benefiting from that inkwell activation. And we'll have to see if Ben can make it count. Looks like we've got 7 ink in play. Besides the exerted one, we could see an ink and a big Sisu.
Yeah, and that would be annoying. But
so close.
Yeah, we see something that's not super helpful in this scenario. Could be beneficial later. So that Cusco or Bluesco, as the cool kids call him,
okay.
He can destroy items. He can destroy locations, or he can just be a 3/5 for 6 that quests for 2. So, we don't get to win them all in life.
I think he just wanted to develop a character here that can rival Prince John in his lack of hard work. Kuzco, at this point in his life, not really knowing what it's like.
Yeah, it's scary out there by himself. So we do see another Ursula. Will she get to live a full turn? That's one of the hardest things about this Ursula. I think she could be. She's good. Waiting for her to be great because she you have to wait that full turn, and it's so stressful because she's a 2/3. She's playing against a deck that just eats 2/3s for breakfast. We see him go, you know what? Why not? What are the odds? What are the odds I'm going to see a Be Prepared or a Sisu be played? And I would think if it's me, 100%. But John's built different. He's named Sisu, not playing Sisu. He maybe had like the heart of the Sisu. We're going to find out here.
Yeah, so we are at a point where Ben has 0 cards in his hand, just playing off the top. And at this point, that's when Sisu is like, you know what, Prince John, you're going to get to work. You're going to start questing. And Ruby Sapphire, of all the decks out there, is the deck that can play off the top and potentially bring this back. Diablo going to exert next turn and give Sisu a bit more card advantage, though, kind of further the gap on the current board.
I will say it is truly haunting to cast a match where one person's named Sisu, not playing Sisu. The other person, we want them to play Sisu, but they don't have a Sisu and they're not named Sisu. Either way, we see a Lady Germain. He gets to pick and he goes, I'll give it to Pete. Whatever. I don't care. Yeah. I'll give it to Pete right now. It's fine. I mean, Pete's a 3/3, which he's the only guy that could do some damage, but the other 2 cards, one sings twice, the other is quest, and Diablo's perfect the way he is. So I agree with this choice, even though it does sting.
Maleficent's a lucky gal. Stormray John going to be sung twice here by Sisu, getting a couple cards and getting rid of something. Looks like the Tremaine being the choice. Yeah.
So, and then we get to draw 2 cards, which every card in John's hand makes him feel a little bit better. But we are, I need to learn this quote better, but we have the, in the Princess Bride, you never go in a gambling bet against a Sicilian. You never want to go in a top deck mode against or Ruby, because Ruby is going to be like, oh, I actually got 100 Be Prepared. I don't know how that happened. So John's looking really good right now, but that can really shift in just one turn. So I'm scared. Ooh. A big tink in this economy. We're seeing a big tink. You love to see it. I love to see it because she's beautiful and she's been gone. And now look at this. He wins the match off a play big tink alone, but she does come down and is at least something that's a little bit more of a problem. You'd have to double coil her.
All right, Hiram's gonna give us a look at a couple more cards. Big tink, not as big of a threat as she usually is in this matchup, but definitely style points.
Yes, style points out the gate.
And I think Sisu's in a great position because realistically, Ben only has a couple of turns before Sisu just has way too many cards in hand to be able to make a realistic comeback.
I'm scared. I get excited because I'm like, oh, look at how good things are right now. But I just know any moment. He just drew 2 cards, and they're probably the best 2 cards. But they also might be crabs, and that's the thing. They might be crabs, and that would be not as good because, when you have that spaghetti strategy and you're like, you know what, I could have every win condition, then suddenly you get something like a crab, and I don't know. The crab synergy is always there because you get those popsicles back and you play them 4,000 times. So there's lots of outs, unfortunately, or fortunately. I don't know. It's stressful to be on the other side of this.
Yeah. We could see some of the smaller answers come out in the interim terms. Sisu Daring Visitor paired with that coil could take something out, maybe a brawl here or there. We'll just have to see if Ben can string it together.
Okay, someone in the chat said, what's a spaghetti strategy? So there's a term, throwing spaghetti at the wall. And whenever I see a deck that's like, I'm going to put one of this, one of that, I'm like, it's a little bit of throwing spaghetti. So it's not a spaghetti deck. Spaghetti deck would be if you made a deck based around spaghetti dinner. And honestly, please get that in the ICL. Please. But that's a different thing. So I'm saying it's when I always feel like it's when someone's building the deck and they're like, I don't know, I'm just going to do a little bit of all of it. We'll see what works. And here we see, we're seeing the Ursula go to the Cusco.
Yeah. Yeah, showing a respect there to the Ursula and the possibilities that she could sing, especially with the amount of cards that Sisu just drew off the opposing Hirams paired with the Diablo triggers. I think it's only going to be a couple of turns before we see Sisu really just run away with this one. Ursula making sure the coast is clear.
Okay, so coast is like medium, not clear. Because yeah, so coast is looking scary, man. So we gotta get in the cove. We gotta get in the cove fast, guys. So if you got cove them, if you gotta, we have flam if you have them, cove them if you gotta. We gotta hide, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Okay. I think you're right.
He heard me. He said, "Everyone, get in the cove right now."
Yeah, Ursula went and checked on the coast. The coast was not clear.
Yeah.
Back in the cove, everybody.
Yeah, she said. She said, "I looked outside. There's 100% chance of getting board wiped." So, we do see Tinkerbell do what Tinkerbell does and go lean into that Cusco, and he's making sure that he gets as least value as possible on the other side of the board. Doing a Strength of Raging Fire for 4, Giant Tink dealing 2 after that challenge into Cusco. So we just have one Hiram standing there, and we see no items in hand, but there's a certain crab that could help Hiram out here.
Yeah. And Sisu here just really making it very unlikely that Ben can answer this cove with characters. With the exception of a Maui off the top, there's nothing that's going to come in and take out this cove unless we see something like a Vitalosphere as well.
Yeah, and this brings up a point that has come up in my brain so many times this weekend. So I've casted 3 tournaments, I don't know, life is hard. 2 tournaments, 3 tournaments in a row, and the thing that has come up is, do we need Be Prepared? And at moments like this, I'm like, yeah, look, because what would be great right now? Be Prepared. So yes, you have Giant Sisu, but Giant Sisu is not her name. I always get her confused with the other one. There's Empowered Sibling and Empowered, it's whatever. So the big Sisu, the Empowered Sibling, is great. The coil's great, but if you have Ward, if you've got this going on, suddenly I just want to hit the Be Prepared button so bad. But a lot of decks are running 1 or 0. So that's going to be a big conversation after is, what do you feel? Because I always feel like there's before where you're like, who needs Be Prepared? And then after you're like, God, I wish I had Be Prepared right now.
Yeah, I think Luke said it well in match 1, where as soon as people expect there to be 0 Be Prepareds, you need to start bringing your Be Prepareds again. And it is a more vulnerable board wipe option. It is able to be taken by that 2-drop Ursula we see on Sisu's board. It is able to be stopped by Pete. It doesn't necessarily synergize with the coil, but to your point, it's a one-stop shop for get that stuff out of here.
All right, so we see a little daring visitor come in, and luckily, at least the card draw engine can get turned down because we still have the coil. It's kind of did the mouse just eat the coil? Did the mouse eat the coil?
I believe we got a trigger and then ate the coil after we got rid of.
He does that.
Diablo. Yeah.
The mouse craves metal, and he goes ahead, and now we see that Tamatoa come down, able to get an item back, and it's not over till it's over with this deck. We know, we've seen it in the last round. There's this hanging thread of a pirate's life. There's a fact that, you can hide in the cove, but still the coil still works. It's just harder. Right. And we know that next turn there is a Sisu 100% in hand that is ready to do something to one of those targets.
Yeah, and Ben doing a great job of setting up almost a guaranteed cove kill. Tamatoa being a 5/8 is very difficult for Steel to remove. There are options, like we don't talk about Bruno in this deck, and if we are able to take out that cove and perhaps use coil to reduce the strength of these characters, Ben might have a way to just swing the board.
So yeah, we'll see how he plays this turn, because it's very precarious. And that's any match. I think he would have wanted to get a lot of lore early. Anytime I'm against a Ruby Sapphire deck, it's like, we gotta go fast. And he didn't get to go fast. He got that brawl early. Now he is saying, I don't know if you have a Pirate's Life or Be Prepared, but either way, please don't. And we see a double shift onto a Tink, which I love that move. It's so cheeky. What a cheeky thing to do. And then, so that deals the 1 damage.
5 plus the Cove.
Yeah. So it was enough to take out Hiram and then put 2 more on Tamatoa, which notably Tamatoa cannot take the Cove out by himself. So we're now going to have to see what other tricks are up his sleeve. Like you said, maybe a Vitalosphere, maybe a Maui, but at least now the Cove is, everyone's like, oh my God, I'm so scared right now.
Back to the Cove, everybody.
Yeah, if get in if you can.
Yeah, like you said, shifting Tinkerbell onto another Tinkerbell, so great there. Getting rid of the little Sisu, denying that shift line, and being able to finish off the Hiram. Ben was just able to claw back into this game, I think getting up to 3 cards in hand from a top deck situation. And Sisu really just trying to turn the lights out here.
Yeah, I think he'd like to, because it's been, he's been winning, but also in defense mode the entire time. Because I mean, that's what you have to be against a deck with so much at its disposal. And he doesn't know how it's built. That's the thing that's a little bit different than some other tournaments. It's not open deck list. So ultimately he just knows that he's got quantum fear, where he's afraid of everything all at the same time. So we do see that Tamatoa trade, or at least start working on the Cove, right? That's what that was.
I think we are seeing a quest and a look through the discard pile. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
We're questing getting back that coil.
Yeah. I mean, those items are way more important. That's why I saw watching Skylar play, who's also on Villain Club, was very interesting, because Skylar played like a game where he was trying to prioritize ramping and build items at the same time. And you can see why it's important, because later, I mean, it's annoying to have to wait and get those items back manually. And it's nice when you just have an arsenal, a pile of items in the corner. So that way when Sisu, or rather when Tamatoa comes down, Hiram comes down, and you're like, oh, I got like 50 items out back. Which one do you want? But in this case, he does have to prioritize getting an item back, because that is going to either help this crab have value or help draw cards. In this case, he's inking.
That's a Tamatoa happy as a clam going into the inkwell to get a trigger off. Looks like we're going to take out at least 2 characters with this big Sisu. Yeah,
I was imagining a giant sound effect, like when that comes down, and just like that, Lucifer, we hardly knew he was around a lot longer than I thought, but now it's a little bit of a different math situation, especially because that coil's there, and that Cove is definitely not long for this world at this point.
Yeah, notably, we can see Sisu here actually trade into the Tamatoa and slow down Ben's comeback here. There's no more Hiram. There is little in the way of card advantage on the Forbidden Mountain side of the board. But 12 lore for Sisu still. That's a long way to go, especially facing up against this Ruby Sapphire deck where anything can happen.
Yeah, and I mean, a thing that I bring up a lot is, what kind of reach does your deck have? We saw a card, I believe, go in the Inkwell, and it was one that I really, really like for the same reason I like Prince Philip. It's that Scar that has Ward, and it's a 4/2. So naturally, he is just feeling good. He's feeling good against Big Sisu. He's feeling good against Coil. Now, he only quests for 1, but he's got that card draw ability. So that's one that I wish we could have seen. But instead, we see Shifty Pete. I was gonna call him Pirate Pete in my head. I was like, Shifty Pete, Pirate Pete, which one's cuter? But it's Pirate. It's the newest Pete. You know him, you love it.
Space Pirate, yeah.
Pete Space Pirate is his government name.
We also saw another games referee come out saying no actions.
Wait. Yeah, that's what I hear. I hear Traverse Tavern going, wait, anytime I see a Pete now. So we got Pete and Repeat. Pete and Repeat were on the board. One quested first. Who was left? We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Sisu decides to do here, because we can go up to 16 lore with the 2/2 questers and put Ben in the predicament of choosing between the Cove. Can't take out the characters easily. They are, well, the Tinkerbell already has some damage, but the Pete Space Pirate is a 6 willpower, 1 resist character, which is not easy to take out.
Yeah. So he's basically forcing his hand, literally and figuratively, forcing his
Yeah.
hand to say, what do you hate more here? Do you want to go to the Cove? Do you want a quest? Because you're at 4, I'm at 16. So it's kind of, you could go for the Cove, but then you have Lorthel on board. So it definitely puts him in a place where he has to be very, very purposeful with how he plays out this turn.
Yeah, and another thing that typically gets forgotten with this Pete Space Pirate is that now that he has exerted, opposing characters can exert to sing songs. Not that we could see any actions come out this turn anyway, but
it's nice to know that at least if you're going to be playing, I mean, he has what can only be described as 40,000 ink. It's not 40,000, it's 13 ink, but it's a lot. So it's not the hardest punishment in the world. And we do see that little Happy as a Clam come out and say, let's get this card drop party. Let's just keep it going. And he gets 2 popsicles. And that's why it feels like there's infinite popsicles in these decks. And I'm sure he is going to make some use of them.
Yeah, one of them gets inked straight away for a coil activation, and
that scares me.
Both actually just go into the Cove there.
Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, so that is why it is frustrating to have your opponent have seemingly infinite ink. So he was able to get that Tinkerbell coiled, and now we just have Pete and Repeat standing alone. Now, it'd be really cool if he had a second Space Pirate. How cool would that be?
That would be cool because the game would be over.
Yeah.
But the board of Ben now all of a sudden at 4 lore here. I mean, 6 from the Sisu is 10, 12 from the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam. If you're playing a dime for free, I mean, there's a world where you go from 4 to 20 overnight.
Yeah, and that's why this deck is I learned. I was like, everyone's like, I want to play the OTK, and it was one turn knockout. And yeah, this deck can do that. It's scary. But instead, we're gonna hard cast Let the Storm Rage on, put 2 damage on. Probably just doesn't matter. He just wants to draw 2 cards or draw a card.
Yeah, probably digging for that Pete Space Pirate, or just some character that
Scar would be nice.
Will survive the turn. Yeah, Scar 4 strength, not easily taken out. And Prince John.
He does have ward.
He does have ward.
Yeah, and we've already seen so he's like, just show me, please. I'm so scared. What do you have? And the answer is
the Pirate's Life.
So that's a really good card.
Big hit.
I think I'd pick that. Yeah, I think I'd say Pirate's Life. Can you please throw that card away right now? So Ursula, thank you.
Toasty.
That was a nice snipe there, because yeah, now Ben has to answer here. It's not autopilot mode now. Obviously, another big giant Sishu would be cool. He has more than 2 in the deck, but we shall see.
Yeah, we are gonna see Sisu go up to 19 here, and Ben is faced with a precarious predicament here. He either has to end the game or take out 2 readied 1 strength characters, one of which has ward. Nothing in the hand that was able to do that when we got a peek with that Ursula.
Well, there's just no telling how far he'll go. He's certainly not going to sing it because of that whole Space Pirate of it all. But we can go ahead, play that item for free off of questing from the Happy as a Clam. And what is he going to get here? All right. So we'll do some more digging, get some, see what's in this pile of spaghetti. Everybody's asking for boosties in the chat. We can talk about that during break. You're not getting boosties. We're not doing that. We don't have boosties in the budget this year, maybe next year. All right. So he's going to go. We'll talk about it later. It's really stressful. It's a really stressful thing that has evolved, and we don't know what to do about it. We're afraid our audience will unionize, and then we really have no choice.
I'm really on the edge of my seat with this match. Both players have been exchanging big swings of momentum each turn. And I mean, Ben Ben might be able to just rebuild the board here and be prepared to put both players back to the Stone Age.
Another
But we're just gonna
popsicle
keep digging.
because guess what? You have infinite. The deck list might say 4 popsicles, but it might as well say forever popsicle because
once you do get 2 out there, it does feel like all of them. And seeing Grandma Tala, I don't think that is going to be it.
Well, especially because every piece of ink he spends at this point is an ink he can't use for whatever.
So this actually can't happen.
Is he singing?
It does look like we sung there.
I assume our judges, they're on it. I can sing, but Sisu can't. And that's the thing. And it's really complicated because Sisu, John, can sing, but Sisu character can't sing. And yeah, that's going to be game 1, it looks like, which Ben was notably on the play. So this next round where Ben will be on the play again, we're going to kind of see how it goes differently this time, because that was, like you said, every turn was like, what about this? What about this?
Oh, I mean, there was a point where Sisu got Ben to 0 cards in hand, and I was just like, well, that's it. And Ben said, no, it's not. I'm going to come back from this. Hold on. Well, and Sisu, I mean, just to rewind back to the start of that game, they found such an amazing line, which it wasn't fast. We didn't see Diablo shift Diablo. We saw Ursula on 3, Prince John 4, double sing Sudden Chill. And that was what got the ball rolling. I mean, that was the first snowflake that started the snowball down the hill.
Yes. Speaking of landslide, JDZ is somewhere singing landslide again, but luckily I won't do it. We'll just remember it. Everybody remember it. Okay, we're good. So it was really beautiful. I will never disparage the vocals, but yeah, I mean, it's all of this. Discard is such a funny thing because I this weekend had to have a moment of reflection, because I said, man, you would love to you, proverbial you, would love to see just at least one Emerald Steel up here. And I'm like, did I just try to manifest discard? And the answer is yes, because we're at a point where if you can't beat their cards, the answer is make sure they have no cards. So that's a viable strategy, and it's exciting because I know some people out there, they might be in the audience, tried to make this bird go away. They tried to ban it using only their voice, and they were unsuccessful. Diablo's still here, and Diablo is still flying around, notably with the Eagles of Freedom Gaming.
Yeah, he is quite the devoted herald, some would say. But this Ruby Sapphire list, especially spaghettified as it is, really has a lot of answers and a lot of reach. Seeing Popsicles, Tamato's Happy as a Clam, getting more Popsicles, Hiram, Visions. There's worlds where you're seeing almost every card in your deck, and even if a card is a one of, it's going to make an impact.
Yeah, and that's the whole problem. The problem with Sapphire is actually my new podcast series. It's 100 episodes long, and every episode we'll talk about a different problem. But this problem is that you just keep going through your deck. It feels like send it to the bottom. Who cares? It's going to come right up. To the point where I'm like, is milling a strategy against Sapphire right now? Because they're gluttons. They're drawing cards at a rate that should not be rewarded by society. But yeah, the strategy of having 1-ofs, 2-ofs is super viable in a deck where, yeah, you're constantly just filtering, throwing. And once you know this matchup, now he knows exactly what he's looking for, which makes visions and things like that a lot more fun and a lot more useful, because he's already seen what John has up his sleeves.
Yeah, as a fan of Mill myself, I don't know if we're quite there yet, especially because highlighting this Ruby Sapphire list once again, it's able to close out games so fast. I mean, there was a point where my heart rate was up there because I thought we were going to end the game from 4. I mean, that's what we're dealing with as far as speed is concerned. And here we see,
show me your cards, and yep, I hate them all. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously he's gonna play Tipo, but that Tipo might probably ink that dime. It's always frustrating to have dime in your hand if you don't have, a crab. I don't know. I feel like that's something I'd have a hard time wanting to keep in my hand around for very long, but it is his one and only dime, so maybe that'll change the math a bit.
Yeah, inking the 1 of dime can be a bad feeling, but an even worse feeling. Oh, Tipo into the inkwell. Oh, it was
that's what
the
I always
evil twin.
I do that whenever I see someone ink something. I'm like, why? And then they're like, because I had two, and I'm like, oh, you dirty rat.
Well, similar to Dick Burns, seems like there's an evil twin Tipo here entering the
there's the good
multiverse.
Tipo, and then there's the bad Tipo. And actually, guess what? They're all bad Tipos. Oh,
And
we see
Scar making another appearance.
Oh, and then we see the power setup. Oh wow,
Oh,
he's rubbing it in.
no.
He's like, really, yeah. He's like, he said, I want you to see what I'm about to do here. I'm about to have our card draw. Our card draw. Come on, do it. Yay, our card draw. And then they hug. That's what I imagine.
Teamwork is such a powerful thing. And when you're drawing cards together,
you have to make eye contact as you do it. That's how you do it. You make eye contact. Okay, so we see Grandma back, and she's back at a better time. Last time she came last minute. Here she is exactly on time, saying, let's get your hand where we need it right now.
So we are going to see Ben now have to deal with this cove once again, which we saw be a key piece of Sisu's strategy in the first game, where that cove really bought a lot of extra turns against. In the first game, it was Sisu empowered sibling, but now it is simply brawls, little Sisus, things of that like to keep this Diablo drawing cards. Because once again, teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, I mean, teamwork keeps your board alive too. And I'm scary. We see the how far I'll go being, or how far I'll go. My gosh, songs.
That's
Let it go.
Right now. It's another song.
There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of songs. But not for you, Ben. You don't get to sing any songs. And we'll get to see what kind of mischief we have here with this Diablo menacingly flying around and saying, I'm not going to make the bird sound, but also he doesn't have so he has to have some kind of way to get rid of Diablo with evasive. I don't know what that would be at this point. Something with rush and evasive. So this Maui cannot reach you, but he's definitely going for that cove.
Okay, yeah, I was a little curious to see Maui go into the inkwell in the previous turn, but it's because once again, it's just an evil twin.
Yes, it's the same.
One went into the inkwell, one came onto the board, and that's a great answer to the cove. It's just one shot, no cove.
No cove. And that Maui goes, and honestly, I didn't feel a thing. I'm still here, baby. So now Diablo is a little bit more like, oh man. But we still have options.
Yeah, so here we see the other card draw engine coming out from Sisu, which pairs just happenstance so well with the first one. And so, it looks like two cards.
Yeah.
So it is 3, yeah.
So he got rid of just one. So yeah. So he only has 2 cards left, which was going to turn into 100 within a turn. But still, at this point, he has 2, which feels bad. And he discarded a popsicle.
Oh, okay. Getting rid of the evil twin Tipo. I assume evil twin Tipo was the one in play.
Like I said, they're all evil, unfortunately.
I think evil... Do the evil twins go into the inkwell or onto the board?
That's why I treat every Tipo like it's an evil Tipo, and you'll be safe. So now, we got Grandma and Maui. Maui, obviously, he doesn't have to challenge. He can sing. Pete has done his stuff, so Pete no longer has magical powers. Ooh, so bye Birdie. Thanks to that Medusa, and Pete's gone too. And now we got John again, just standing there being like, guys, you told me you'd hang out with me, and now he's by himself.
Yeah, and Ben once again in game 2 able to claw their way back into this game. That Diablo cove, Diablo. No one ever wants to see that, but we're back in this, and here we see Morph, which could be anything, even spaghetti.
It was, spaghetti eating her meta. Where are you? But yeah, it is true. We don't know. It could be, in a deck like this, it could be Pete, it could be Beast, it could be Robin, it could be Tinkerbell. I don't know. What else could it be? It could be any green or steel card that's a Flipmore. But those are like the ones he's probably thinking about. But will we even know? Because are we about to see a Sisu? Which no, because he's not going to have anything to do that. So instead, we'll go with the Hiram plan.
Yeah, and Ben just Ben just questing. He's got the bigger characters. Any item off the top will become even more cards, and with no cards in hand, Prince John isn't going to be drawing any cards.
Yeah, as a wise emperor says in the chat, this is where the drain the life out of your opponent slowly. Which, notably, there's 20 minutes left in the round here at the ICL. If you do go to time, you have 5 turns. So now, we it's not going to change how you play. I mean, it might a little because you don't want to tie if you don't have to. So now we have to think about. Oh, he played the beast. Is it because he wants to sing something? I don't know. That's kind of interesting that he didn't shift the beast, but I guess that way maybe he can shift that morph next turn.
It's probably just an efficiency thing. Why shift when you don't have to? And that might be the worst card to see off the top for Sisu from Ben. Tamatoa, happy as a clam to get back 2 popsicles, and Hiram, happy as a clam himself to harvest them for toy materials.
Yeah, and Ben's feeling good right now. I don't know. I can't see his face, but I mean, he's looking at. He doesn't fear the beast because all it takes is 1 coil. Which is that what I don't see what item he just put down. I think
it was another popsicle,
of course,
on the far right.
Infinite.
The rich get richer, as they say.
Yeah, I feel like the popsicle should have like a punch card. You get to do it twice. Then after that, it's like, hey, you're done. You've been cut off. This mouse has had too many popsicles. But yeah, now John has an interesting choice. Do you do 1 more turn? When do you say, okay, I can't get back from this? Because he doesn't have the muscle power that Ben has. The math is just not in his favor.
Yeah. Notably with Steel, as soon as the opposing board has a lot of willpower, it becomes increasingly more difficult to get rid of each and every individual threat. The Maui sitting there with 3 damage. Ben really doesn't care if that Maui's around, but it is great to have just in case, able to take out this beast next turn if we see it attack back.
So he is going to go ahead and play this turn and see, okay, what can I do here? So we don't talk about Bruno. Which is ironic because we have to talk about Bruno right now. And then he has 4 cards in hand. And what's he going to hit? Door number Sisu. Well, that's good. But he probably has 100 Sisus in his hands. That's how I feel when I play against this deck. Because I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's got all of them. But Hiram can just come back down and draw those cards. So he's still in there.
Oh, and there's the shift for another Bruno. Okay, so this is a little bit of a comeback. I'm curious to see, the Maui being returned here. Hoping to get lucky.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard because I mean he knows that Hiram is still in his hand. He knows that Maui can rush. So okay, that's 1 threat gone.
Maui,
yeah. So that feels pretty okay. So 1 Sisu, 1 Maui. And luckily, unlike items and actions, those are going to stay there. Or at the very least, it could turn into ink, but they're not coming back. And then Ursula. So yeah, he stabilized a little bit here. So I can see why he didn't want to just go to Scoop City. He said, let me just play this, please, because I could maybe play this out.
Scoop City sounds like a wonderful ice cream parlor.
Yeah, I'm going to Scoop City. Ironically, you don't get to go to Scoop City if you lose. Only winners get to go to Scoop City. So it's kind of weird. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the winning team will get to go to Scoop City here. It sounds like the place your kids beg you to go.
Yeah, please.
Can we please go to Scoop City?
But we know that Ben's not, because Ben's still feeling good. He's doing the thing that we knew he would do, to draw 2 more cards and then quest and getting infinite popsicle magic. But we'll see. He has 8 ink, so that was 4. What is in his hand? He's got now, I think, a total of 5 cards because he had 3 and he drew 2. Well, no, he had 6 because he drew 1 at the start of the turn.
There's Coil, so this is gonna start things going again. Notably, Sisu did put up a good board here. We don't want to let these beasts ready with no damage because we want to limit the amount of cards Sisu has access to. And really, I think we're going to see another game where it's who runs out of what first. Are we going to see Ben run out of answers, run out of items, or are we going to see Sisu run out of discard and Diablos and beasts? Oh my.
Yeah. I don't know. The one thing I really, well, not the one thing, I like a lot of things about the LCCC, but I love having that what's in your hand, what's in the box, because and I'm sure, everybody would like to know what's in the hand. In this case, we don't. But we do know that Ursula can sing twice, 3 cards in hand, so there's a chance that we get rid of 2 of them. But it's looking just so much better on Ben's side, because I mean, even with discard, he's got some great characters on board that can get value.
So we do go back to the get rid of Hiram roulette table. 4 cards again, same odds.
Okay, that feels
Another
good with the
Sisu,
coil.
sure, yeah. That's 2 down.
Well, Sisu has the heart of the Sisu. So that's kind of like, if you're going to name yourself after a card, you better be able to summon that card using your dark magic.
Yes.
So then what is Ursula going to sing here? And Ursula with no song is just kind of a lame character.
Notably, if we have strength, that can already take out 2 of the characters.
Oh, okay.
We've got the backup Hiram and the backup Tamato.
Yeah, Hiram, that's not great.
And just a natural space pirate here.
Yeah, and that's an Ursula. Okay, I was like, Ursula, what are you doing? But this is good. She's gonna sing 2 strengths for 5, and go ahead and get rid of the 2 scariest characters, being Madame Medusa, and now it's just Grandma. But it's gonna be more than Grandma in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and notably, Ben has a lot of card draw access in their hand, but no answers yet. So we might have to see another turn come out from Ben that's just, we'll call it research and development, right? We're going to see what we have in the spaghetti sauce here.
Yeah, and he has the ability to answer. Pretty much every card in his deck is tech to come up with more answers. It's like this weird recycling bin of answers. Because Tamatoa goes and he gets some popsicles, and then he can play Hiram, and Hiram eats the popsicles, and it's just like, it feels kind of annoying to watch, because it feels like there really is no way to ever mill out his deck, because he's like, I've got 40,000 ways to draw cards, and in this case, that one of the 40,000 ways is this crab and mouse powered couple.
And most notably, we do see evil twin Hiram go to the inkwell. A common theme in this game too.
Yeah, he's digging for answers here, because I guess you can't really win the game off of Hiram alone, but it is interesting. He goes with the Grandma, keeping that Hiram in his hand, which is scary, because you know that this card, any turn, he can say, I know you have a Hiram in hand. Please do not. Notably, the Grandma can't, or not Grandma. Ursula's not a grandma. Ursula is gone and can't sing anything twice, but I'd love to see how many cards he has in his hand right now. I think it is 2.
And let's see if we hit a song here.
Remember that song, Brawl Time? It's Brawl Time. You don't remember that song? Yeah, you don't remember the song, Brawl Time? Anyway, so no, notably not a song. So he knows he's got to do some work here. He's at 1 lore. I don't know. This is hard. I mean, he's got to win. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm stressed.
Yeah, I think we saw the Grandma be developed here on the previous turn, simply because it is a bigger body. It is able to challenge into Prince John, Diablo. Hiram would be able to damage them, but not really significantly take them out. And Hiram's more of a quester anyway. He's more of a PvE guy.
Whoa, the camera glitched and it looked like he was like tapped into the matrix. So now we're finally going to get some lore on the board, and it's time. You know, we can play the game of setting up all we want, but his time could be cut short any moment with this one card that we all fear. And I know there's one of them floating around that could be played. But honestly, even a Sisu, we saw 2 Sisus get discarded. Sisu would be pretty devastating to literally everyone but 2 characters, and one of them would probably get coiled, because there is, I think, still a coil in the corner.
Yeah, we do have a coil in the corner where it belongs. You stay in that corner, coil.
Yeah, coil, I swear.
No Scoop City for coil.
Yeah, so we have 10 minutes here. We're going to put a popsicle Draw a card. Why not? You know, if I don't pop a popsicle and draw a card, I'm not playing my turn.
It's true. And yeah, we saw Evil Twin Hiram go into the Inkwell, and that's because they were triplets the whole time. We've got 2 in the hand. We're probably going to see another one come out here and dig.
Now, as far as, okay, so let's pretend nothing bad happens here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on board. So we're still not at Lorthal, and he's be able to do something scary. He's scaring me so bad. Yeah, he's
Maybe
scared me
a dragon?
Yeah, so Beast is probably about to, well, no, Space Pirate. All right. Well, it makes sense because Space Pirate's messing with this free math and stressing out everybody with the whole no singing of it all. And the minute he's gone, the ability vanishes. It's not like your next turn. It's when he's exerted, and he's no longer on this. He's no longer with us. He's in the banish pile. This might be lights out a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah, interestingly, Ben's happy to just let Beast keep drawing cards here.
I mean, it's kind of pick your poison a little bit because, I mean, okay.
Okay, this is a good start.
So he has 2 cards in hand, I think. So one of them is probably 30,000 Hirams in his hand somehow. Okay, it's one of the popsicles. He's like, I'll get that back. I'll see you in a few. So he draws a card. Is it another discard? That'd be cool, but...
Yeah, we've already seen 2 Brunos, but I believe we could see a third one. Maybe take out this dragon. Storm Rage on, okay.
Get out of here, Grandma, and then draw another card. Yeah, and in theory, so there was a world where he could sing the storm on the beast and use the beast to challenge the crab, but I don't know how much he fears the crab, and he needs something that can gain lore. So that's crazy. Why would I talk like that?
Yeah, notably the beast would only have the strength from the start of the turn.
Yeah, you're right. It's at the start. Dang it doesn't instantly make him like level up. Yeah, you're right. I haven't thought about beasts in a while. You don't see them these days.
We still can take out the crab with Beast and Ursula together because teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, get in the cove.
Okay.
So he plays the cove. Beast is in there. I'm not sure. Does he have enough ink to get everyone in the cove? Because he hard casted that, and then the cove costs.
Well, they call Beast Tragic Hero Sad Beast, and in this particular case, it's because he's in the cove alone.
And it's musty in there. I've heard that it is humid. It is not comfortable. So the dragon handily takes care of the cove, along with, well, the cove is at 6, and Maleficent Dragon.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Makes quick work of it. Yeah, 1 shot on that.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna ink a brawl for a coil activation on Beast, and then
that's bad. That's
Chew, as Maui
it's
says.
a huge combo there because Maui Shark is he would love Prince John and Ursula to quest. He'd like, do it. I would love you to do it. And at this point, I think I would be pretty primed to scoop because it's 6 minutes left and the momentum is super strong on Ben's side. At least, I mean, he has 3 big dudes. Well, and a lady, 2 big dudes and a lady. And he has 2 little weenies on his side. So at this point, I
agree. I think.
But he's confident. So here we go. You don't never make anyone scoop. This is your life. And he says,
okay, we do get rid of the last card in hand. And I think I agree with you. I don't think it's worth making either of these characters vulnerable.
Yeah, they're scared for their lives. They're like, I don't know what's going on right now. So we're going to see him go up. I mean, there's so many. It's so scary.
And one thing I want to highlight again about this Ruby Sapphire deck is it feels like we've just been dirtling around this game. Like Sisu's making Ben discard cards, Ben's drawing cards and getting rid of characters, and somehow Ben is just at 13 lore. Like he's just gotten there along the way.
And honestly, like, I feel like at this point, I'd be like, I'm gonna stop you there, Ben. We gotta go. Because I mean, it's hard because Ben's turn can last 400 hours. Ben's turn, like, if he's playing efficiently, it still can take 400 hours. Because you're doing things, you're looking for things, I don't know. So for me, I would be very, very eager to be like, listen, it's kind of like in football where like they're like, oh, I'll run the clock down. I don't want the clock to run down. I want to get to that next game on my own terms. And okay, so we're gonna go. We're in Scoop City. Everybody, do you have your punch card? Because we're going to Scoop City. I'm getting butter pecan. What are you getting?
Vanilla, always.
Breezy says he's getting boosties.
Maybe Reese's chopped in there, Reese's.
So yeah, we're going to go ahead and play lightning round. So it's probably going to be 4 minutes once this game starts because, and it could be a tie. That happens. And correct me if I'm wrong, voice of God. I he doesn't like when I do that, but still, the booth in New York, it's 5 turns and you have to win by the end of the 5 turns. It's not who's winning at the end of the 5 turns. It's like, it has to be done. Yeah. It's
like a win.
Yeah. 1 game.
20 lore.
Okay. Got it. So you got to hit that 20. Or maybe if they have a Donald that this comes down and they're like, actually it's 25, but no, there's no amethyst here. But no, to give you a quick story, there's somebody named JDZ Quest. He's really cool. He's an up and coming guy. We've all been watching him. It's a career with great interest. He was kind of lost in the sauce and started screaming like, we're going to get boosties. And it started this movement of people being like boosties and like boosters. They're boosters. And it didn't make sense because like, how do you give out boosters on the internet? So anyway, if you see people saying they want boosties, it's not that they want uppies because you would think it's like, hey, I need to get up there. Can you give me a boostie? It is more, I would like to crack some boosties with my boys kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Cracking boosties with the boys, I think, is the energy that I thought I was getting. All right. Are you saying that? Did you say that to them or are you saying that to us? Okay. So there has been one other draw. It was the Illuminati versus the Inknots. Listen, Illuminati versus the Ink Knights, and he said something else about how it was like a draw, but it wasn't a draw. What was he trying to specify there?
He was saying, yeah, 1 team 1-2-1.
Got it. So it's not unprecedented, but we got 3 minutes to just let's freaking go, as the kids say.
Yeah, enough shuffling.
Yeah, we're good. We gotta go. But I don't know. I mean, I can't stand draws. I'd rather not ever play again than have to live in a world. I don't like draws. It makes me feel unresolved. But maybe they're like, I miss DC or the challenge events, and I gotta want a 1-1. I miss it.
Sure. Everyone likes a nice split at Scoop City.
Here at Scoop City, we got banana splits. Oh wow, how fun is that? That's fun. All right, we gotta go.
Yeah.
Get the card.
It'll be interesting to see if these players altered their hands with speed in mind. Notably needing to get to 20 here, and no ramp on turn 2 or no popsicle on turn 1 so far. We haven't seen the top of the deck for Ben. We'll have to see if that's a slow enough start to maybe let Sisu get out the gates.
One time I was at a set champ and my opponent was like, well, we're going to split. We only have 2 minutes left. I was like, no, let's play. And so we were playing and then I won. And that person was so mad at me, but I was like, let's go. And so I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. You can't rush your opponent, and especially in a deck like this, but I would be so excited. And he's already off to fire start. So, John's got the excitement.
Yeah. Well, some interesting things to note here. We might have altered with avoiding a draw in mind, but we're also seeing Sisu already start to play. There wasn't a lot of threats in the hand of Ben, but we talked about that Prince John not liking to get his hands dirty, but if you're either drawing or winning if you get a good run out, I'm questing with Prince John right away. +2.
Just reading with JDZ. I'm like, is JDZ talking trash? I don't know. I care about you, JDZ. I don't know what you're saying, but I care about whatever it is you're saying. All right. So we're visioning. We're looking for the good stuff, putting away the bad stuff, and not having the best start of his life. But as we know, the moment.
Beast. Oh, So close. Oh,
Yeah. Instead, we're just gonna say, hey, you know how you've been trying to get some good cards? I'd like you to have some not cards. So at your earliest leisure, please discard a card. So if this game
okay.
does, so if this game does end in a draw, we are getting notification from the man in New York that we will roll randomly. So basically, no one gets that fun little, ooh, I gotta go first. Come on, it's up to the dice. So we got 12 seconds, and does anyone? Can we sing like the Sonic like? I don't know, but like before you drown, it's really scary. We're there.
Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this Diablo bug before. You know, you play it on one, the coast is clear, and all of a sudden there's an answer on turn 3. And here's what we were talking about before: Prince John questing, Pete Space Pirate shifted in and questing.
So
we're
the
going
turn,
to 20.
Yeah, and so turn 1 is going to start here with John or Ben. Sorry.
Yeah, Ben really wants to see like a grandma here to challenge this Prince John. we'll have to see if Sisu has an answer, because if he can keep questing for 4, this game could be wrapped up quickly.
It'll be tough. He did use. We know at least one song. All right, so he's giant tank. Take more stuff.
And I think we're gonna see if Sisu is telegraphing the way I think he is. I think we're gonna see a strength maybe come out, taking care of grandma.
I ate my grandma. So we'll see if that happens. That's from the movie, but if I saw Breezy make a face, I can see him, and he's like, whatever. It's the whole thing. It's from the movie. We can't all have Lorcana villains be prepared. Some of us have to have, I ate my grandma. And it's not fun. It's not glamorous.
Oh,
all right.
Okay, that was the second best option there, which was Storm into Storm. Just letting this Prince John stay around another turn. What do we got? 5 on board, 13. We at least have Little Sisu, Daring Visitor to take out Ursula Deceiver.
Yeah, so it's something, but yeah, I mean, really, Ben's playing a different game now. He's not getting to 20 lore, so he's playing the don't let John get to 20 lore, because I don't think there's a world in which John can do that. He can win, but he can make sure that John doesn't win. I feel. Do you agree with that sentiment there?
I agree with what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down, and Ben's picking up 5 cards here with Vision. We still have enough ink here to ink and play Sisu Daring Visitor to get Ursula and her lore off the board, and potentially setting up a shift line, which is one of the only ways we're going to get rid of this Prince John outside a Maui hero to all.
So we see the thing you said, where he says, well, there's one less lore. He gets. So yeah, this is his last turn right now. He's about to take his last turn, and I don't know what you could possibly, or no, wait. So turn. So okay. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, he's on 4. So this is the last. It's over. It's Jover, right? There's nothing. What am I missing? I mean, that's fun. That's 4. So that's 12. Yeah, I mean, I guess he just passes, and then that's over, right? That's it. So in a moment we'll go ahead and talk to the players, but I don't know, because I mean, nobody can win right now. I think we saw that we saw 2 decks absolutely just hurling pain at each other.
Yes. Yeah.
They said, I will make you suffer as I suffer.
Yeah, I mean, it was just haymakers back and forth game 1, and maybe game 2 we could have called a little quicker to just move on to this game 3. But yeah, we are going to see a draw come out here between these 2 players.
Well, let's go ahead and we'll talk about it, because I want to get their thoughts, their feelings. There's some soul searching, and that's me filling time while I find the right buttons to press. All right.
The scar, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you guys
Hello.
hear me?
Yes,
Hi, Katie.
Can you hear us, Katie?
I can, and I already heard you say something. The scar, he went to the inkwell twice, and how cool would it have been to not do that? But yeah.
I know. He's not great. Yeah, no, he's a fun one for sure. He's okay in this matchup, but it was okay. I needed the ink, unfortunately.
Well, so there was, I mean, both of you were making really hard choices over and over, and so both of you were just kind of having a slugfest on those games. So, Lofi, I'll let you kind of kick off the questions. So we don't get to say who's the winner. You can start with either one. So who you got questions?
I'm going to start with Sisu. I am very curious. Talk to us about that scar, because it was a card of interest. We unfortunately only saw it in the inkwell, but what do you have it in the list for? Like, what did you throw it in? Which matchup did you have in mind?
So it's insane into steel matchups, specifically the Kiwi list, just because like the Smees are like guaranteed, like you're gonna hit a Smee or at some point, or just like with Alice or anything like that. And then you obviously play it with Tinkerbell too. So like Tinkerbell just spreads and then you just draw a bunch of cards. It's actually not bad. The 4 strength is really relevant into a lot of different matchups. Hiram as well. Like you could like Storm a Hiram on like turn 5 or say like Storm a Hiram and then like run the Scar into it or something like that. Yeah, it draws a lot of cards. It's really interesting. It's just then at the end of the day, it's just another warded character. Ward is just super good. It's a period. And the only thing that it dies to legitimately is B prep and grab your swords. And no one's playing grab your swords anymore. So it really only dies to B prep at the moment.
That's what you say, but every time I'm like, it's done, someone's like, I have grab your swords. I'm like, get that out. We all agreed in the meeting that we weren't doing that. And I know B prep is kind of like the hot topic. Ben, looking at your list, I noticed there's a lot of one-ofs, and Lofi pointed out that you can do that because you got a deck where you are filtering. Call you air filter because you're filtering. I don't know, but
yeah, everything bagel.
Yeah, I called it the spaghetti deck. Everything bagel's cute. So how did you land on this titration of this deck list, and was it just anxiety?
So it's not knowing what we're playing into forces you to make a deck like this. For example, I never thought I was going to play a Maldragon 9 in this matchup, but, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right? So it just fits, but it's really about having what you can have for everything. The one Maui Shark is just a menace, as we saw in Melissa's match. You need Lady Tremaine for warded characters like Alice, and if they're just, aggro, sometimes you just need a ramp to be prepared.
Yeah. Be prepared. Yeah, I like that you had one in there because people who have 0, I'm like, what kind of mad lad energy is this? But yeah, so sorry. So, Lofi, did you ever follow up on that?
No, I was just gonna say, like, I'm sure the added recursion from stuff like Maui Shark and Tamatoa Happy as a Clam makes the one-ofs even better because you just want to get them back.
Yeah, one pirate's life in a Maui Shark is not 2 lore. That just, that's the train that never ends. So like, if you're gonna play one shark, you might as well play a pirate's life. One of all these actions that you may need multiple times.
Yeah. So I mean, I know that this. Looking at your deck list, I know that you are a fan of Emerald Steel Sisu, which I honestly, your name is the biggest red herring in all of Lorcana because it was really hard being like, does he have Sisu? Not Sisu. Sisu doesn't have Sisu, but it's Sisu. So do you think this deck, we didn't see it do so great in the 5Ks this weekend. Do you think it's a deck that is just waiting? We almost got to see it. Zan piloted it for 3 rounds and then fell completely ill, and it was really sad to watch. But do you think this deck is just waiting? It's waiting in the wings to show everybody that, guess what, you can't do anything if you have no cards?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Also, fun fact about the name, like I've been using the tag Sisu since probably about like 2014, 2015. So before the movie came out, because it's a Finnish word from like the land of like the country of Finland. Yeah, so go look that up for that. That's everyone's homework.
They owe you money. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Go and Google. It's not no. It actually is like legitimately cool. It means like it's something along the lines of like this like inner strength like to overcome challenges or something. And I'm not Finnish, but my best friend is, and I stole it from him and his people. And it was a big
American.
It was a big joke. Anyway. Yes. Anyway, so back to the question at hand. This deck I think is fine. Its worst matchup honestly is right now is Ruby Sapphire. But like you said, like there have been games where I've learned just from so much testing, because I'll be honest, one of the only matchups that I like legitimately like will like just grind my head into a wall about. It's just like you have to just get these hands and get them in these positions where you like get them out of resources, get them to top decking, and then just hope they see the wrong half of the deck, which is kind of what happened in game one. Like it was like a 35-minute game, but like I just ground Ben down so much that he just couldn't do anything. Even at the end, just like digging for like one of his, who I don't even know how many B preps he played, one of his couple B preps, and he just couldn't find it at the end. But it's a very difficult matchup. I don't know what more I could do with the list, like to make it better into the matchup without hurting the other matchups. Because I feel like right now, like it's really strong into Amethyst Steel. It's really strong into Sapphire Steel. Both builds, even the item list and the Kiwi list, it's strong. It's solid into Amber Steel as well. I think, yeah, Amber Steel as well. And then kind of all the random decks that are popping up as well. That you see, the Chernodogs, the Sapphire Emerald, whatever you want to call that pile. It's always had a great matchup into Ruby Amethyst. So I think it's just if you dodge Ruby Sapphire, or you just catch them on a bad hand, I think you have a shot. I mean, I'll play this deck forever. I love it. Diablo's my favorite card.
I like
and
that
Prince
energy.
John.
You're like, you know what? Actually, I'll never change my deck. You guys change your cards. I'm keeping my deck. So,
I mean, I played it in Toronto. Like after Bucky got banned, everyone was like, the deck is dead, and I played it in Toronto, and I top 128'd. So like, deck had legs. I wasn't the only one that played it to a okay result as well. So, still good. Discard is good.
Yeah. Appreciate both of you guys. I mean, no one won, but no one lost, which means that we're going to the next round where Sploosh Magoosh, I imagine he's having a training. He's Sploosh Magoo. He's running up and downstairs, but Dick Burns is like, no, I gotta defend my team. So that's going on in the back. So we're gonna get to that. But before we do, shout outs. So we'll start with you, Ben. Any shout outs that you want to give? I know that you're high on the mountain. So what kind of shout outs do you have for your team?
Yeah, just shout out to my team. Always there. Shout out to the casters and the judge. I asked about 1 billion questions when that game was going on, and Judge Ellie kept me on my toes. But no, just ultimately, like, shout out to
We're
Disney
always
Lorcana
listening. Thank you
for giving me something to do on a Monday night, and just like a platform to play some games, express like who we are. Anti shout out to Sapphire. I don't like that. I would rather be playing Amber Steel, and if I knew I was playing Sisu, I would have brought Amber Steel.
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. I think we all begrudgingly are accepting our Sapphire, the Sapphire spring of pain and suffering. But you did it. You played it, and now you feel the way you feel, and I'm sorry about that. But
we have to, show how dominant Sapphire is, which is why I am a paladin of Poglet. So if we could get some Sapphire stuff altered or something, I don't know. I'm not the guy to do that, but then we can play Poglet again.
Yeah. Anyway, so thank you. Now on to you, Sisu, John. What kind of shout outs or final thoughts do you have?
Just shout outs to the ICL, of course, to the casters, to the judges. Appreciate all you guys. Shout outs to Ellie, she was great per usual. And Phil, I know Phil was kind of in the background as well. Shout out to my team, of course. Mike, Michael, Joey, Brian. Thank you guys for dealing with playing against Emerald Steel. I know as much as you guys hate it, but I'm never gonna stop. And then shout outs to local league, the ICG people, which is Pave, who is actually on TFM. A good friend of mine as well. A shout out to TFM, of course. They're obviously like we are rivals, like in this and just like, in Lorcana as well. But again, truly like some good friends as well to all the team. All love to you guys as well. And shout out to my wife and my daughter, because they're not gonna watch this, but everyone else can shout out Stephanie and Lexi. So shout out to Lexi Barros. Yep, they're amazing.
They don't know what you do with they don't know about this deck, so they still like you. So that's the good.
Oh my god.
Yep. So anyway, thank you to both of you. It was wonderful match, and also kind of scary. So that will conclude round 2. So we're gonna go away. So I was gonna call you Scoopy. Scoopy. I'm sorry. Loki. And where can people follow? I know you said you don't have anything, but like if anybody, like, are you untraceable? Do you have any trace on the internet?
You can make your way to Arizona.
Okay, that's where you can find him. So So we are going to be, so you can't find him, Lofi, anywhere. You find him where he pops up, and that's kind of like, it's a limited time thing. It's like a pop-up shop. I, on the other hand, will be here a lot. You can find me on the Lord Keeper saying, you can find me casting, find me on YouTube, find me on Twitch. Just freaking, I'm going to be on he's going to drop the link to my link tree any minute now. You'll see it. You can find me, but it's time for us to go have dinner, not together. And so I will go ahead and introduce your final 2 casters of the night. We have a Breeze and a Willow. It's Boy Breezy and Willoughby.
Hello.
Oh, let's go. It's an honor to be here, as always. I'm ready to get this.
Happy to be casting for the first time on the ICL, especially for these 2 great teams, Forbidden Mountain and Freedom Gaming.
Absolutely. I mean, Game 2 kind of led us on that cliffhanger. Now, Game 3 is going to determine who wins this round for either Forbidden Mountain or the Freedom Gaming.
They're definitely playing for all their marbles. It's going to be interesting to see exactly, how this results, because a draw isn't going to feel satisfying for anybody, right? So we definitely want to see somebody take it. And that would have to be Freedom Gaming in order to get a 2-win for the match here in the ICL.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a sad one. I cannot wait to see what happens. I know your co-host is playing, so I'm gonna have to ask you the hard question here. Is there a little bias going into this matchup, or are we going against our beloved friend?
That's a great question. It's actually the opposite of bias. I think I'm actively rooting for Sploosh Magoo in this situation.
All right. Okay, I'll bring the love to Mr. Burns a little bit to even out the fields as they go ahead and play Game 1 here. A little bit of spoilers here. No Sapphire, so get a little comfy, get your popcorns out. It's going to be a fantastic matchup.
And Mr. Burns always with the theatrics, seeing things at the playmat. It's looking like these cards aren't even sleeved. We'll have to see if that's actually the case. Maybe it's a penny sleeve scenario.
Just causing straight chaos like he always does. I mean, it's not really a shocker here. We're just absolutely ruining all of our cards. I fully expect to see at least an enchanted in there for sure to cause a little bit more damage to our hearts and souls and everything else in between.
That might be the ultimate disrespect, which is usually how Dick Burns likes to operate here. As we know, he is bad for the brand, and he loves to show it every day. So it's going to be an interesting one already. He loves to come out swinging. I wonder if we'll see him rip some Lorcana cards, as we've seen him do in other matches against players like Lorcana Villain. So we'll see if that happens.
Ripping cards hurt my heart. The only thing that we're ripping, everybody, is boosties. So it's going to be definitely a heartbreaker for me to see. I do believe he's not wearing any sleeves, so that it's going to be a little bit problematic to run the whole time, but he got this $100 bill. It's a mess, but I love it, and I cannot wait to get into this match as they start
the only thing that could make this better is probably if he was using ink tokens, and those ink tokens were more $100 bills.
That $100 bills might be the greatest ink token idea I've ever heard, and if you're balling like that, I want to see more of that. That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
Dick Burns is the one that I would expect to see do it. Looks like we're wrapping up the mulligans here, so I'm excited to see what these 2 players elect to play. Oh, we've got something going on in the table.
We are sleeving right now. What is happening?
Oh, we're sleeving.
Chaos has entered the system.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure why we're sleeving, but there may be a request from someone, maybe a judge or something like that, or maybe he truly was just trolling, and he's gonna, of course, make all of us wait gleefully while he starts sleeving these up.
A beautiful sleeving ASMR happening right in front of us. It's always a task. It's always a chore to do, but sometimes you just gotta do it in front of hundreds of people and just rock with it.
Well, I think what's fun about this is we can see how fast Dick Burns is able to sleeve, which I do think is directly related to how talented of a player you are, don't you think?
Absolutely. I mean, the amount of times you have to re-sleeve and sleeve your deck if you're going to events is every time. Like, everyone likes to have a brand new set of sleeves when they go into a tournament, case event, whatever you do, because that extra new shuffle feel just gives you that extra positivity and extra winning mentality going into these events. So doing it mid-game, that's definitely a choice. However, you don't expect anything less from Dick Burns, I would assume.
And I am seeing in the chat, I believe one of our judges is clarifying for everyone that sleeves are required for tournament play. And of course, this is a tournament, right? Here in the ICL. Yeah. So we're just going to get those sleeved up so that way all rules are being followed. We're playing with competitive integrity as always, which is always great to see an emphasis on that here. You could say it's just for fun and this sort of like DLC almost off season, it feels like. But we do play, with competitive integrity. And so it's good to see that upheld.
Shout out to the amazing judges. I like to always shout them out as before we start the game. They rock the show behind the scenes. They're in the Pixelborn Connect, making sure everything is according to place and making sure integrity of this beautiful game we love and enjoy is followed, even if your name is Dick Burns.
Absolutely. A thankless job usually, so we try to thank them as often as we can. While we have some time here, we did see Ruby Sapphire be played in obviously both of the first matches, so we know that that's off the table, right? Wow. We know that we're not going to see any Ruby Sapphire, so potentially it seems like you're excited about that. Maybe chat is excited to not have to see some Ruby Sapphire. What are you expecting to see from these players?
I mean, I selfishly and very, very selfishly, I've been in this road to Churna Dogs. The Amber Emerald Churna Dogs is my favorite deck in the set, and I would like to apologize if it is a Churna Dogs deck anywhere in this screen. There will be a lot of barking involved, and I do apologize. It's just uncontrollable. It's just this dog-like mentality that just takes over. But that's the deck I would love to see. We already seen Amethyst Steel, so that's already taken care of. The other one, I would be unfortunate, but I do still want to see Sapphire Steel kind of dominate because it's just there was the entry deck of like everyone's favorite. Now it kind of disappeared. It's still good, but it has been losing the popularity. But I would still love to see play this game. How about you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Sapphire Steel is so dominant. Why not see it played? It can help all of us watching at home watch these excellent players and what kind of play lines they would take. So you may not like the deck. For some people, they may be tired of seeing it, but watching pros, so to speak, in this way, be able to play that and see what they opt to do with it could always be educational, which is one thing I love about the ICL is just all of us being able to gain this game knowledge. Something I think I would be excited to see though is maybe like an Amethyst Amber, just to see if it's still viable. I feel like that's really fallen off, and it had come back in a big way in set 6 and sort of made a name for itself. I think Forbidden Mountain typically, like you said with the Amethyst Steel list, they tend to lean more aggro style when they put those decks out. So it would make sense for me to see an aggro style on at least one half of this board.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Ink Thieves' very own Bjornfoot bring the Amber Amethyst sauce, brought Pascal's and won it. So it would be fantastic to see that deck kind of come from the shadows and just take another win in this Arcasia's Island set. That would be fantastic. And you're right, the aggro sauce is real with the TFM, and it wouldn't shock me to see anything else from the fantastic team.
It looks like we are off to the races here, potentially. Got everything sleeved up. Looks like we're maybe ready to get started here, which is exciting.
Yes,
We've got some...
He sleeved that up quite fast here, by the way. I do want to take a little respect of the speed in which he got that done.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. It looks like okay, so that was the mulligan. Looks like we put back one card on the side of Dick Burns. Didn't see how many Brian put back. But either way, it seems like we're ready to go, which is exciting.
Yeah, definitely. From the little Pixelborn Connect light up screen, I'm assuming Forbidden Mountain's very own Sploosh Magoo goes first, and that makes a huge difference going into this matchup. And we will go off to the races here.
Freedom Gaming Sploosh Magoo, but I'm with you, and so is chat. Don't worry, we know what you meant to say. All right, so let's see. We've got a White Rose going into the Inkwell, and then we have a Fairy Ship. Okay, fantastic. So that is an interesting line of play. We've been seeing this Fairy Ship come up, at least from where I've seen it in Ruby Amethyst. So we'll see if that's what it's going to be here.
It's a great little one drop in this format because of that pesky bell. It's like Amethyst's Neverland here. We get that 4. It usually guarantees that 1. But we are seeing Emerald Amethyst here. Very, very rising star in this format. We've seen a lot of discard variants come up in the last weekend, show to the top ends of tournaments, and will we see that come victorious this game?
Yes, this is an interesting color combo so far this set. I'm also curious what the other color is going to be on the side of TFM, because it may be a churn a dog situation. So we might start hearing some barking very soon.
The dogs. It might be dog, but the thing is, Diablo is not something that we usually run in churn a dog, so that could be a little bit different. So it might be TFM's version of Emerald Steel potentially. It'd be interesting to see, because that bird screams, I'm about to get my cards ripped out of my heart and hand.
Absolutely. One thing about this 1-drop Diablo is it's not going to be very threatening to that fairy ship. It will take out a Chernobog's followers, so that's interesting. Oh, we see an Under the Sea.
Under the Sea. That is telling me we are going back a little time traveling, going back to those old potentially Emerald decks that rip your entire hand and break your heart,
which would be quite interesting. I'm not familiar with how, if this is an Amethyst Emerald discard deck, it might be another discard versus discard scenario, so we'll have to see what kind of cards come out here. Looks like we're putting 3 damage on that fairy ship, so it's very close with the shift and with the cove, but it's not going to be able to take it out. So easy 2 lore.
Easy 2 lore. That feels so good. I mean, that's exactly what you want out of it. At 1 drop, getting you more than 1, and then we just get into that Fox, getting rid of that Cove, making that Diablo a little bit weaker. But yeah, the fairy ship here, getting into that 2 lore is exactly what that value is. It's doing what it's supposed to. It's being a little bit of a threat, gaining that early lore, making sure that we're on the board and getting not too far behind and actually establishing a lead here. And then we see the Amber, the Bear necessities. So we are discard heavy here. I've seen the Ariel comes aboard. We've seen the Under the Sea. Things are about to get crazy.
Okay, we're going to see that Painting the Roses red, which pairs quite nicely into this deck. It slots itself well because it does help that Under the Sea. Obviously, 1's in the discard, but you have to imagine if that is a win condition for this deck, there's going to be 3 more. Being able to minus the strength of 2 characters and drawing a card at the same time is obviously going to be nice. We don't see a Diablo on the other side for Brian either. So this Diablo might be able to go unchallenged for a while, unless, we see something like an Elsa come out next turn at 5 ink. Oh, and as I say that,
too, it makes that Diablo go to hand. It slows it down. It does everything you want it to. That kit is back and it's fierce. Oh my gosh. And now we're establishing a board state that potentially Dick Burns might not be able to get out of if Brian here goes pedal to the metal. Pedal to the metal. Yeah. That's the one.
We got there. There. I do know one thing about these Amber Emerald decks. They do tend to play from behind. It's pretty rare that you see them coming out of the gate swinging in terms of questing. If they quest at all, usually they're able to kind of 2 turns quest once they have a wide board. And we do see the sudden. Oh, we see a double sudden chill.
Ooh. Absolutely.
Is that the rest of the hand? It looks like that's the rest of the hand.
And a rabbit. Your draw power is completely out the gate, other than your Chernobog's follower here. That is a little bit scary here. Hoping you find a draw option here. Maybe a friend's on the other side. Maybe you find your other genie. Maybe your other rabbits here. But we're gonna quest, pop the followers here, and it's tough with the limited options here too. Or it's very early and your hand is empty. Things get scary when your hand is that empty.
Having 2 cards here is going to feel better. Being able to get 2 of those back is better than having nothing, especially now that we only see 2 Diablos on the side of Dick Burns. We're going to get that followers down, which is also going to hopefully allow us to draw some more cards without any immediate singers. It would feel pretty bad if Burns had to, ink something just to hard play a Bruno on that follower. So I doubt that followers is going contested this turn.
Definitely getting that extra draw every turn is what Brian is going to look forward to, just to not run out of gas, because like you said, Amber Emerald is going to try to get that later rounds, empty out the board with Under the Sea, rip your hand out and just make sure you have no resources, not only in your hand, also at the board, and just kind of take over the game late turn. And cards like Kita makes it so easy to absolutely remove that board state.
Yeah, and speaking of that Under the Sea, we do see that off of Ariel. So we know that there is one in the hand. We do get to shift another Diablo, which is going to feel pretty good without those evasive threats and something like the Genie being in the discard now. So we'll have to see if there's another kit, or a Mother Knows Best should be able to bounce that Diablo just fine. Looks like the players might be discussing something here. There was a draw happening, so potentially just waiting for something to resolve.
Decision here. I think the Diablo draw was a little late there from the turn, and then we're going to go ahead and quest and get another draw with the follower here. And now Emerald Amethyst did a little bit more options. 3-4 cards is definitely exactly what we're in. And finding those 1 drops to constantly add more into the hand pile is really good, as we just Mother Knows Best again to empty out Dick Burns' board.
Yeah, you can't imagine that's another Ariel on the side of Dick Burns. Hopefully, she keeps seeing those songs. You can't imagine you want to see double Mother Knows Best there. You'd probably rather be playing for board with characters, but it does clean up the board nicely and slows Burns down. Looks like a strike was taken off that Ariel.
Yeah, trying to filter out the deck a little bit, draw 2, discard 1. Ink another bare necessities here. Knowing your opponent is playing Emerald Amethyst, there's not a lot of songs they tend to play, so it's just not too bad. It's a good ink option here in this matchup between those two.
Yeah, we did see, obviously, there's no hand at this point, so the odds of drawing a song off the top seems like an easy ink decision.
Yeah, definitely. Now things are gonna get a little. See what we get on the top of the deck here, and that's where things get really interesting. We found another kit bouncing back. The Ariel.
The Ariel is an interesting decision.
How do you feel about that? That's a surge.
It's got to be all part of the plan. I'm assuming. I mean, I guess it is allowing your opponent to draw, but it is stopping singing.
Right.
Those high cost songs like a Bruno or something like that. So it's still slowing your opponent down. But yeah, we are going to see that Ariel go immediately right back into play.
Potentially find another song here, as I believe going through Mr. Burns' list here, he is running about like 20 songs. So the chances of finding a song is quite high, and getting that Ariel, just finding a Paint the Roses. Red.
Yeah, we got a Painting the Roses red again. We did see one of them get discarded for that Diablo, so we'll see if he makes something of this next one. We're going to discard the strike to shift another Diablo. So there's been quite a few. The Diablo has constantly been shifted, so we are getting rid of those songs, even though, Burns is constantly finding more.
Finding and getting that kit out of the board with the strike match to not get your own Diablo banished. Very, very nice, cheeky play here. Getting that draw minus. It's just such a smooth little play to establish board. It's like hand is empty, only kit on board. This is territory if you're on the Emerald Amethyst side.
Yeah, it's interesting because we do have a bit of lore on the side of Brian, right? We are at 8, so it's not like he's at 4 or 2 even. Like 8 is significant. It's not out of the woods territory, right? It'd be a little nicer if he was in something like a goat bounce range to see if he's playing something like that. But he is significantly ahead in terms of lore when compared to Dick. So we'll have to see if that ends up mattering. Depending on the top decks, it could change it all.
And luckily for him, he's always finding these 1-drops that kind of almost guarantees him a card as well. So he's always trying to find something, making sure. And then we got a Muses on board here. About to sing some songs.
So we sing that Under the Sea
Ariel
with Ariel stuff. This game already. I'm gonna keep digging for those songs, which makes sense. like you said, he plays so many of them.
Rabbit off the top. I mean, it's just always finding the answers here. Always finding something to dig a little bit deeper, getting the fair ship out, starting to inch. Like you said, 8 isn't too bad, but it's nowhere near 15 or 12. So now the clawing into that 20 is going to feel a little bit slow. But hopefully, if he keeps finding these draws, we might get there.
Yeah, I think the fairy ship feels good, at least in the sense that it's going to stop them from singing. So if there's going to be, if he wanted to take care of it, so it's going to at least get them to potentially stop questing as well. No singing, to stop some bounces. We see that Ariel hit the board, and looks like we find a Bruno,
which is nice, which is really, really nice.
And another
Ariel. Wow. We're searching an entire deck to find songs, and she has not missed, I believe, one. So it's working. We found another Bruno. I mean, our hand is getting stacked with these songs that are about to get rid of the board state quite easily. Muse is going to do its magic, and being able to bounce back your Ariel to find more songs is so spicy, so nice. It's just like never-ending resource that you're constantly digging to find everything you're looking for.
And like I said, we do see Diablo and Muses challenge that fairy ship, which keeps them off of singing, which keeps them off of bouncing that Merlin, which could be good in the sense that, you don't want to see it bounce and then, discard with a sudden chill. We see, looks like maybe a scoop.
And we're just going to game 2. I mean, just like that, there's no answer, nothing else. You just no card in hand, board's empty, pocket's empty, wallet's empty, everything's empty. So might as well try again in game 2 here. Don't make the mistake we saw last game and try to force into time to get that W. Make sure you get to see game 3. Make sure you have time to see game 3 and hopefully win out from there. As we lose my co-caster here, I will be running some boosties for the chat. I believe this is I have given unlimited freedom and unlimited power. So boosties for all, boosties for the freedom, for freedom, for forbidden, for everything in between. Boosties for all. I believe Mr. Burns here took the W as Sploosh Magoo was unable to find an answer here, unable to get anything going, as Amber Emerald did what it does best, which is empty out board, empty out hand, empty out pockets, just take everything away and take the W here. Early scoop is definitely a time management decision here. Yes, he could have probably went for it and kept going, but just in the mindset of just that clarity of, okay, we'll see game 3 at least, is definitely something to do if you are in the losing position as well. That's definitely a skill that isn't really talked about and focused on, but it definitely makes a huge difference between understanding where you are in the board state. I know like it's a conversation point of like, okay, well, I'm just wasting time here just running in circles to get to the same end. Might as well make this a little bit faster and just get to game 2 and see a different set of hands.
Absolutely. Jumping back in here, we're back. Internet is hard, especially when we are all over the world casting. But we're back. Hopefully the camera's okay. Yeah, I think scooping, it makes sense, right? You have no hand at that point and you're just playing for top deck. So back into the action. We start by inking a magic broom and playing followers, which immediately, prioritizing that card draw, which makes sense considering now that your opponent's game plan is to basically rip the hand apart.
Yeah, and for Emerald Amethyst, you kind of don't want to hold your hand as much as possible. You do want to make established board state, so it's going to be interesting to see the game plan here. And all right, so we got a genie, a snake, a ship, a Ursula, and a genie here. All right. Definitely.
So hopefully that'll tame any of the potential discard shenanigans with that Diablo, the drawing shenanigans with the Diablo. If he shifts it, that we have an answer coming up on the side of Brian.
And then we see Ursula here getting rid of either. Wow, that's a good set of songs here with 2 sudden chills and a do not. Don't talk about no Bruno here. We are getting rid of a sudden chill. Seeing that Diablo right there, being able to sing one. Getting rid of one isn't too terrible here. Getting rid of one extra shift option with the big bird himself here. And as we go through as we start turn here, I believe it's definitely a interesting set of options here. Going through, we want to make sure we establish our Diablo early, make sure we at least draw a few cards from it, and knowing that Genie's on the way potentially, we want to make sure that he does not get to see it as well. Here we inked. We don't talk about Bruno. We have Sudden Chill, Ariel, and an unknown card. Going through it here as we past the turn here. We got.
Hopefully the mic is doing okay. I've got fine internet on my side, so we'll see what jumping back into this does. Let us know how it sounds.
We're hopeful here. We're gonna be back. Ursula gets the quest here. It feels nice to see that D23 Ursula of all the cards looking beautiful. Bounce back, knowing that your opponent has a sudden chill guarantee. You get to potentially discard another song if they do see it. Like we said, there's 20 of them, so that Ursula potentially will hit it. There's 3 unknowns in Dick Burns' hand there, and having the option here to ink. We don't talk about Bruno, knowing that Ursula is coming, potentially being a discard. That the songs become kind of an ink when Ursula is that threat, right? When that Ursula is just, it's in their hand. Okay, well my discards are now my free ink, and second Diablo is getting a little scary. 2 birds.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is something that I've noticed in games that I've seen Dick Burns does, where he'll keep the public info face up, so we know that Ariel is known, obviously, by the opponent. So, which is interesting because it's kind of helping your opponent, right? So now Brian knows and is not going to forget that we've got an Ariel staring us down here, potentially ready to sing. We are going to see that Genie, which feels okay. When you have 2 Diablos staring you down, I'm not too sure, but it can't take out one, and then if the other one, it can eventually take out the other one if no damage is done to it.
Brian is going to just quest off, get to 6, have 2 cards in hand. Genie drew an extra card for Dick Burns here as well, and with 2, you're going to draw a bunch of cards. If you remember those triggers as well, now knowing that Ariel's in hand and potentially multiple songs to get rid of some things. So it's going to be an interesting decision to make here. With 1, we're going to play the Cove, and we're putting the birds into a Cove, making that Genie not be able to get rid of them. And that 1 bird on the Cove is scary, but 2, now that's double trouble.
And why not? 1 more Diablo. Not the same, but
birds.
Might as well put it on the board. I think the Cove is kind of the answer that Dick Burns needs here, right? Because now that Genie's not going to be doing any swinging into either of those Diablos.
Crab,
it's just not going to be worth it.
With the crab, there's a chance we might see it just because, or we might just get rid of the Cove and then do some damage control for the birds as well. So there's options to be made, but the 2 Diablo in a Cove is very, very scary, regardless of what answers you got.
And it looks like Dick is not too worried, even with the crab, because he still elects to quest those Diablos.
Yeah, I mean, drawing 2 while your opponent only draws 1 is incredibly powerful. Now he has 5 cards in hand. It's just exactly getting those answers to get rid of this a little bit widening board state where without Under the Sea potentially might be a problem for Amber Emerald here.
Yeah, absolutely. We also potentially, can use that crab to take out the Cove with the snake, but even so, that Genie isn't going to be able to take out both Diablos, right? So
correct. And now we
either way, there's a potential to lose that Genie. Even if it is a 2-for-1, it might still feel good on the side of Dick Burns to take that trade.
Yeah. Because the Diablos drew him so many cards. They basically replenished the hand, gained a few lore, did everything the birds want to do. I mean, if they survive at least a couple of turns together, it did their job. It gained the value the card is looking for, and we are able to play a Ursula here. No songs. That feels bad because there's 2 Ariels that are about to pick up those songs that unfortunately Ursula could not discard. And we got the dog, the 7 cost tramp, one of my favorite cards from the set. It costs 1 less per character in your board, and you draw a card per each character on your board and discard that many. filtering out your deck, filtering out your hand, finding the answers you're looking for. And with that many options, with that many song options, you want to be able to find quite a bit of answers to get rid of exactly what you're looking for. And the dogs are barking a little bit, and I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we do see that Ariel come down. So as you said, that Ursula was not able to get that song this time. We'll still get to know what it is, right? It's going to be revealed. Looks like, okay, we see it painting the roses red. That I want to note that addition of Tramp in this deck is interesting, but it is for good reason. Like you said, allows you to dig and just really get the songs that you need when something like it's a better strike a good match on a body potentially, right? Where
exactly, and also a fantastic singer as well. It's basically singing everything, and if you have even a 1-cost Diablo, you can sing Under the Sea together. So it's a fantastic singer as well, being a 7 cost, even though you only played it for 2, potentially is such a value as well. I mean, your highest non-sync together song is Bruno, but wow, that's
we're seeing some
Ursula.
shine.
Wow, my eyes, the bling blow. Oh my goodness,
we're seeing some shine on the other side because we do see that Ursula comes shifted in, which in this particular matchup is quite strong, right? Because that ability text there is that characters cannot exert to sing songs. So that is going to stop some of the potential shenanigans on the side of Dick Burns. That's quite a blow, and it's obviously a big body as well, right?
4/7 on it with 3 lore. Ember Emerald, unfortunately, they can't just challenge away because they don't have a lot of characters with a lot of strength on it. So it's going to be a little bit of a headache to get rid of that 4/7 body, that quest for 3. I mean, with 12 lore on board, Dick Burns might be in a little bit of a pickle here.
Yeah, that what is that card called? Oh, you have forgotten me. It's going to go straight into the inkwell. It's not going to do anything here with no hand. Curious to see where he goes with this. Yeah, we're taking
the snake
that
out. Snake. 3, 4,
I'd imagine
5
it's going to be
on board here.
That Ariel again.
You could see that Ariel to find an answer, but not being able to sing it just makes it so the value just significantly drops without being able to sing anything, and knowing that Ursula is going to quest the next turn right away as well. I mean, it's a tough situation to be in. That card essentially counters most of the Amber Emerald discard strategy right there. The Bruno, you have to hard play it. It just doesn't feel good to do so, but it definitely is an answer. But we just have to wait a turn, I believe, as we don't have the ink to play it.
Yeah, we do have to wait a turn, so it is going to get quite close here, right? We're going to see Brian slowly inching towards that lore, or rather quite quickly, really, when you have somebody who's questing for 3. We're tapping all the ink. And there's that big Elsa. We are going to probably, take out that Diablo without question.
The Diablo here, just the Ariel is exerted here as well. That crab is going to potentially take care of that. And it's just getting a little bit more difficult to control this board state here. And Ursula's going to quest for 3 as well, pushing it to 16. This is where the dreaded goat territory and white rose territory enters now. Now with the potential added honey Marin as well, that extra 1 more gain might come up. So having those options, this is where scary territory enters. But we are going to just play Bruno into the Ursula and gamble away a little bit. Hope we find that big Ursula. And if you don't, it's not
it's he's going to be close either way as well, right? We're not really thinking that this Prince John's going to be able to get too much done. I believe Prince John can maybe take the crab. I can't quite see how much damage is on that crab.
Crab does have 2, so we could get rid of the crab.
If it's dire straits, right? Absolute. Last thing you want to do with that card, but kind of getting a little too close for comfort here. Otherwise, Brian's gonna be able to go to 19 next turn.
Right, absolutely. And when you are desperate for the answer, that is all you can do. Or we could just sing Sudden Chill, potentially draw a card, find an answer. If you're gonna ink a Forgotten
Me, yeah.
See a hiss. I mean, it's a turn, or a little turn too early. Unless he doesn't find a goat, which chances are high. We're gonna, he's looking for the goat. We're
territory
at this
stage in the game.
we are entering the Baja territory, and we will find it most likely. That's always been the case for my opponents. Every time I see any Amethyst players out there, we're going to challenge with the Elsa here, getting to 3, and to find a Diablo. Just at this point, he's just digging to find answers. Can't bounce back the Sir Hiss here with the 3-1. 3-4. It's a great card because it essentially gets rid of that Elsa, but the board is getting a little wide for, we're just going to scoop perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, we do see that start to get picked up there. I thought it was interesting the choice to have that Elsa kind of challenge there, just because at that point you're so close. What's the extra lore? What's the Prince John gonna do? But being so close is not the same as winning, and so you do have to play as cleanly as possible, show the most respect to what your opponent could potentially do. You don't want any maybe he couldn't play the card in his hand for whatever reason. You don't want any chance for that discard to kind of start popping off and bringing cards back. But don't even have to worry about it because we're tied up here. That game's over.
This is the game decided. This is the round decided. This is the match decided. This is the all important game 3 here, and we're gonna dive into action here as Dick Burns rocking the Amber Emerald and Brian rocking the Amethyst Emerald. Again, no Sapphire Zone here. A little enjoyable, little bouncing, little discard, and doing a little bit everything a little bit differently. I heard no ramps around this game. Rocking it, absolutely enjoying it. We didn't see any dogs, so no barking. I apologize. Or you're welcome, depending on how your perspective is, obviously. But looking into this, Dick Burns goes first. How do you feel about this as the game 3 starts off?
I think it's really gonna depend on these mulligans here, right? Because so far we have not seen any Diablos in terms of we see the 1-drop Diablo, but we're not seeing any of that 3-drop uninkable Diablo that's going to allow Brian to draw any cards on that side of the board, right? So if Dick Burns can find those Diablos early, right, that turn 2 shift to really start getting the card draw engine going, especially before we're able to get a Genie down or even an Elsa down on the side for Brian, we might see this be a little bit closer. It seems like Sploosh or Brian's deck wants to go a little bit faster, which may be why we're not seeing those sort of discard packages that we typically see with an Amethyst Emerald. So it's just going to depend really on Dick Burns and what he's able to draw and how many songs he's able to get into.
Going through the deck list, I know it's game 3, so we can kind of do a deck breakdown here. There is no Diablos in Brian's deck list here. He's rocking he's rocking 13 1-cost in Chernobog's followers into Diablo, and we have seen the fairy ship here. No 1-drop Diablos, no 3-drop Diablos. This is basically essentially a mono Amethyst deck, other than the Ursulas, the kits, and Mother Knows Best. He's running the 7-drop Ursula that we saw. He's rocking the 5th Spirit, the Merlin, the 4 rabbits, 4 genies for that draw. No friends on the other side because you have 8 card draw there as well. And he's running 3 honey marons, 2 white roses, and 4 goats to get that reach, to get that 20. So it's a very, very fantastic little go fast, bounce around, gain that lore, win away. And because the fun thing here, you can Mother Knows Best into your own goats and white roses to gain multiple lores at a time and close out the game.
And it seems like Dick Burns has kind of picked up on the fact that those cards aren't really in the deck, because we did see that Bare Necessities go straight into the Inkwell. We didn't see a 1-drop to follow it up, though, so we know that we're not going to be seeing any shifted Diablos, at least that can net a draw card here. Instead, we go for the Sir Hiss, and we have the fairy ship staring us down on the other side. So it is still going to be able to get that lore, which is what it's trying to do in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to gain at least 2 from what we're seeing. Sir Hiss not being quite getting there to 4. So that 2 lore, we saw it come up kind of important in game 1, but didn't close the deal. So maybe this game, those will matter unless Dick Burns could do what he did in game 1 and just absolutely rob the hand and under the sea away the game.
Yeah, and that Ursula on 2 makes total sense to me, right? We can, and we're seeing it here. We can imagine Dick Burns' hand is full of songs, and we've got 3 good ones to hit. So, do you think he's going to prioritize that late game Bruno, or get rid of that early discard with Sudden Chill?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think you want to get rid of that early stage Sudden Chill, because there's no other turn 3 play other than play another Sir Hiss. So like you're kind of losing a little bit of value there, and it's not the Brunos are going to come in a little bit more annoying later, but at this point Brian just wants to deal with it, whatever the problem is, early on. And we got the Sir Hiss here to just get 3 damage into the fairy ship, ink the Bruno. And like I said, there is no 3 cost in the hand, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But the fairy ship is going to gain another lore. So, like we said, that 2. How many lore is good enough lore for those 1-drop locations? And I think the answer is 2. What do you think?
Oh, I think 2 is great. I think if you're getting 2 off of it, you're happy. And if you're getting any more, you're super happy, right? So we see another one go into the inkwell. We're gonna, makes sense to me. We're gonna pick that Ursula back up, hopefully replay it next turn in order to rip some more songs out of the hand. And who knows how many we're gonna draw in the future, but we know we've got another one in there. I think the other Bruno is still in there. The other one got
that
it.
Bruno, I would assume is gonna be knowing that threat's on the way. Just to get rid of it and make sure. We're gonna get
not gonna ink it. We're going with the Kita.
All right, maybe there's more than one song, making the decision a little bit more difficult. And for 4 here, we're gonna get the muses out, get rid of the ship here, and continue on. Wow.
Yeah, this is an interesting decision. Like you said, you would most would probably just assume the automatic Bruno ink just to kind of protect it, unless I'm missing something and it's not the other Bruno in hand. I guess we'll see in a second here, because it looks like we've only got 1 card. But it might also, potentially stop something else being played on 4, like a genie. And so it's like, if you're gonna take my Bruno, at the very least, you're not playing something that's a little harder to get rid of, like a genie, which is not too hard with Sir Hisses on board, but it is still going to be a 2-for-1 if that was something that were to come down. So we'll have to see what Brian's got cooking up for us on the other side.
Let's see here. We know that there's an Ursula in hand that with 3 ink. I mean, it's the options are available. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and see what's in the hand with Bruno and an Under the Sea. Making a decision here is gonna be very, very important. Let's see which one we're getting rid of. Under the Sea is just gone. Throwing it away. Say goodbye. We might rip some.
Getting out of here.
We might just rip some of these cards at the end of the game. Who knows? But we are still we're still in Team Bruno. I mean, we might be talking about him, but it's just. Whatever.
Yeah, if he gets an inkable off the top here, the Bruno is live, and that makes the muses live. So we might be able to slow this down a little bit. I don't think Dick Burns is in an irreparable position, especially seeing a strike. So now we get to dig a bit. So
really, really good here. What are we looking for? I mean, we want to make sure that we're able to find some ink to continue up our ink count here, potentially find some songs to sing away with the muses to get triggered. But the issue with the muses here, the 2 options, you have Diablo and Ursula, and just getting Diablo back to hand is good, but it stops it a little bit.
Yeah, this is interesting. We get rid of the Bruno off of the strike. It looks like because we liked this Painting the Roses, which is going to allow us to draw some cards, hopefully get us back into this game, especially with 4 ink. Yeah, we can maybe make something happen here. And it looks like that's what we're going to do, right? So we have that 4 ink, and we're able to get into a You Have Forgotten Me, which is going to make Brian get rid of 2 of his cards.
That is really, really good here. Thinning out the board, thinning out the hand at the same time. Really, really nice play here to establish. And now with potentially 1 card in hand, knowing potentially no action, that Ursula just feels like a kind of a unnecessary card. So discarding that might not feel that bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the play. It was looking rough, but I think that's the power of strike a good match, right? And similarly, why we see that tramp in this deck that we saw. We didn't see it in play, but we saw it in hand earlier, because that is just going to allow Dick to continue to dig for answers. And if this deck has one thing, it's definitely answers, especially with no threat of an opposing Pete, right? We know that there's no point where Brian's going to say, hey, no actions. He can stop our singing, but he can't stop us playing the actions. So this might be closer than it was looking in the first couple of turns here.
Yeah. I mean, similar to game one here early, it looked a little great for Brian, but Dick Burns was able to just kind of close it out, empty out the hand, get into a better position where Brian has to make the hard decisions of how to control the board state rather than go fast and try to close out the game.
Yep, we see him tap 3 ink. That's going to be all right in favor of the Fox. We're probably feeling good if we're Dick Burns that we did not quest those muses last turn.
One card, and it's Akita. I mean, it does not feel good at all. Ursula
no, especially not being on 5, especially, and also I don't know what we really need that Kita for right now with those Under the Seas being in the discard pile. We get to a Prince John, which honestly I think is okay here because we're assuming we're going to see discard eventually, right? Yeah. So it might be able to get that draw engine back online. So we're definitely happy to see that. Genie feels pretty good though for Brian.
Genie is nice, getting a draw here, kind of establishing a little bit of like, okay, you're questing now. I might start questing as well. My Genie does a lot more draw power, get some stuff going, and we can bounce back and forth a lot too. Get the broom out too. Yeah, the cool thing about Brian here, he has a lot of drawing that Dick doesn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, seeing 2 Sir Hisses doesn't necessarily matter to Brian here, because if Dick is getting rid of those Sir Hisses, it's a 2-for-1 trade, right? And it also gets those 2-cost singers off of the board, where if Dick were to start singing, chain singing songs like Strike that cost 2 and Painting the Roses, that would get him back in this. But having that Genie there kind of slows things down, because now he has to think about what to do with those Sir Hisses. We see him quest out, which I think is interesting, but obviously he plays that Kita down, so he's kind of saying, nothing you can really do to my board, but if you want to quest yours, I'm going to get you next turn.
The Kita here kind of makes it so it's essentially free lore for him. You could trade maybe like one. No, there's nothing you can do here. It's just going to feel bad. You can quest away, but that's bad too. It's just a sticky situation for Brian as he plays another rabbit to find potentially more answers, but we shall see.
Yeah, definitely always want to draw first, right? Especially when looking at this board and none of my characters can really get rid of any of these guys. So we'll have to see. Might as well draw, see what we get. Looks like he's thumbing up the Fox. I'm curious what he's planning to do with it. Looks like he's got 2 cards in hand now as well. So feeling better when you consider that Dick Burns is in top deck mode.
We could sing maybe Mother Knows Best, but he's just gonna quest away, I think, and just be like, okay, you quested, I quested, now what? Get to
12. Wow.
Wow, yeah. All right, this makes it so he has this is a definitely interesting choice. We're just gonna say, okay, you quested, I quested, now what are you gonna do? Someone has to deal with something, and
it could all come down to this top deck for sure. We know that Dick does have to start getting rid of some of the characters and presence on this board. Otherwise, we're not going to be in checkmate at 20, but we're going to be pretty close.
Yeah.
We see a quest out here, so we're matching that 12 and raising you 15, and
Prince John. I mean, now he's essentially saying, you deal with me, I don't deal with you.
Yeah,
it's definitely a game of just whoever got it, and with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board, it's essentially bounce, go, or bust.
Yeah, it's well, we do have 6 ink here, so if we top deck a White Rose, and then that's the lore, and then we top deck another one off of banishing the broom for it, we can maybe get there.
There's a lot of things that needs to happen for Brian to come up with this win here. Dick Burns just saying, we're gonna just quest off. This is a quest off. This is your traditional Wild West quest off. Is definitely a decision here, and we're gonna start taking off the board here. The Genie gets rid of the Sir.
this is a good example of Dick Burns showing us the principle: play to win, don't play to not lose, right? When you're too focused on stopping your opponent, sometimes you forget to see that you have Lorful, as I've heard some casters call it, right there on board. And so he's put himself in this 2-turn check where he says, I'm going to quest out, and then next turn I'm going to quest out again unless you do something.
Crab into the Kita.
Makes sense. Getting some of that
pretty
lore off the
good.
board.
The Fox most likely is going to just smack into that Muses.
We know that one of the Prince Johns can't be touched. So we've got a guaranteed 17 here, but obviously that's not going to be enough. I also know that this Sir Hiss is most likely not going anywhere because we don't have enough for an Elsa, right? So putting us up to potentially 18 next turn. The rest of these threats with Muses and Prince John are likely going to be dealt with. It's just a matter of how Brian sees most fit.
Let's see. We're going to Mother Knows Best. The Crab. Interest. Okay.
Yeah, our own crab. So that way now, looks like we've given it to our Ursula. She's going to be able to cleanly take out those Muses and survive the challenge, which feels good, especially when we're getting kind of close to that loreful range. All right. I like this from Brian. He manages to clean up a lot of this board
too,
and keep a lot of his board presence as well.
Oh, yeah. No, and got a quest off all of it too. This is a fantastic turn of events for Forbidden Gaming here, potentially closing off the game as let's see what we see here. We got a 2 here to play a Sudden Chill to discard and get a draw off of.
I understand why he had to hard play it. He wants to keep that Sir Hiss around to be able to deal with that 2 quester that we see there with Genie. We are going to get rid of that crab, which now doesn't really matter as much.
3.
And we play into
a Bruno. A Diablo. Yeah.
Which could start netting us cards, right? Because we know that Brian's not going to be at 20 next turn. So we might be able to start bringing this back if we can draw the right cards.
Just a little bit. Yeah. The Sir Hiss is going to absolutely demolish that Genie. Or we're just going to quest. All right. All right. Sure.
Yeah, I like that. Saying, again, I'm playing to win, not playing to not lose. We'll have to see if we see a goat come out here. We do not. We do see that Elsa.
That might be the scooperoonie there.
Scoop it up. So.
Wow. That Elsa to finish out the game. Yeah, it's unfortunately, and we are ripping cards. What did we just rip?
I think he tossed them. I don't know if he threw it. I didn't quite see it.
What did we just rip there? Wait a minute.
Well, we will definitely have to ask them what they thought about that game.
He ripped the hundo. Wait a minute. He just ripped a $100 bill. Wait a minute. Wait. That could have been 20 gifty subs for the Wonderland stream. What is going on? The Unhinged Burns is here. He just ripped a hundo. The blue dollar is gone and ripped away. What just happened? What am I looking at? In this economy. Anyway, we're going to go.
Your camera.
Some action here. Ripping a $100 bill to close off the game. Wow.
Yes, what a match. Obviously some close games there. Congratulations to Brian. We kind of set it up in the pre-show, but there is, it sounds like, potentially a little bit of a rivalry here. So before we even talk about some of that gameplay, I'm curious about, either from Dick or Brian, how does it feel to have this rivalry play out in this way?
Haven't taken a loss from Dick, and it's not going to start today. So here we are.
Oh,
ouch.
Got the fighting words already.
Yeah, all kidding aside, I love being here, love being able to play with Mr. Burns himself.
Yeah, it's funny. People don't realize that me and Sploosh are like great friends. I was happy to put him over on camera. So
doing the job work, I see once again.
Yeah, well, my card does say worst player on TFM. So gotta prove it. The only thing I'm sad about is if I would have won, I was gonna call out Otto to play a tiebreaker.
Oh,
Since he had won his match. But yeah, didn't really get to play game 3. Oh well. That's Lorcana.
That is what it is.
Not,
it is what it is.
Yeah, not taking anything away from Sploosh. Lesser players still could have lost that game. So good job.
Appreciate it. But yeah, absolutely great to play with everybody again, and then get to see everybody this weekend for the SSG 15 case. So all of TFM's going down, and Freedom Gaming will be out there repping as well. So maybe we'll run it back.
Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing I wanted to ask Dick is about your deck choice here. So this is a color combo, especially running the non-Chernadog version, as it's been coined. Got the market coming in. I'm just curious about what motivated you to play this, and if you would do anything differently now that you've been able to see how it played.
So I thought Sploosh had learned his lesson that Emerald Amethyst is absolute trash, right? So this deck is like so good into so much of the meta. I think this is probably the worst matchup just because my Bare Necessities and Ursulas do absolutely nothing.
Right.
So like I was, we knew we were playing each other. I figured he would put me on Amber Steel, right? So I did know, there was a possibility that he would choose an Ursula deck. But I still, figuring that the deck was so bad, I still figured I would try.
Okay, while going to the deck list, you hybrid the Chernadogs into this deck, which is fantastic. What was the decision behind rocking that lovely tramp in there?
I mean, I don't know why no one else is playing it in here. It's just so good with Muses. Like, there's just so many times that you have Singer 8, and you just don't have Under the Sea. And it doesn't matter what else is in your hand. If you had Under the Sea, you win the game on the spot.
Right.
So if you can just, draw 4, discard 4, or in some cases, he's just literally free. Draw most of your deck, discard, anything else but Under the Sea. Just winning the game on the spot seems pretty good. Like, I think people have been sleeping on putting Tramp in here. And you could bounce it back with Muses. Like you get so many shots at it. So and then on top of that, you don't have a lot of cards that actually quest for 2. So yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. Include.
I love it because I mean that 7 sings everything. It basically looks the exact answer you're looking for, like you said, just everything you need.
It's like strike a good match, but you can't bounce something with Muses, but you can bounce him. So.
No, I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side for Brian, we saw another unconventional deck choice, at least in this format, with Emerald Amethyst. So I'm curious for you as well, specifically opting to go a bit more of like aggro style, tempo based kind of a quicker deck, as opposed to, we didn't see those 2 Diablos mirroring each other, trying to draw more cards than the other. So and we don't see the Diablo in the deck at all, right? Besides that 1 drop. So I'm curious about what your preferences were to kind of get away from the discard version of this deck and not play that 3-drop Diablo.
And he's muted. What he's saying is,
sorry. Look,
he doesn't want to be.
I lost power and Wi-Fi, so I'm off the phone here.
You did it after your win, though, so it's fine.
Yeah. So thank God that worked out. But I for sure put Dick on his comfort pick of Amber Steel, and I wanted to run it back again on Emerald Amethyst, and it is a comfort pick for me as well. But I know people are sleeping on the Emerald Amethyst deck list. It's just a comfort pick, and I thought into Amber Steel, I had it no problem, and kind of lucked out a little bit on his choice, but we got there. So. Yeah.
The key to the matchup was being on the draw. The person on the draw won every game.
Yeah.
Running here first, going second, not so bad.
Yep. I should have just chose to go second. I would have peeled exactly what I needed right off the top.
People do want to know.
Can I address some stuff with chat real quick?
Well, people do want to know if it was a real $100 bill, because I think everyone screamed a little bit, cried a little bit, and yelled at you a little bit. So we need to know.
Obviously, it was a real $100 bill. I get a bonus for being on TFM, right? I am the most sponsored player in the game. Shout out to Dream Days, Cards Fun Games. Yeah, they pay me quarterly to use this playmat. So at the end of the year, I get to keep each $100 bill when I win on the ICL. But if I lose, I have to rip it up. I also want to address how chat's always making fun of me for my hand shaking. I have essential tremors. Thanks a lot, guys. Just bringing that up. It's not
unbelievable,
hurtful
chat.
at all. Yeah, they're like, oh, he's so nervous, his hands are shaking. Nah, man, I've been here. I lose all the time.
Oh, you told me you were excited to play against me, man, and you were all shaky and stuff. But I guess that's not true, huh?
Also, I remembered my wedding rings. Also, I don't know why people are always saying that I'm so mean. Like, apparently I was mean to JDZ. That was not me. I am TFM Bick Derns. I've not had an interview with JDZ at all. So, apologies to anyone who doesn't understand out there that villainous Dick Burns was the one that had played that match.
Different personality, completely two different people. So we have to understand there's absolutely two different people. Bick Derns here is absolutely a saint. He's one of the nicest Lorcana players of all time. He looks beautiful. Look at that gorgeous looking hair combination. He would never hurt a single soul. Villainous Dick Burns, absolute monster. Different type of beat. So
I hope I never meet him. I hope I never meet that guy. Awful.
Oh, one last thing that I was curious about, in addition to the $100 bill, real or fake, obviously real. The decision to play with no sleeves, which obviously didn't get to fly. But was that just a little bit of extra disrespect for Brian here?
Yeah. So people that follow me on Twitter know that, like, all 12 of you know I like playing with like miscut cards and sign cards and stuff like that. It just so happened I have no miscut cards in this deck, so I was like, oh, sweet, I can riffle shuffle with no sleeves and just like really, get the algorithm for Wonderland. Like, shout out to Wonderland for doing all the work. I know he has this amazing ensemble of judges and players and stuff like that. But, I want people to comment so that it boosts it in the algorithm,
Oh, I see. You want a little bit of rage bait.
Anyone that watches Lore Chronicles knows rage bait all too well. Okay.
We've got to do a little bit of it. It's what gets the clicks going, and you almost did it. I mean, you had me, you had the chat going, and but unfortunately, the ICL wanted to keep that integrity of the game. But we got a nice clip, so we do appreciate that from the ICL, from us.
I love watching back chat. As I cry myself to sleep every. So apparently every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, since I'm on every team under the planet. I watch back, and I don't even watch the match. I'm not trying to get better. I just watch chat and just laugh at them making fun of me for how ridiculous I am. So that's what we're here for. We're here for a good time. Everyone that like takes this trash talk and stuff super serious, I appreciate you. It helps us a lot.
Take it seriously.
Yeah.
Actually, it's
you
fully
should have
real,
doubled down.
100%. Everything is real. Please ask us these questions every time. Like, oh, you guys don't like TFM? You guys don't like each other? Please keep us asking. It keeps the electricity on.
People still ask me if I'm gonna fight Lorcana villain.
Well,
it's hilarious. It's hilarious.
We're waiting.
People in person ask me that all the time.
I messaged Wonderland last night asking if I could trash talk after the match, but not specifically at TFM. And I wrote a bunch of little trash talk quotes here.
All right, let's
I'm
hear
gonna
it.
memorize them, but he never got back to me. So I don't know if I'm allowed to or not.
Went straight to spam
This is
folder.
shenanigans. You never press send. I'm telling you.
Straight to spam.
It's here. It's all here, man. But maybe next time,
Listen.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, you don't get too many opportunities. When you're casting, you have to be nice. I never get out of line when I'm casting. Only in these post-match interviews do I ever get out of line. You got to respect the ICL rules, no matter what anyone says. All right.
Well, y'all killed it. Before we do let y'all off, we got to do some shout outs. As we got to start with the super nice big turns here. Where can people find you?
I appreciate it. You can find me all things TFM. If Dan has a link tree, just go to his stuff. Just bother Dan. If you have any questions, message Dan.
Awesome.
Dan's my boss. He keeps me locked away. At least, as you can see, he feeds me well. So there's that. Maggiano's, Fogo de Chao, Texas Day Brazil, every weekend.
Getting some good food. I see. I see.
Too much sodium.
He's eating too much unlimited steak. That's the problem.
Yeah. I'm not overweight. I'm high sodium diet, clearly.
Love it.
And Brian, do you have any shout outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Joey already mentioned, but Freedom Gaming TCG on YouTube, Sploosh Magoo on X, and then big shout out to the team. Honestly, wouldn't really be into Lorcana if it wasn't for my friends and the community. Shout out to Wonderland, the casters, as always. You guys are taking time out of your day to put on a phenomenal show. And shout out to SSG once again for their 15K tournament this weekend for a wonderful cause. It is a charity tournament, so all proceeds will be divided up into 33%, and everybody winner, SSG and Peter Raimundo, the illustrator, gets to choose a charity of their choice. So if you guys can't make it in person, please tune in.
Fantastic stuff. I'll be there. I'm gonna try to steal that Cusco playmat, so I'm looking forward to that.
Breezy, you're coming?
What?
Yeah,
we get to hang out with
You're gonna
Breezy
make that
in
3-hour drive? Oh,
I saw the playmat
dude.
and I bought my tickets, so I'll be there. I'll be very sleepy, but I'll be there
Let's
to
go.
potentially steal that playmat and run back home.
Let's
But I
go.
cannot wait to see that action. It's a phenomenal cause. I love charity events, so it's gonna be amazing experience for everyone that's gonna be part of it and watching on live.
Time to degen in person.
Yes, it's gonna be nice. But other than that, you two have been fantastic. Thank you for giving us the honor to cast this amazing game. Fantastic matchup. Thank you for No Sapphire. Made my day a lot better, personally.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate it.
That was awesome.
But thank you so much.
All right, the two casters want to give their goodbyes and everything.
All right. Well, I think that is going to be it from us casters as well. So I just want to thank the ICL as a whole one more time for having us. Breezy, thank you. It was a pleasure to cast alongside you. I am Willoughby's. You can find me at Lore Chronicles along with Dick Burns here. No biases were detected during the time of this casting. And also on Twitter at Willoughby's. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate the opportunity.
It was an honor to cast this amazing game with you. I really appreciate it. The energies, the vibes were super high. Brought the electricity. So, but you can find me on twitch.tv/ybreezy. We have hit that 1K, so the 24-hour charity stream is on the way. We're planning it. We're getting the guests in, so you can find me there. We yap there. You can find me tomorrow on Lorcana After Dark. Terrible show. Don't watch it, but you can find me there tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern. We're just going to be yap about everything else, everything Lorcana and not Lorcana related, so it'll be a good time.
All right. Wave bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, I guess I wasn't muted in the stream, so you got to hear me tell them wave bye before the transition happened.
It's
I
okay.
guess. All right, Caleb, did you enjoy the show? You're muted though. I can't hear you, Caleb. You do have to unmute yourself. I don't think he can hear me. He's muted.
My bad. Hello.
There he goes. He figured it out. So, did you enjoy the show? You finally got to see it, or
Yeah,
like
it was
be here behind the scenes to kind of see it.
Why can't I hear anything from? Okay, now.
Yeah, it was awesome being behind the scenes, getting to watch the show, and also interact with the chat at the same time was a blast. I think we learned, from Dick Burns that lemon lime half and half maybe not is not the way. We learned something new.
I don't know. He was really close.
He was very
really close there. I thought he was going to get it if the Elsa didn't come down to finish the job. But
yeah,
for
was
those
the
who
best
don't know,
possible.
It's been a while since we've done this. This is the lore report. We are missing one of our three main hosts. He will be here shortly. And I do believe Katie will be coming back eventually to finish the interview she started on the 20 lore thing. But chat was like, no, you can't interview him. It's going to give him bad luck. And we'll talk about it more, but I'm pretty sure he won some event this weekend. I've heard.
Yeah, he's got to tell us. I was, doing other things.
I was at a board game convention this weekend, and that was pretty fun.
I was texting Sky, and that's what he said. Where was this convention? Was it in town? Was it pretty big?
It was at the Cornhusker. I feel like I'm telling a scary story. All right, and then we rolled 3d6.
Not for initiative.
I'm pretty sure you roll a
D20?
D10 for initiative. Maybe it's just a D20. Probably depends on which random RPG or game you're playing. But yeah, it was pretty good. I finally got to play Dune Imperium for the first time. Sky's been talking it up, and some people don't know this, but Sailor from Team Maelstrom, my teammate, before Lorcana, he was a professional Dune Imperium player. That was his favorite game. He played it the most. He has a board game podcast, so he probably did some random event stuff. Obviously, it's not going to be like a Lorcana or card game event where it's not near as big, right? But you definitely have those diehard players, and it was super fun. If you like deck building games, I would highly recommend it.
Is it based off the Dune books?
Yes. No. Yes.
I mean, sweet.
It is themed on it. I've read all 18 to 22 books somewhere around there. There's still more coming out. His kid's writing them still.
Yes.
And it was pretty flavorful. I got to play as Harkonnen, the Baron himself. And nice. I played pretty flavorfully. I counterpicked what my opponent was doing a few times to stop him. I almost felt bad. It was so rude of me to do. There's this thing that takes one army away, and they had just exactly one, and because I took it away, they couldn't participate, which then gave me a big windfall of victory points. It was pretty nice. So what'd you do this weekend?
I played golf with Sky on Friday right before he left for the event.
Ooh.
Yes, and I think that's why he won. Full credit to me. I'm getting him out to golf.
Yeah, it's that relaxation session. That's why he didn't play on Sunday, right? Because he didn't have golf before it. Exactly. He already used the golf. Yeah.
Actually, I played insanely well for I was my second time out this year, and I shot a couple under, and I was not expecting to do so well that early on. And then just hung out with the family. So just a pretty normal weekend. I did play League as well on Tuesday, which was a lot of fun. I tried out also some Blue Steel and went 3-0 there at the good old league that Sky's now going to in Omaha. So that was fun. So
I'm liking get off work and then stop at the card shop on the way home.
Yes.
I'm so jelly.
I know.
Sometimes I really wish I lived in Omaha.
It'd just be nice because then it's because then Sky's there, the Brants are there, and it's a party. So it's a really good time.
I do very much like my LGS though.
Yeah.
That said,
he shouted it out during the tournament, the collective one.
Oh, nice.
Yes, that's right. That's what it's called, the collective.
Yep, Collective 365.
Collective 365. I've never been in Lincoln. I'll need to come down and make it out to a league night.
Omaha though. Omaha has 5 or 6 decent plus stores. I'm a big fan of Krypton. Yeah. The game shops are good. I think I can never remember the name of. Is it Mana Games or is that the one in Lincoln? What's the one that the brand that Greg runs the league for?
That's Spielbound, so that's the board game shop.
I like that. It's a board game cafe. So I mean, people who watch a lot of me, they know I have a weak spot in my heart for a chai latte. So any place I can go to play cards and order the chai latte right there and be, I'm all about that. And
they're open super late, so that's really nice too. So
and they have really rooms.
Yeah. So you get a ton of extra games in, which is a lot of fun. I think
I'm
a big fan.
almost each set champs, there's like private rooms that will start filling up as the event's starting to get over of people doing stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm a big fan. I'm also this new set. We haven't really talked. We talked pre-set where we started picking out the cards that we thought would be the most impactful, and I mean it's really all coming to fruition. We talked about how strong blue steel was going to go into this set. I'm excited to talk with the blue steel guy himself, Sky.
He was
but it's
here
also
and then he disappeared.
I know. He was gone. And then when the world needed him, he vanished.
I mean, he was there when we needed him, just not when we wanted him.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be in. But yeah, it's been fun. The Tamatoa, I didn't test enough with like him preset, but the 6-drop is it's so incredible. One of the things I wanted to talk with you about this week is, as one of the great green steel players, how has the getting 2 popsicles or the popsicle and Fortisphere back, the draw engine mid late game?
It's
how
terrifying from what it looks like, but I haven't played into it too much. Like honestly, the amount of games I've played is so low. I have just been doing ICL 3 days a week, and then the LCCC is happening, and I'm not going to stream against that. I want to watch it, right?
Yeah.
And I had to wait for the full set to come out. Then I had to wait a little bit for my cards to come in.
Dude,
and so I just haven't played nearly as much games as I'd like to be playing.
Yeah, I've been in the same boat. Shout out. Our league does allow some proxies, or else I would have definitely not been able to. Yeah. I played like set 5 blue steel because I'm still waiting on. I mean, those are the crabs. I thought they'd kind of go down once the product was mass market release, but they've hung in there, and I really understand why, especially
well, you have
watching Sky and everything else too.
Yeah, we have the tier 0 deck that won the event, and then the next day didn't make top 16. No versions of Sapphire Steel made top 16. That said, while Crab is in that tier 0 deck, it's also in what secretly might be the actual tier 0 deck, Ruby Sapphire.
Yes.
So 2 of the best decks, which is around 40% of the format, plays Crab as a 4 of on average. I think some versions might play a few less. With DKP only playing 4 popsicles in his list and Flaversham.
Not a ton of need.
But he's also running Crab, but I don't think he's on 4. Maybe he's just the luckiest person in the world and just always hits his double popsicle, but I would assume he's only on 2 or 3. YOLO will play tomorrow. We'll play tomorrow afternoon for sure.
And I think with that though, like we didn't even talk about the superpower if he stays on the board with the dime. Like it was such an unanswerable thing, and watching that tournament go through, I was surprised on how many crabs stuck to be able to play the item for free. And sometimes, it wasn't the dime, or it was just you're chucking down a free popsicle or Fortisphere. She was there and disappeared.
She didn't think her camera would turn on. I didn't realize I had it there. I'll make sure not to let that happen again. I'm sorry for that.
But I was surprised again just how much the crab was able to stick, to be on. I know it's such a big threat. Sky had the answers in his deck where he was running 3 of Along Came Zeus to get rid of it right away.
Oh, well, Sky showed up and then you disappeared. What happened? Oh, hold on. I turned the wrong. That was my fault. I turned off I tried to make it so that wouldn't happen to Sky. And instead, I turned your camera off instead.
Hey.
SMRT.
Woo.
Yay.
And then they got you over there, and I went, sit back down. We don't want to talk to you. And then how it also seemed like I didn't give 2 two poops about your deck because everybody said just talk about anything else. Just bring up like his hair or that like Caleb thinks he's cute. Hang up. Just hang up. Just end your stream. And I was like, okay. So anyway, I just need to explain that.
So
it's very unprofessional.
I watched the stream on the way home. So
okay, good. So you got to
know
see.
what happened.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Well, anyway, it's been a good night. I hope you guys.
Is Sky robotic to the chat or just me?
Just you.
Okay, that's
wait.
good.
I can't speak.
Hopefully,
for the chat.
just you.
I can't speak for the chat. Actually, I just realized I'm not chat.
Are you? But he's not robotic to you.
Sky talk again.
Hey, Joe.
I wonder if that's my.
It sounds a little bit to me.
I wonder if that's my computer or what. Like, so we haven't had any issues with VDO before, but everyone was like, "Hey, you're silly Billy. You're only doing 720p. Give us that 1080p, son." So I upped it to the 1080p, and now I'm just like, "What's going on?" I have fiber internet, so it should be okay. But I've also been noticing that I'm at like 81% memory right now. I think I just need to I need to double my RAM. Maybe that'll help. I don't know if that directly impacts or not. I'm ignorant. But okay, I'm gonna answer Zaw's question here, as he said, "What was my overall thoughts on the game Dune Imperium?" I quite enjoyed it enough that I'm going to buy it. I did. I went to the board game convention and they had rentals, right? So you could try games out, and I was like, "Well, I'll try this out, and then I can tell Sky whether or not we should get it." I didn't realize at first that the game was made by the same people who made Clank, which makes perfect sense as to why it's so good. Like, the hybrid board game deck builder is just like out of this world. Like, I definitely think it's a big future that more companies should try to expand into if they didn't copyright it like jerks.
If they didn't copyright it like jerks. I'm excited. You said Dune. I like the books, so and the movies, so that's exciting. I haven't read all 22. I've read like 5.
You read the OGs?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I'm gonna say it. I liked his son's books more than his books, and a lot of people don't agree with that. But I don't know. I just kind of thought the originals were kind of mid and a little too open, and supposedly the son like fleshed out. So supposedly the son's books were based on the father's notes. And I hope that's true because the plot of those that dealing with the thinking machines were so much better, I felt, than the actual Dune, whatever. Obviously, when spoilers, the worm giant like transformation thing is pretty lame to anyone who might do that. Like, that was kind of weak. But like most of the thinking machine aspects, I'm just like, this is almost. It's been a while since I said naughty words.
This is real farted.
Yeah, this is like it's great sci-fi. I'm a big fan. Like, granted,
it does some weird stuff as it keeps going. I like it. I'll put that on my summer read. I'll keep going. I was like, I'll just stop here, and but I'll keep going down the sun's works. That's fun. But anyway, Dune Imperium. Sky, you love the game too, apparently. Before we get back into Lorcana.
He hasn't played it yet, I don't think.
No, I've wanted to play it so bad because I love the new Dune movies. I haven't read the book. I'm sure it's fine, but
don't do it.
Don't do it.
It's
good. The only book
Audiobook.
I've ever been like, I'm gonna freaking finish this so nobody can say it's good, and I didn't read it. It was good.
Audiobook at 1.3 speed.
Or the new ones.
The movie was cool because like it got rid of all the times they described like how a tent works. Like because in the book they're like, well, now we're gonna talk about this zipper. It's a really cool zipper, and it was made by a zipper man, and it was
visuals do some work.
And they're like, look, it's a cool suit, and that was it. Move on. And they're like, but the dust was so dusty. It was like the dustiest dust that's ever dust. Anyway, it was a good book.
You're just gonna roast Herbert like this?
It was indulgent. It was an indulgence.
You could tell it was written in the 80s sometimes.
What did Frank do to you? Okay.
And
he
the
died
like,
before finishing the books.
He got because like it sucks when like you make something and you do it first, and then everybody makes a million Star Wars, and then later it becomes popular and read it, and they're like, this story is lame, and it's like, okay, well he got like he did it, whatever.
We don't
so I
get
think, like,
Star
that's
Wars without Frank, man.
Oh yeah, it's literally like they're like, let's like Star Wars, but we don't explain anything. Like Dune is like we're gonna explain everything. Star Wars is we'll explain nothing, and one got more successful. So
this is great. Oh man, this is fantastic.
Oh man, so he's gone. That's good. All right.
Wow. Wait, Scott. I was
What
what I was
you
saying
doing?
before. I was talking about blue steel, and I was talking about crabs, and I was saying I was surprised how many stuck during the tournament. I thought because of the free item play. Is it just that decks don't have enough answers to the crab, or why did so many stick in your matchups?
Okay, so usually if you're going first, you're gonna stick a crab at some point. Like they're gonna be one turn behind for everything. There are things that they can do, like play multiple free characters, whether it's Bell or Scrooge, and get enough for Bell to like sing a strength for 5 or something. But that typically won't happen because you're going to be taking out some of their crucial stuff like Scrooge's, even just Bell, because you're one turn ahead of singing stuff. So usually you can get to a spot where you'll drop a Thomas 6, and it's very bad that your opponent will have to hard cast a Zeus or something to kill it, and so they just won't even do it. They know like they're gonna lose if they just spend their whole turn to like hard cast a Zeus plus play like a popsicle or something. So they need stuff to sing it, and if you're going first and you have stuff to sing also because you're blue steel, you're gonna be killing their stuff that they can sing Zeus on your crabs.
Super. That makes a lot of sense. Man, it's scary with the dime. Do you think that more dimes will be added to the deck? Because I kept watching and I'm like, is there room? Because especially when going first, it was so lethal. If you could get that free dime down, and then Steel had during the tournament, really that first day had no answers. Like, is there gonna be lists with more dimes? Just because that combo was so lethal, and your Chicha version, you have so much ink to spend anyway. You can you could pay for more dimes down.
Sure. I actually, if I were to go any way with it, I think I'd go less dimes than more dimes. I think I was thinking about this today actually. If you go back and like see the games that I use dime to close it out with a big Tamatoa, I don't think I necessarily even needed to most of the time. You build up so much momentum that no matter what, if you're at a spot where you're diming to end the game, the next turn you're for sure out of the game.
Yeah.
And so the question just becomes, okay, if I didn't spend my ink playing this dime, could I have taken enough stuff off his board so he wouldn't have won the game? And usually the answer is yes if you're in a spot to dime and activate. So I think that's kind of what Red Blue has realized, is that they stabilize so much that they don't really need to just out of nowhere threaten to end the game. That's why they only play one dime. And now the Blue Steel has all these proactive things like big strengths because you play so many characters and stuff for free. Play 3 Zeus, 2 cannon. You just have a lot of removal, and you can sing it for free. So you can just have these huge swing turns where you remove like your opponent's 2 most threatening things. That typically means that they can't have lethal next turn. So I think Dime is still very good as a 2 of, and I think it's probably going to stay there, but I definitely would not add any more.
Do you think, with Red Blue, knowing that you're just so board dominant and board state dominant, if they add more, B preps on the back end, do you think then it's more valuable?
Potentially, yeah. I know in set 4. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, did you see the last... I've been sidetracking. Did you see the question about Cannon already? Did you answer that? Am I behind?
On Twitch? Should I just pop up?
Yeah,
why Cannon?
Yeah,
Is
go
it just
for it.
Why Cannon?
Okay.
Did you think about it?
Let me just finish this thought because I was going here. But
Yep, sorry.
Shoot, what was I even saying?
We were talking about B preps, and I said if there's more B
Prep,
preps,
that's
then
right.
is more dimes more viable, just because they're going to be clearing your board state more.
In set 4, when I first started playing No Wheel, like one of the biggest things you could do is just stick a dime as early as possible. It was usually like on 8 ink, you just play a dime if you're going first, and then you still have like 3 things out, including a Flaversham that they're going to have to remove. So that was good then. Now I think B prep is more B preps is better against what we're trying to do. Just because like we get to a point where we stick a Tamato usually with like 2 or 3 other characters on the board, and you're just like, okay, Sisu, unless you have like multiple coils or something, is not clearing everything. You kind of need B preps. So yeah, I think more B preps is good against this, but I don't know if it's that great. I think if you go back and watch some of the games versus Red Bull I had, they played B prep on the turn that they would want to, and it still just wasn't even close because I had like 6 items down and still a grip full of 6-7 cards in my hand, just because of the way I play is I just hoard cards in those matchups because you just have the time to. And they just spent their whole turn playing B prep, so it's not like you're on a clock anymore. So I don't know.
That was crazy. It's just even when they wiped you, I mean, the threat of Tamatoa, just because you had such an abundance of the popsicles and fortispheres and every other item in your deck, I was just like, it's just lethal. That's why I was just the dime. It's like you can just throw, you can get 20 on a turn. Like that's absolutely possible with a quest and a dime. It's crazy.
That's usually how the red blue matchup goes. If you go first, you're so safe and have so much time to just draw through your whole deck that you will get to a point where you just have a dime and a big Tama in hand. You put a set up a board state where a Tama 6 pretty much will always live. Like sometimes you even have 2, so they can only kill 1. And then you just play dime for free, play Tama, hit it for like 12. Or you could go the other way where you stick a Tama 8 cost because he's pretty hard to kill too, and then just play the dime activate quests for a bunch. Or sometimes if the game goes really long and well, you can just set up for hard cast a Tama, hard cast a dime, activate, have 17 ink. That happened actually more than I think 3 times this
No way. I mean, again, you're doing it though because actively with Chicha, it's like you're rewarded for to continuously ink twice a turn. So you just keep doing it, and you got multiple Chichas, and then all of a sudden it's just incredible. But yeah, it was really fun.
If you have Chichas, Flowershims, and Tamas, like all those things just draw an insane amount of cards, and you're just double inking every turn up to, in the end of the game, you're just gonna have an insane amount of ink to play with.
Go ahead.
I was on Zan Cam, so I watched Blue Steel the first weekend for the entire day, and then the weekend after we didn't have a feature. Maybe we had a feature match. I can't remember. Was it Zan both times? It can't be. Either way, I've watched so much of this deck in the past 3 weeks, and I will say you played it so differently than I watched other people play it that you're just like, I'm just going to play items for 3 turns and just have a bucket of items and then use those for the rest of the game. And like, it was so ingenious because you ended, you know why, because it worked, but it was just not many people do that. They're like, I'll have 1 item out at a time until later, then maybe I'll have a pile of items. And it was just really cool to watch that aspect because it was kind of like you had like just a bank saved up.
Well, to be fair, his list is a fair bit different.
All right, it's not that cool. I thought it was cool, but it's actually a little.
You are right. Like, I'm not trying to you're
a
fool,
Katie,
you're a fool.
No, but it was just a cooler way of approaching the deck than I've seen. As far as like, I got a quest, I can't have a turn I don't quest, but it's like, nah, I got it.
That's why he's a master.
Yes. Well, okay. Well, yeah.
So one thing I will say about that is especially the games I was streamed, I was very fortunate in my draws. I normally don't hit that many popsicles and fortispheres. I think one game I literally went popsicle turn 1 or fortisphere. I'm just gonna call them all popsicles, but there's 8 of them. Yeah. So popsicle turn 1, popsicle turn 2, or 2 popsicles on turn 2. So I had 3 items in play. The next turn I played Quill, and even had a 4th popsicle. So I could still tap my Quill.
So you
for
could
the
still
ink,
Smee.
play it,
That's
and then play a Scrooge for free.
Oh
yeah.
Stuff like that. That
was
should not
pretty
happen very
gross.
often. What will happen somewhat frequently is the same play, but only with 3 1-cost items. So you have to tap the Quill as well, so you don't get the extra ink. But the 4 items plus the Quill is pretty insane. That happened one of those games.
It was beautiful. It was, because so many people are like, yeah, you can play the Scrooge for free, but that doesn't really happen. And I was like, oh, I saw it happen like literally every match.
Oh, yes, it does.
I don't blame them. When Scrooge first got released, I was like, this card looks very fun. I'm definitely going to try it, but I don't think it's maybe fast enough to be relevant. And it surprised me at how often you can do it early, how good it is just to play on turn 3, especially when going second into a lot of the meta. And then almost every game, you get to a spot that it lines up. You just want to keep drawing cards and playing items with Thomas 6 cost. So you're going to have a turn at least mid game where you play like 1 free Scrooge or something. So it almost always happens that you'll get at least 1 free Scrooge, which is very good.
He is so beautiful, and the fact that everyone talks about Tamatoa, I was like, look at that duck. He's doing everything. He's doing everything, and sometimes for free. So that duck needs his roses too.
Yeah, it's very interesting to compare the power level of those 2 cards because they are reliant on each other.
Mm-hmm.
They do kind of different things. Like Scrooge is more of a tempo card that's like the one piece that can kind of help come back against aggro while still giving you some card advantage potentially. And then Tom is just like that pure card advantage and also threaten to quest for a bunch with a free dime or something.
I can't remember what round it was, but that was my whole text to Sky. I was just like, Scrooge is nuts.
Yeah.
That was my whole text.
He just like beats you. He comes in, he's like value, beat. And it's just like it's a gross card if you have it set up in a nice engine.
Yeah, with the blues with this many items, it's definitely the perfect home.
Yeah, it's a scary card for sure. And I think like with Bell, like we just can potentially sling just free things, and like they synergize so well because it's like, okay, you play your Scrooge first for free, then you play Bell, crack an item, or then you quest with Hiram, crack the other item. It's like you aren't giving up anything to play this for free. You want to play these items anyways for Flaversham, for Bell, playing Tamatoa, getting back those 2 items. Like it synergizes perfectly with everything else in the deck.
Yeah, and so beautiful you brought up the be prepared, because the amount of games I saw where I'm like, wouldn't it be so cool if you had to be prepared right now? Because like, I don't know, and like, or more than one too. Because like, if they have one, they're like, okay, I'll do it. And I'm like, you're gonna need to do that if you like. I don't know how to tell you this, but you. So it's. I think I hope we see. I don't know. I don't. It's just. I
mean,
feel
find
like
them, flatten them, right? It's the other answer. But even then, it's like Tamatoa is just gonna steal 2 of those things right back.
He recycles.
Yeah. It's like, oh, so shiny.
Yep.
You know.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Do you think that's worrisome at all? I mean, I was like watching the games. I'm like, maybe this stifles. Yeah.
Not really. You kind of hit it that Thomas 6 cost gets 2 of them back, and also the thing you got to keep in mind is that these items are enabling me to ink multiple times per turn. So like you still have your inkwell, and if you have your inkwell, you can play Tomo, grab 2 items, play a pop, and play a Flaversham, and you're just back in the game drawing infinite cards and still have stuff on board.
Well, we should look at this beautiful
tell the story
bracket.
of, oh God, it's all Sapphire except for one, and it was so hard. The plot okay, you can talk about it, but the plot of knowing that, like, I was like, okay, obviously I want Sky to win because Nebraska and cool and he's nice, but then look at that deck. It's just one little deck in the sea of Sapphire. So like, knowing you were against Chi-Town Avenger, which everyone we found out it was one deck out there, I was like, fool. But so then you won, and then it was another heartbreaker because it was bannable. So it was like, man, this bracket was rough. But how was it on your end to know that it was this kind of setup?
So I'll say going into this, I wasn't crazy prepared for, like, as far as all the matchups and stuff. I was pretty confident that the deck was just like super powerful just by itself raw, but I really hadn't played that many games against Red Blue, and I knew Red Blue got coil and stuff, but I didn't think that was going to be huge in the matchup. I honestly felt like the matchup, if anything, got better this set from last set. Last set it was like 50-50 at best, even with Chicha. I think maybe it was 55-45 now. But yeah, I wasn't super for sure going into this tournament whether Red Blue was going to be hard or not. And that's pretty much what it was in Top Cut. Is like what was it, like 7 or 8 out of the top 16 were Red Blue, something like that. So I knew I was just gonna have to play a lot of Red Blue, and I had played it twice earlier in Swiss, and it went pretty well. So I was pretty confident. I got lucky and actually hit Red Purple though the first round. I said, all right, there's like 2 people here that I feel like are just completely free, and unfortunately Red Purple was one of them, just because that deck has not seen anything, and last set it was super comfortable. So that was a nice almost freebie just because the matchup. But then I hit Bannaball. He's playing Red Blue, very good player. Played since the OG Pixelborn days. And I think he kind of just bricked pretty bad. I'd say both the games were not what you wanted to do as Red Blue at all. I kind of bricked the first game too, so
that was a crazy game.
Yeah, that game one, that is not what's supposed to happen for either of us. Game 1, we just kind of sat there and drew our top decks and kind of just played 1 card a turn until, like, I don't know if we were at 7 or 8 ink or something like that. Yeah, he kind of had unfortunate draws. The second game I drew much better and won. Then going into top 4, I played Red Blue again. I think he had slightly better draws, but it still wasn't anything fantastic. And I think I had just really great draws. I think I rewatched those 2 games that we played, and my turns took like 4 or 5 times the amount of time he took because he was just playing 1 card per turn. I'd play like 3 items and a Flaversham and like a Chicha or something. He would play like a Medusa or something to kill my Flaversham, and it would just repeat itself. I just play infinite cards, have a bunch of items on the board, and he'd play like 1 thing. And then he plays B prep, reset, but then I just had a bunch of cards and ink in my inkwell. So
Sorry, are we talking about Derek here or Noah?
Yeah, I think I'm about Noah now because I sent over the deck
Yeah,
list you played
sure.
against, all three of them.
Yeah, I was talking about the. I would just chalked up Bannibal to being a brick. Like, even though I think the matchup's favored, that was not. Those were not real games. But yeah, is it Noah or Marshall was the second guy I played?
Noah Marshall.
So-
It's one name.
Noah. Okay.
Yeah.
His last name.
Marshall.
Yeah, so he also didn't draw super well, and I was just playing a million cards and had a million cards in hand. But that's kind of matchup. Like, what I'm getting at with this matchup when you have time is that you just can purely focus on drawing cards, inking, and just straight up gas. Like, pedal to the metal. We don't have tech cards, we just have cards. And like that's kind of just what you have to think about it now. You just finish big with one Tamatoa and a dime, and you can like just set yourself up for like an OTK. I know last set, I think at the start, was when I played, I guess I called the deck Checkmate Blue Steel. Was when you played Ariel plus Pete, and it's like, okay, Ariel can't die because you played a Pete. Then
I
you
showed
play Dime.
you.
Yeah,
I showed you in testing. Double Lady Tremaine. What are you gonna
other than Wonder when he puts in like 4 Lady Tremaine after losing to me and Red Blue,
You just do what you gotta do.
it was unbeatable. But yeah, we used to play like Ariel plus P to checkmate them, but now it's like our checkmate is we don't even play anything from our hand. We just have 18 cards in our inkwell. We played Dime Tamatoa for
Bloop.
a
Gain
bunch.
18.
Or you play you get a dime for free with little Tamatoa because it sticks. You play one crab activate, and you just have to find one more crab for the rest of the game, and you win.
That was one of the questions I had, because in a lot of the other lists, I did see the Aerial that has Ward and then Conquest for 5 if you have more items. And I asked you, did you think that was better in a mirror match, or were you worried about that card just because there wasn't a lot of ways to handle it with the Ward, taking out Grab Your Swords and Tinkerbell? Was there any difference from you, or do you think that it moved the needle? And I thought your answer was interesting. So,
Yeah,
what do you
so I know my friend Steven Bad Vegas, he threw in one Aerial, I think, took out one Tama, threw in one Aerial. And so I was kind of thinking about this before we talked about it a little bit. But the way I kind of foresaw these matchups where Aerial's good, like Red Blue or the Mirror, is we're drawing so many cards and we're getting to a spot where Tamatoa is just like what you want. Like you're gonna have Dime on Tamatoa for like 8. So like the goal is to just stick a Tama pretty much. And yeah, you can stick an Aerial, but it's also uninkable. And if it's uninkable and it does the exact same thing, essentially sometimes even worse, because you can not have as many items also and just quest for 3, then it's probably not worth like being in the deck. Like there's probably very few situations where you're saying this Aerial actually did better than a Tama 8 drop.
Yeah, I don't think I would switch it. Just seeing how well the 8-drop Tamatoa switch, I don't think that's where I would take it out from.
It used to be the reason why you played Aerial was because you like needed some. We didn't have like all these fancy tools like Scrooge and Tama. We needed something to like stick and threaten them, like make them say, okay, you have to prep your own board because you probably have a Sisu and like a Tamatoa of your own. And if you don't, then I win, but it kind of reset. Now, like, we just have so much card advantage that we don't really have to do that.
Chat wants you to do squats. That's
I've
on
been
you. It's
holding
your
a squat
choice.
the whole time. Yeah, I've been holding a squat this whole time. I don't know about you guys, so I'm good.
Well, an ad's just started, so you can claim you did squats, and only the subscribers will know you're a liar.
And they deserve
How many do I have
the
to
truth.
do?
Yeah, I think it's 10.
I mean, I did 15.
You got this
I
for full
just
plus,
10.
Caleb.
What the hell? So yeah, I need you to know that it was stressful because first off, how is Caleb in a perfect abyss? Where is he? Like, there's no light.
Dude, he's
being
set
absorbed.
up.
Yeah, it is like the most perfect background where like the light. I
It would
can't
be,
even tell if
if
it's
it
real
was
or not.
green, it would be perfect.
But
That
I
needs
can't
to
tell
be
if
green.
it's real or
He has
not.
a
Like that's the
black.
thing is, it could be a black green screen.
He has a black green screen. It needs to be green.
That's crazy. That's
Because if
illegal.
I was to censor
That's
that
crazy.
out, like black in general, it'd take like half it. It'd take his hair out. It'd take his shirt out. You just need to spray paint your green screen.
I think
I'll
it's
just order
cool.
a different one on Amazon. It's also white. I could switch it to white.
That
It's classy. It's classy.
might work. I mean, you don't need to see your skin, right?
But I will say that
teeth
Vicandia
would be.
was the biggest problem bullying about because first off, I was like, well, if somebody from Ravensburger says I can't talk to Sky, then I can't, right? And then he said, leave me out of it, which I thought was kind of effed up to say, like, don't, I'm just you figure it out. And I'm like,
He
okay.
realized he shouldn't have input, so he was like, no, I take back what I said.
Yeah, it
so
was great.
Which
redacted
round,
from the court records.
So
was that when Sky was going into round 4 or the finals? When did you interview him?
So we were able to. It was between after he beat Marshall. It was right before he played Beefcake, which awesome. Beefcake was we were having fun, and the good news is Beefcake thought it was funny, and he didn't want to kick our ass because he was really beefy. We were making lots of jokes about cutting the deck in half and like ripping it in half. But yeah, so what happened is like we watched Sky, and then I was like, "There's so many Nebraskans in the chat," because like at that point we had Caleb in there.
Wait, is that the Beefcake in chat? Is that the same Beefcake?
It can't be. It can't. I was like, it can't be.
It definitely is. He has something about, or he said something about Ariel being very good versus blue red.
Well, I have his deck list. I sent it to you, Luke. If you want to have wow, the Beefcake. You're just really. I'm glad you still are not mad at me or anyone. I know.
Is that Nicholas?
It should be Nicholas. No, I mean I don't think you can. Well, I don't know. That's the thing is I didn't know what names to put because obviously his mother did not name him Beefcake or his gamer handle is Nicholas. I don't know. It's one or the other.
So you just nicknamed him Beefcake on the
No,
run?
it was on it. His deck list on. Okay, in Melee he's Beefcake. So no, we weren't calling him. We weren't like being like cheeky. Me and JDZ is like, hey Beefcake. Like that's not
I'm muted,
allowed.
But congrats on second place, Beefcake.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Beefcake
I've lost to Sky a few times myself, so I know
he
how it
was
feels.
running that. So Beefcake, we got to see in like the last because I think you were featured right before the top cut, and then after the top cut, then he was featured again. And we're like, oh my god! And then we saw him. We skipped to go over to Skylar's, and then it was just Beefcake City after that, and then he was there again in the final. So he was having quite the run. And also that's so scary because it means you're probably on film for a very long time. On the old filmographer. But yeah, it was scary. And they said that I should hang up on you, that I should say that I had the wrong number. That was what was suggested.
I said it was fine. You can check the chat.
Yeah,
I was
the
like,
good
it's
news is
fine.
Caleb's like, I know my guy. And so that's why, and then
If
I felt
he said
bad.
it's fine, it's fine.
There's 2 cannons and 2 gyms. He ran both. I need to show it again. I was questioned. And
He's
my
talking about
tism
last
is
game,
like,
I think.
oh, I'm so
Item.
silly. I was
such a
thinking
silly
fire
Billy.
the cannon. But yeah, he was saying, okay, I got you. That was
That's
my bad.
that's an interesting question. That was one thing that was like, they're both so useless, and you rarely use them both. So how do you get good data on that if I'm not going to test like hundreds of games with both? And I ended up going with Shield, which I do think is stronger because
Zeus.
There's certain points where in the mirror that your opponent, the one way they can deal with Big Tama, or if they want to Zeus Little Tama, is Zeus for Little Tama, or Zeus plus Strength or something for Big Tama. If you shield a Big Tama, all of a sudden Zeus is doing 4. You either need 2 Zeus, which people usually only run 2. That's probably not happening, or Zeus plus Strength for 5, and you can kind of set up to a spot where, okay, they have like, you're gonna have to play 3 characters if they want a Strength for 5, so you can kind of checkmate with shield a little bit. I think I only did it actually once, but there was 2 other spots that I think it was actually correct to like grab a shield off of Tama 6-drop and then crack it on the Big Tama. I don't think it would have mattered per se just because of how far I was ahead in those games, but it was definitely an option. And last can is just like, what are you buffing to hit with that? There's just not much. If Tama 6-drop already quests, like that's not a good spot to be in. If Tama 8-drop already quests, you've just lost. Like there's no way you're needing to buff to kill one of those. If they do, something went wrong in the game because that should not happen. You shouldn't be playing a Tama if it's not when you need the game like that, or if it's just a last resort they did. But yeah, I think Last Cannon doesn't come up too often.
How many times, or how like relevant to the deck, other than the flavor win, the Jim Hawkins, like do you find, like, is he a meme or an actual helpful card? Because I went back and forth. I'm like, he might be mad enough just to include him, but also maybe he's doing work. So how often was he putting in work for you?
No, there was a time where I didn't play any Jim, and he was legal in the format. So it's not just because it's my favorite Disney character, favorite Disney movie. So last set, we played 4 of him. He was like fantastic against aggro. I'm a huge believer in Fishbone Quill. And last set, if you just went Jim Fishbone Quill, threatened to hit for 4 with 4 health, it was so good against anything, especially like Diggy Diggy Hole. Like that was like the conclusion that was like, all right, this is how we beat this deck. Go in second. We play Jim Fishbone Quill, and they can't quest with their daisies because we can hit it for 4. Same type of logic here. Like there is still Steel Song that we need to play something onto that's not like a Chicha. Although we have Bell now, so that's kind of like a little bit of a cushion. We can either hit Bell or Jim. I just wanted 6 characters that were good against aggro that weren't Chicha, that could just die to like a Storm or something. So he was actually one of the things I was like, I want 3 or 4 of, but I couldn't find the space to do it. And I just said, I think it's mostly going to be blue, steel, and blue, red, so I'm just not going to worry about it. And turns out that was true. There was like almost nothing that I needed to play Jim into. There was just so much red, blue, and blue, steel.
Do you think we'll see Smee again? It's surprising not having Smee in a blue steel list.
Yeah, it is weird that Smee is such an overstatic card gets cut, but you don't really need it. You're not questing early at all anymore, especially with how many items you get. Like we've turned the corner to being like, we're gonna have 5-6 items at least at the end of the game, so we can just end the game like either 1 turn clock or 2 turn clock. In the matchups that you're actually trying to quest early and not just stabilize versus aggro. So you don't need that extra lore. It used to be like, okay, we can flood the board plus and then finish off with a Smee for an extra 2, but you don't need that extra 2.
Oh, I've lost to Sky many a time with an army of Smees. Don't you worry. your army.
Also not playing Cogsworth, so like that's kind of another reason. Like
Fair.
Cogsworth was pretty good with Smee. Didn't damage himself. He kind of 4 health is a lot to deal with.
Well, there's a pressure of Beefcake being in the chat, but he's great. We love him. Once I saw the fanny pack, I was like, I need to know this person. But either way, how did you feel this mirror match was? Luke has it on the screen, and obviously your guys' deck they rhymed, but they weren't identical. Were you? I know mirrors can be kind of like weird because you're playing your mental game of like, what flavor is it? So how did that go?
So I think my list is a little bit better positioned just right off the bat for the mirror. I don't think Aerial matters as much as people think it does. I don't think Cogsworth matters as much as people think it does, especially when going second. You don't really have the luxury to take time to play these cards. Definitely not on curve. Maybe Cogsworth sometimes, depending on their start, but it should just be, even with these list like differences in mind, it should just be whoever goes first should take advantage, given you both draw fairly reasonably. There is a lot of swing stuff, playing Scrooge for free, playing the first Bell for free, and then having the correct song to have to stabilize can swing the game. But going first, as long as you don't brick, you should be in a pretty commanding position to just know what they want to do and know what they can do and like play around it. Like something like, example is Flaversham. Flaversham cannot die to Zeus. It's just like a huge tank. So if you just go sail into Flaversham, now you've drawn cards, you threaten to draw more cards. Your opponent has to play stuff to respond to that to kill the Flaversham so you don't draw more cards, but he can also sing a Zeus and just kill their Scrooge that they played to try to kill your Flaversham. You're just always going to be 1 step ahead. And I was a higher seed, so I knew I was going first into the best of 3, so that's a huge comforting factor. And part of the reason why I didn't want to split, even though I typically don't really believe in splits anyways if you have the time to play, but I was like, I'm not splitting if I'm going first, especially in the mirror match. But yeah, going first, you should be advantaged. Both the games I went first, I had, fairly reasonable hands, and it went kind of to plan. The interesting game was going second. Like when you're going second in the mirror, you typically want to go like sail into Scrooge on 3 all the time, because you want to threaten to, kill their bells if they play one they can't swing. You want to threaten to sing Zeus on their stuff, on their crabs. And I had a good hand versus going second. I was like pop, sail into Scrooge or something. And that's good because if they have a bell, which he did, to sing, he needs 4 characters, right? And typically 3 is where they're going to be at most games. But he got into a spot where I think he went down to no cards, played a Vision as his last card, which is fine. He grabbed a Flaversham. He didn't even have a Popsicle out, so he had to get rid of his Quill. But he played Flaversham. His top 2 cards were Tipo plus Strength, so he could play exactly the 4th character and then the Strength to sing to kill my Scrooge. And that put me like in a horrible spot. So still winnable because he had no cards in hand and he was off the top. It's not like this next card was a vision like the Flaversham was. But his top deck was a Tamatoa 6 cost and he had exactly 6 ink. He plays Tama, grabs a quill, inks it, grabs the pop, plays it, activates Flaversham, then he just runs away with the game there. So I honestly thought I was like in the game when he did that because typically you can't afford to play like a Tipo and ramp and then into a quill on turn 3 like he did, just because you have no cards, especially going first. But he got the big Tama and got the draw engine going back, so we ended up losing that one.
Yeah, I was really surprised because he only had one item out and then he played the bell, right?
Yeah,
early on.
And he played a bell, so it was like
I'm like, that's so dangerous.
Eat up your hand right away. He did.
Yeah.
It was Tipo into quill and with the bell. And I was like, okay, well he has no cards. I know that next card is a Flaversham, but he doesn't have a popsicle down. So
I watched that. I'm like, there's no way. I'm like,
insane.
Sky's got this in the bag, and then everything off the top. I'm like, man, that was crazy.
Cogs was the worst card in my deck all day. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think Cogs has been a little bit underwhelming the past while. I think stuff has been power crept.
I am very happy though that you guys stayed and played because it was a crazy long day. Like I didn't leave this room for 12 and a half hours. And but the crazy part was the next day we were the energy because like no offense, it was like once we were like, okay, Sapphire Sierra, Ruby Sapphire is gonna win. So it was like, exciting, but not like the plot was like as exciting as day 2 where we're like, well, look at these top 4s. And we were so excited. And then they said, yeah, they're going home. And I was like, I'm going to die. I can't take this. So thank you for playing it out because I will.
It makes sense that the second day they do split because people have to travel home. Whereas like Saturday, it's like, I know you guys are staying for tomorrow. It's fine. We don't start till 9. You can still get 8 hours of sleep. Like you can play it out.
It makes sense, but it doesn't mean I have to be okay, like emotionally okay about it. Because I was like, really? Could this happen?
There was no blue steel at all in top 16 on Sunday.
Yeah, there's one deck
I
couldn't find one deck, and I was like, I'm not publishing this list until I get this deck because I can't say, guys, there's no blue steel. Wow, it's crazy unless I know. And finally, I got the lost deck. I was like having people message people in Facebook, be like, find this person. And yeah, they're like, nope, didn't show up. They all went home. They all said, I'm done. I don't know. It was weird.
You play any Churna dogs during your run?
No, thankfully I didn't. That's one deck that I'm very scared of going second. And Ghosty, the guy that was playing the Churna dog deck this weekend, he was like the one guy left that was higher seed than me. I think he was like seed 2 or something. I was seed 4. And I was like, all right, this guy has to lose to red blue, please. Like, I do not want to be on the draw going second against this twice. Like, there are curves that happen that are very good and like stabilize instantly. Like, okay, turn 1 pop plus bell, turn 2 sail, turn 3 Scrooge. Like that's like about as good as you can get as keeping up with their like just spewing of characters. But that pretty much has to happen exactly if you want to win going second versus that deck. So no, I did not play any and I did not want to play any. It's just too fast. They just vomit out stuff and some games you can't do anything.
Oh, I will say the last thing I'll say because then I'll probably let you guys chat. But you guys have to make a team now of Nebraska Sleeper Cell, and also Luke can't be in it, and that's just my last thing because okay, what happened is I was making a joke because like my sister brought up, she's like, oh, I first learned about it when I was in Texas, and at the time I didn't know Luke, I didn't know anyone really, and my sister's like, yeah, somebody from Nebraska made top 8. I was like, who? And she's like, blah blah blah, and I was like, I don't know this name. Is he on the internet anywhere? And she's like, no. I was like, what? Who is this person? So I was just so blown away that somebody was in the top 8 and they like have no footprint on the internet. And then it was later I found out it's one of the brands.
And technically,
or no, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was Mr. Brandon. Either way, there was one Nebraskan. So that's when I first learned that there's like this cabal of people in Nebraska that just win Mickeys and then go home and say nothing. And it's crazy. And so then Sky guessed like, oh, like me and Luke. I was like, no, Luke is not in the secret cabal. Luke is in the very public number 4 ranked El Lorcano.
Sky was on Twitch. Sky is a known
entity. But Sky's like, I had to search really hard to find like his Twitter. Like he's not he's down low. He's just he's not out there. He's
I'm washed is what she's saying.
No, he's not monetizing his success. He wins and he's like that was enough. The satisfaction of a win is all I need. I don't need to make 30 videos about
he has
how
a
to be
real
a winner.
Job. He has to do big kid stuff.
But still, I'm saying like a lot of people who win that you go on Twitter in there, you know where they are and you find them. And so, and the fact that between like I think Mr. Brandon, has he won a Golden Mickey? Maybe no.
The only people that you've mentioned that have won a Golden Mickey is Steve in Bad Vegas. I haven't won a Golden Mickey.
But like you've won like by that point you have like triangulated.
I won something better, the Tia Beastie Invitational, which never happened. Sadly.
Oh no, that's so. Oh yeah.
I was gonna meet Mr. Beast, and it didn't happen.
I know, and then maybe you could have gotten engaged instead of her, but it could have. So sad, but yeah, I just think it's really weird and cool that for some reason that's still a lot in one area. Like I don't have any people who are good at Lorcana in the Denver area. Like the best.
Ooh, you're gonna crush some people's dreams in your area.
Like, okay, but not like the kind of like the number one player I can think of is Lindsay, like Mufasa Lindsay. And then I don't know who else. Maybe they don't say it, but it's just weird that Nebraska. They're like,
wait,
I don't
Mufasa know. Lindsay, what?
She lives in Denver or somewhere in that area.
Oh, I thought you were saying in Nebraska, and I'm like, wait, what? No.
So because Nebraska, they're like, I don't know. Well, if we're not gonna go to the bar, I guess we're gonna go to the LGS store, and that's what this is. I'm guessing you guys are like, this is what we do with our free time. Everybody else is at the highest per capita bar in a city, but not these guys. These guys go to your local game store.
Absolutely.
So yeah, good job being good at Humble. And it was cool though being in the cool chat that where people are like excited about you because I don't know. Sometimes people are like, oh, you have one person like, go so and so, but you had like a whole little. I felt like I was the Olympics. I'm like, well, we got the whole team back here. It's their family. What do you want to say? And they said, I don't want to say anything to them. Shut up. And I was like, okay. I didn't think that would happen.
Most people are cool. We have a very good local scene that are super supportive of anybody that takes the time and money to go venture out and play in these type of tournaments. So thanks for everybody that was cheering me on.
There is no place like Nebraska. So with that, I'll let you guys chat. Like, congratulations. It was very cool watching. Like, once again, I know that like deck was different, but I hope people start seeing blues like the Sapphire Steel as not just one or two things. It depends, and you got to pilot it differently, and you got to know what list you're running, because I think people just look and they're like, oh, it's blue steel, I'll run it like blue steel, and I'm like, no, watch how he plays it, because it's not like the other one. And I think that's cool, but also I hope I hope people don't watch your video, but do download your list and then show up to set champs. That would be cool, actually. And they're like, what do I do? That's actually I changed my wish. But all right, Luke, I'm leaving, so I don't know if you want to fill my box with like a picture of a cat. Okay, bye.
That piglet that you keep putting up.
Thanks for stopping by, Katie.
Good to see you.
You say piglet?
Yeah, she keeps putting up like she has the weird piglet meme in the chat. It's like, it's like Pooglet. What does she call it?
Poglet.
Poglet. Thank you. Poglet. It's great.
All right. Well, we've gone over quite a bit. Was there anything else you wanted to chat with before we all actually head out?
I will say the deck is very broken. I think I went in this weekend saying that even if I don't win, I want to show that the deck is broken, and B, that Chicha is the correct card to play. And unfortunately, in the finals, I didn't really have hands to showcase Chicha. I don't think I drew that many Chicha in the finals.
I don't think in the final 4 games that you played, there wasn't Chicha didn't really pop.
Yeah. But she popped off for the rest of the day, let me tell you. The card is absolutely nuts. I think it's a shoo-in to play in the 2-drop slot. You have plenty of space to fit in a low-cost uninkable like her. And yeah, I think the deck is a problem. Like, I feel like I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Most of the day. And granted, I drew like pretty good hands for most of the day. But that's any person that wins a game or wins a tournament or does very well is like, you have to be playing the correct deck, you have to be playing it correctly, and it has to be the correct day. So like all those 3 things have to always line up for somebody to do well, unless there's some deck that's just like beyond tier 0 and it's just completely carrying. But I think the cards that got added make your nut draws much more frequent. Like, it feels like everything does what you want it to do. Scrooge is tempo and a card. Tama is tempo for lore and 2 cards. You know, everything has What's up?
You
Have
see
you
what
thought about
Beefcake's
playing
asking?
3 Quill, 1 Greatstone because of Chicha? I think Greatstone Dragon is like the worst card in the game that's played. Not only does that card do nothing when you play it,
I
but
don't know about that. Where's Thomas at? Where's
it's
Tomas?
so bad, man. You don't even get it. It's like 3 turns later that you get anything from it, and it's 1 ink. You get
Maybe
1
one
ink
turn
3 turns
later. You have Chicha
No,
or
no, no, no.
Tipa sometimes,
You
or
play.
hooks.
Okay, but you play it for 3.
Oh, but it goes into
comes in-
exert.
Play for 3, yeah, it comes in tapped, yeah.
But if you have Chicha,
then-
you're drawing a card, so that's still using it the next turn at least. And Coil, the same thing. You don't necessarily need the ink, but you can still. It's better than it. There's got to be worse cards at C play than Great Stone Dragon.
No, I actually think my answer is no.
Jim.
let me go on my
Jim.
forehand here. No, Jim is insane. Look, the stats are there to back him up. So you play Great Stone Dragon, it comes in exerted. Nothing happens that turn. Okay, even if you have Chicha, you don't get the trigger that turn. Next turn, you tap it. Your ink comes in. It comes in exerted, right? It's not usable. Am I right on that? I just need to make
Correct.
sure I'm right on how bad this card is. Yeah. Still nothing.
slow.
2 cards.
It's
We've played
slow.
it for 3.
mean,
Next
that's-
turn, your advantage is 1 ink. 1 ink, man. That is so bad. The only time where a card like Great Stone Dragon can be good is if we are so barren for card draw that like you have to like it's playing that
It allows
character
you
from your
not to
ink wall
have
as
to ink from your hand. Yeah.
Yeah. And we just got cards like Tama that make it so we just are the entire game have a fat group of 6+ cards. So Quill is nothing. Like if you
All right,
can play
you
your
heard
whole
it here. Sky does not like very slow and steady card advantage. He wants to do stuff right away, and he doesn't want to wait to that long thing. He'd rather ramp quickly and punish you for taking that extra turn on the Stone Dragon.
Maybe the one
This
time
slow,
where
though.
Stone Dragon does something is in like the red blue mirror when you have a coil down. You just like want an extra coil trigger because you don't have 2 of them.
It's so good there.
I don't know. I don't think it's good enough still to warrant it. Like
It's also an item.
it's
so just Flabbershot it away.
unplayable every other time. I don't know.
Johnny.
I can't get behind that card at all. But
You're like, he has like a heart attack, and then Sky keeps going, then he has another heart attack. Poor Tomas.
Quill is better 90% of the time. I think it's better like 100% of the time in Blue Steel. The Quill is
There's
also
gotta
not
be
bad.
times that you don't have
just-
cards in hand, but characters, and you need it.
I'm Blue Steel.
Playing 1 Greystone Dragon does not make it like okay because it's not a Quill. If it's filling the same role, then you already have a Quill down. You're not going to play a Greystone Dragon because it's just a different card than Quill. It's fulfilling the same role, just worse, much worse. 2 turns slower, worse. Scrooge target, one was testing him. It seems decent in the grind. I don't know, man. If you're running out of cards though, like that, you can't Quill with blue. Like the way you should be playing like Blue Steel, as long as you're drawing decent, is like you should have enough cards to play whatever you want and fill out your ink. Like if you have 6+ cards and you're not filling out your ink in a way that's like pretty optimal, like you just bricked, and like that's a card game. You didn't draw like what you wanted to see. So the way it feels and with how much draw tools we have, you should be able to just Quill away whatever you want and you're fine. Like you just
I could seeing real play if we lost a lot of the card draw. Like if Pop was gone, Fortisphere was gone,
Sure,
Flabbershot was gone.
that's the prerequisite to even visit that card to see it. Like
then it could be like heavily played if like you literally can't ink from your hand at a certain point and you need to start trading your resources into ink while doing stuff.
Right. If you
but
truly
that's
weren't drawing cards and
rarely
it's
good.
like you just double spelling each turn, but you're slowly whittling because you're only drawing 1 card. That's when something like that would be played.
And honestly, like I almost like, which would you rather play? Greatstone Dragon or that one the shell? It's like a 3 cost. You pay 2, exert it, ink the top card of your deck. The Heart of Tefiti.
Yeah.
I liked that card. I played it in Ruby Sap when it first came out. We had way less, like we were playing 1 jump ahead in that, and it was insane in the mirror match.
insane.
I think I'd rather
You got to
that
play
card.
with it, right? You got to play. The ink didn't come and exert it, did it?
Oh, it did definitely, but you could use it right away. You could play it and use it on 5 or play it on 3, and then next turn like play 2/2s, like a 1 jump at that or something else. I mean,
that's
I
actually
played
tough.
both.
I think they're both completely are awful and should never be played. But
I
guess
think the
like
Heart of Tafiti is like very well made. It's just a little too slow. Like if it costs 2 to play, the card would definitely see play. I feel like it's just a little too expensive to start getting going, which is Great Dragon's the same thing.
I still don't think
that
it's
costs
play if
2.
it costs 2. Costing 2
Really?
each turn is a huge thing. And I think if you play enough blue steel, you'll realize that like getting out an early dime with Tama, it's still great because it's free and you're gonna want to do that at some point in the game. But you typically don't even activate that dime just because it costs 2 as a tax. Like your highest floor target is a Tama.
Sapphire Steel.
That's one thing I really was surprised about in your games. But as I watched, I clearly saw you didn't need it, but you did that a lot where you got the dime down really early in the game, but it just happily sat there just waiting for you to drop the big Tamatoa down.
Right.
It also changes the math drastically for your opponent.
Yeah.
It's just, well, it's terrifying, right? All of a sudden they're like, if he has the Tamatoa, like it changes how.
Sure,
they
yeah,
play
it's still great because you're gonna use it at some point. Well, okay, yeah, the fear part, sure. But my main thing is that taxing each turn is a lot. Our cards are so efficient now, and you should be building your deck to maximize what you want to do on each curve, that it takes a lot to want to give that up for just like pure lore. And if you play a dime for free on like turn, let's say 5 or 6 from Atama, you typically won't want to just activate that unless you somehow like did not draw very many cards. You're just gonna want to keep drawing as many cards as possible. Even if it's just playing 2 popsicles, that's typically better than activating a dime for 2, because those popsicles are going to be just lore eventually with Big Tama, which is what you actually want to activate the dime on.
Yeah, and that's Tamatoa can be scary. So I'll just gain 10.
Shiny.
Yeah. One quick thing about that is I noticed that in the red-blue matchup, when you just want to draw as many cards as possible, you have all the time in the world, especially going first. I set up so many times for just an OTK from hand with Big Tama, just playing like going up to 17 ink and playing a Tama plus a dime and activate all in the same turn for like 10 or 12. It happened like an insane amount of times. Or you just go have a 6-drop Tama, play a dime for free Tama, and just for a huge amount of numbers. Or the classic, just play the Tama, they don't have an answer for it, play dime for just a ridiculous amount. There's just so many ways to just recur all your items and just play safely from your hand in a way that red-blue cannot stop what you're doing. It's literally checkmate without having to do the stupid Ariel plus Pete stuff.
Didn't you do that to Bannable once in one of the games?
I
Rude.
did probably something similar. Yeah, I don't know if it was the full 18 ink plus this and that, everything from hand, but yeah, that's typically what happens if you're winning games versus red-blue. Is you just have infinite ink and one of those 3 things sticks, and it's bad news for your opponent.
Well, any other thoughts? I mean, it was a phenomenal episode. Sky, it was an awesome run. It was so fun to watch you in the tournament all weekend. I know
your camera's frozen.
I know it's been frozen for a minute. I keep trying to unfreeze.
Bro.
He's just sleeping, psychically talking to us.
I'm looking like still not.
Like, just make sure. All right, get a really good face for when you turn it off and on. All right.
What is going on here? We're off the rails, but there's one important question that I think I should answer because somebody asked it. I've heard a lot of people ask this. Why do I play Storm? There's just not very many good targets for Storm. Like, if Storm was inkable, I'd probably play at least 2 of them. But with there being so few relevant targets, and like
You'd
the
only
targets
play
that
2 if it was inkable.
I'd probably only play 2. Like it. What are you hitting? Tipo? Okay,
Doesn't
sure.
matter,
You don't
you
want
just ink it.
You don't want to play Bell like super early in that matchup anyways until you know you have multiple items, which typically is until turn 2 or 3 unless you high rolled. So like we hit Tipo, we can hit Cindy, and all this is just prerequisite of Belle has to come out like right away, because other than that, when you're going to be singing strength with Belle if she lives.
Katie has another question.
Very instance you can skip, but what is Fire the Cannons for? That's a good question, and that's one card that Jim and Fire the Cannons didn't see a whole lot of play, especially Jim, because I just didn't run into any Steel Song or any like super aggressive stuff. But Cannons is still just like I don't know. It's a card
Concession.
it's a card that's good against aggro. It feels like a necessary evil. Like Green Steel is still not played very much, but boy, the games where your opponent goes first and they have the Diablo and you don't have a cannon for it, it feels awful.
So
and it's
good against Diablo.
It's such an effective card in that matchup when you go second and you hit the cannon on their Diablo 1. It puts them off so much that it usually just wins you the game on the spot. So like that's a lot of EV for a card that still has some value in other aspects. Like damage is damage, and versus anything, like you're gonna find spots where it's like, man, if I just had a cannon, right? If I could just do 2 more damage to this one thing, I would just be in such a good spot. Even though it's like, a stupid card that just you want to ink a lot of the time. You typically have enough cards in your hand that you can sneak a little one of cannon, and it's just 2, so they're not gonna draw like a bunch of cannons like if you're playing 4 of them. So yeah, it's a nice like double spell. Sometimes you can do stuff like strength for 6 and then finish a big Tama with a cannon. It's like also counts as a double spell for that kind of. Of course, stuff like Cindy, it's very good into. Like Steel Song, it's still very good. I don't know. I think you could definitely play without a cannon, and you probably wouldn't get punished in a lot of games. But we only do like 12 inkables or 12 uninkables, so there's definitely room for it if you want it.
All right. Well, on that fantastic question,
it's also super efficient with Sail or Quill on turn 3, so you can fit it in early.
And Storm wouldn't do that, sadly.
Yeah, you'd have the bell to sing it with.
Yep. All right. Well, it is getting late, and it was good to get another episode of the Lore Report done. It's been far too long. But hopefully we'll get those more often. Did you want to do any shout outs before we head out?
Shout out to anybody that cheered me on. Was in the chat. Shout out to all the guys that I traveled with to the tournament. They're all cool.
Who'd you go with?
I went with this Nebraska sleeper cells, apparently is what they're called now, the brands. So Greg, Steven, Sean, we all played. And Victoria from, I think she played Green Steel both the days, and she went 5-2 day 2, but just bubbled out. So she did pretty well too. Yeah, so shout out to all the people that came and played with me. Yeah, I think that's it. Shout out to Zepha. Always got to shout him out too.
One day he'll be back.
Surely, once there's a client, he doesn't leave his house, so that's important.
All right, Caleb. Take it away, Blinks.
Alrighty. Well, you can't see my face, but you can see the frame smile. As always, this has been the Lore Report. Like Luke said, it is wonderful to be back and talking with these 2 wonderful people. We have Sky and Wonderland and myself, Caleb. We appreciate you watching and tuning in, and we will catch you next time on the Lore Report as we quest for knowledge and wisdom. Talk to you guys later.
Now wave for 8 seconds. This guy's like, I ain't waving. Don't tell me what to do.
I'm going to put my emotes in the chat.